and we are going live on YouTube momentarily. Okay, we just started streaming on YouTube. So YouTube is a great platform to watch us live, and that is also one way to not interrupt, or if you are on the move, then please follow along on YouTube. And then Zoom is more appropriate for folks who want to interact, engage. So please share the YouTube link that I just posted on Zoom chat, as well as very shortly you will find our YouTube link being posted from our social media handle. We'll also be covering our events and updates through our social media handle. You can find us on all prominent social medias by searching for the handle Global Odia Mahotsav. I'm standing by from indication from the president of OSA, the Odisha Society of the Americas, Mrs. Kukudas, to give me a nod ahead, and then we'll get going.
Jai Jagannath Utkal, go ahead. Utkal, we have to announce it. Utkal, we have to announce everybody to rise. Let Biswa do the things. Where is Biswa?
Biswa? Biswa is here.
Okay. He's going to...
Yeah. For some reason, Biswa we cannot hear you.
If you can find Biswa, then please unmute.
Yeah, he's here. I can see
we have to unmute him.
No.
Biswajit Padiyar Singh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Biswa, can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay. Hi, Utkal bhai.
Hello.
Jai Jagannath.
Yes.
Jai Jagannath.
Jai Jagannath.
Jai Jagannath, ma'am.
Okay, now we announce everyone to please raise for our state's national song, Bande Utkal Janani. Please raise.
Bande
Please take your seat.
Iswa, go ahead.
जय जगन्नाथ समस्त प्रवासी ओडिया मानकु ओडिशा माटीरु नमस्कार। महाप्रभु जगन्नाथंकर माटी ए ओडिशा माटी प्रवास रे थिले मध्य आपण माने ए जो विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव को आयोजन करिसंती सारा पृथ्वीर ओडिया मानकु गोटे जगह एकत्रित करिसंती। बोधे यह महाप्रभुंकर अपार कृपा और करुणा जहा आपण माने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम नारा दे समग्र विश्व को गोटे जगह आनिछंती। कारण ओडिशा माटी पाई किछि करिवार ए जो अद्भुत इच्छा और निजर परिकल्पना ही हमको गोटे जगह एकत्रित करिछि। विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव आयोजन करिथिबा समस्त आयोजक बंधु मानक मध्य आमे कृतज्ञता निवेदन करूछु। ओडिया सोसाइटीज ऑफ अमेरिका समस्त कर्मकर्ता माने बंधु माने विशेष भाव में मैडम कुकुदास आपण मध्य आमको जो भल पाइबा देछंती ओडिशा माटी को जो भल पाइबा देछंती आज एहा होछि तार प्रमाण जे 30 रु अधिक देशर ओडिया माने एथिरे शामिल होई परिछंती। मंदे उत्कल जननी रो ए मधुर गायन परे परे आमे आम गहन रे स्वागत करिवु हमर ओडिया सोसाइटीज ऑफ अमेरिका जे होछंती सम्माननीय सभापति कुकुदास महोदय जे कि 20 वर्षरु ऊर्ध्व समय धरी जने सफल उद्योगी कम्युनिटी लीडर कल्चरल एम्बेसडर भावरे निजर परिचय को व्यक्त करि परिछंती। एथि सहित इंटरनेशनल गुरुकुल अथवा आई गुरुकुल प्रतिष्ठाता भाव में ढेर प्रशंसा साउंटिछंती। विदेश रे थाई मध्य विदेशी मानको ओडिया शिखेबार ए जो नियारा प्रयास से आरंभ करिछंती। चालो आमे ओडिया शिखिबा जहा एजाबत एक स्वतंत्र परिचय को तैयारी करिछि। ओडिसा रे मध्य तांकर एक स्वतंत्र परिचय रहिछि। विदेश माटी रे रही मध्य ओडिसा को भल पाउथिबा जणे नियारा मनीष हेउछंती श्रीमती कुकुदास महोदय। मैडम निवेदन करूछु आजिर ए महोत्सव रे निजर सभापति वक्तव्य निवेदन करिवे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद विश्व। सारस्वत सुधीवृंद एवं उपस्थित सम्मानीय अतिथि को मोर प्रणाम। विश्वर कोण अनुकोण रे थिबा समस्त ओडिया भाई भौणी को मोर सादर प्रणाम। आज विश्व दरबार एकत्रित महाकुंभ महोत्सव अवसर रे आपण समस्त को जे माने एठारे उपस्थित जे माने घरे थाई आम संगरे आज जोड़ी हे जाइछंती आ जे माने यूट्यूब माध्यम रे देखुछंती समस्त को मोर अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा शुभकामना आ अभिनंदन। एही महोत्सवर आयोजन आम ओडिया मानक पई एक गर्वर कथा। इतिहास रे प्रथम थर पई विश्वर 30 रु अधिक देश रे बास करुथबा प्रवासी ओडियांक मिलित आनुकूल्य रे आज आमे एकाठी हेचे एही विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव 2020 रे। एही महोत्सव आयोजन उद्देश्य हेउची ब्रांड ओडिशा निर्माण एवं मूलभूति हेउची मो स्वप्नर ओडिशा 2036। एपरि एक स्वप्न देखिबा पछरे थिला एक कारण। चलंतु मु आपन को गोटे वर्ष पछकु नै जेबे। डिसेंबर 22 2019 सेतरे हेतिला हमर ओसा महोत्सव भुवनेश्वर रे। सेतबेले आमे चाहिथिलु ओसा एवं ओडिशा मध्य रे गोटे संपर्कर सेतु निर्माण पाई। आम पिला माने केमिति ओडिशार भाषा संस्कृति को जानिबे सेही उपरे गोटे प्रयास छोटिया प्रयास थिला। खुशीर कथा जे आमे खूब कम दिन रे जे से उत्सवर आयोजन करथिले सुद्धा खूब सहयोग मिलिथिला हमको। विशेष करी गुरु केळुचरण गवेषणा केंद्र मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कल्चर एंड टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट रो आमर ओसा टीम डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन एंड डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ कल्चर एंड टूरिज्म सहित बहुत गुरुत्वपूर्ण आलोचना मध्य करथिले। जेउ गुडिकर फल पाई आमे बहुत आशायी थिलु किंतु समय मोड़ नहीं थिला आ भगवान कर बरात किछि अलगा थिला। आम पाखकु आसी पहुंचथिला पैंडेमिक। वर्तमान किंतु आपण देखि पारिबे ग्लोबल नेटवर्किंग एक नूतन रूप नेछि। जोगाजोग सम्मिलित हेछि। विश्व एक विश्व स्तरीय ग्राम रे परिणत हेछि। जदि आपण माने ई महामारी रा सकारात्मक दिग को देखंती यह समस्त को एकत्र करिछि। एही परिस्थिति को देखि ओसा कर्मकर्ता मानक मन को एक भावना आसीथिला। एक विकासशील ओडिशा निर्माण स्वप्न को आशा करी सेति पाई किछि उपाय खोजिथिलु। 52 वर्षर पुराना संगठन एवं सर्वबृहत प्रवासी ओडिया संगठन ओसा प्रत्येक को एकाठी करिवा पाई ए दायित्व नेबा आम निज उपरे नेबा को उचित मन कलु। तालमेल एवं सशक्तिकरण होची आमर मूल मंत्र। संगे संगे आमे एहा उपरे काम करिबा को आरंभ कलु एवं प्रस्तुतिर 8 सप्ताह मध्य रे आमे समस्त आज एठी एकाठी हेचे। एठारे आमे प्रथम ग्लोबल ओडिया महोत्सव 2020 उपस्थापन करूछु। आम ओडिया भाई और भौणी माने वास्तव रे स्नेही एवं उदार। देश विदेश रे समस्ते आगे आसिले बंधुत्वर हाथ बढ़ेले एवं बिना शर्त रे आमको साहाय्य करछन्ते। एही विश्व स्तरीय परिवार पाई आमे आज अत्यधिक आनंद अनुभव करूछु। निश्चय आमे ओडिया भारी बढ़िया। ଏହି ମଞ୍ଚ ତିଆରି ହେବାର ଅଭିପ୍ରାୟ ଥିଲା ଗ୍ଲୋବାଲ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଡାୟସ୍ପୋରାର ପ୍ରଦର୍ଶନ ସହିତ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଭାଷା, ସଂସ୍କୃତି ଏବଂ ଐତିହ୍ୟକୁ ପ୍ରୋତ୍ସାହିତ ଏବଂ ପ୍ରସାର କରିବା। ସମଗ୍ର ବିଶ୍ୱରେ ଓଡ଼ିଆର ଅନ୍ତର୍ଭୁକ୍ତ ପ୍ରଗତି ପାଇଁ ଏକ ଗ୍ଲୋବାଲ ନେଟୱାର୍କ ନିର୍ମାଣ କରିବା। ବିଭିନ୍ନ ବିଭାଗରେ ମିଳିମିଶି ଗୋଟେ ଗ୍ଲୋବାଲ ସିନର୍ଜି ବିକାଶ କରିବା, ଯେପରିକି ଆମର ସ୍ୱାସ୍ଥ୍ୟ ସେବା ହେଉ, ଶିକ୍ଷା ହେଉ, ପର୍ଯ୍ୟଟନ, ଦକ୍ଷତା ବିକାଶ ବା ଉଦ୍ୟୋଗୀକରଣ ଇତ୍ୟାଦି। ଆମର ଭବିଷ୍ୟତ, ଆମର ଯୁବଗୋଷ୍ଠୀ ବହୁତ ମାନେ ରଖନ୍ତି ଆମ ପାଇଁ। ତାଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଗୋଟେ ନେଟୱାର୍କ ଫୋରମ ସୃଷ୍ଟି କରିବା ଆମର ଥିଲା ଉଦ୍ଦେଶ୍ୟ। ଓଷା ଗୋଟିଏ ସଂଗଠନ ହିସାବରେ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ବିକାଶକୁ ଆଖିରେ ରଖି ସବୁବେଳେ କାମ କରିଛି। ସେଇଟା ଆପଣଙ୍କର ହାୟର ଏଜୁକେସନ ହେଉ ବା ହେଲ୍ଥ ଆଣ୍ଡ ୱେଲନେସ୍ ହେଉ ବା ପବ୍ଲିକ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ଇନିସିଏଟିଭ ହେଉ ବା ମହିଳା ସଶକ୍ତିକରଣ। କିନ୍ତୁ ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ସମୟ ଆସିଛି ସମଗ୍ର ବିଶ୍ୱର ଓଡ଼ିଆ ସଂଗଠନ ସହିତ ମିଶି କିଛି ଗୋଟେ ମିଳିତ ଉଦ୍ୟମ କରିବାକୁ, ଯାଦ୍ୱାରା ଓଡ଼ିଶାକୁ ବିଶ୍ୱ ସ୍ତରରେ ମାନ୍ୟତା ମିଳିବ। ତାହେଲେ ଆମର ପ୍ରଚେଷ୍ଟା ସାକାର ହେବ। ଆମର ଏହି ମହୋତ୍ସବର ପରିପ୍ରେକ୍ଷୀରେ ପ୍ରଥମର କିଛି ସେମିନାର ମଧ୍ୟ ସରିଯାଇଛି, ଗତ ସପ୍ତାହରେ ଥିଲା। ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କ ମଧ୍ୟରୁ କିଛି ସେଥିରେ ଉପସ୍ଥିତ ମଧ୍ୟ ଥିଲେ। ସେଠି ମଧ୍ୟରୁ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ସେମିନାରରେ ପବ୍ଲିକ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ଇନିସିଏଟିଭ ଉପରେ ଆଲୋଚନା ମଧ୍ୟ ହେଇଥିଲା। ସେଥିରୁ କିଛି କାର୍ଯ୍ୟ ପାଇଁ ରାଜ୍ୟ ସରକାରଙ୍କୁ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର କିଛି ବିଶେଷ ଅନୁରୋଧ ଅଛି। ସେଗୁଡ଼ିକ ହେଉଛି, ଆମେ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଏକ ଏକୀକୃତ ଆଧୁନିକ ପବ୍ଲିକ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ସିଷ୍ଟମ, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ସେଇ ଆଡ଼କୁ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ପବ୍ଲିକ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ଆକ୍ଟର ଫାଷ୍ଟ ଟ୍ରାକ୍ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରିତା ପାଇଁ ମାନ୍ୟବର ମୁଖ୍ୟମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ଶ୍ରୀଯୁକ୍ତ ନବୀନ ପଟ୍ଟନାୟକଙ୍କୁ ନିବେଦନ କରୁଛୁ। ଏହି କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ଅଧୀନରେ 2024 ସୁଦ୍ଧା ସମସ୍ତ ଜିଲ୍ଲା ତଥା ଗ୍ରାମ ପଞ୍ଚାୟତ ସ୍ତରରେ ସୂଚନା ଏବଂ ଯୋଗାଯୋଗ ପ୍ରଯୁକ୍ତି ବିଦ୍ୟା, ଯୋଉଟା କି ଆପଣଙ୍କର ICT ର ସାର୍ବଜନୀନ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ପ୍ରତିଷ୍ଠା ହେବା, ପଞ୍ଚାୟତ ସ୍ତରରେ ପୂର୍ବରୁ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକାରୀ ହେଉଥିବା ଗ୍ରାମ ସଡ଼କ ଯୋଜନା ପରି ଏକ ପ୍ରମୁଖ ପ୍ରାଥମିକତା ହେବା ଜରୁରୀ ବୋଲି ଭାବୁଛୁ। ଆମେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଆମର ଯୋଉ ଅଛି ସରକାରଙ୍କର ମୋ ସ୍କୁଲ ମୋ କଲେଜ ସ୍କିମ୍ ପରି ଏକ ମୋ ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ପ୍ରୋଗ୍ରାମ କରିବାକୁ ପରାମର୍ଶ ଦେଉଛୁ, ଯାହା ସମସ୍ତ ଜିଲ୍ଲାର ହେଡକ୍ୱାର୍ଟର ଏବଂ ଜିପି ଲାଇବ୍ରେରୀ ଗୁଡ଼ିକ ଗୋଟିଏ ଛତା ତଳେ ଅନ୍ତର୍ଭୁକ୍ତ ରହିବେ। ଆମର ହାୟର ଏଜୁକେସନ କମିଟି ଭବିଷ୍ୟତ ପିଢ଼ି ପାଇଁ ଓଡ଼ିଶାରେ ଗୁଣାତ୍ମକ ଉଚ୍ଚଶିକ୍ଷା ସୁନିଶ୍ଚିତ କରିବା ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ କଥା ମଧ୍ୟ ଚିନ୍ତା କରୁଛନ୍ତି। ଉତ୍ତର ଆମେରିକା, ୟୁରୋପ, ସିଙ୍ଗାପୁର ଏବଂ ନୂଆଦିଲ୍ଲୀରୁ ଗ୍ଲୋବାଲ କମିଟି ଏପରି ଅନେକ NRO ସମ୍ପ୍ରଦାୟ ଆଗକୁ ଆସି ସହଭାଗିତା ଗଠନ କରିବାକୁ ମନସ୍ଥ କରିସାରିଲେଣି। ଯେତେବେଳେ ବିଶ୍ୱ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପରିବାର ଆଗେଇ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି ନିଜ ରାଜ୍ୟର ବିକାଶ ପାଇଁ, ଆଶା କରୁଛି ରାଜ୍ୟ ସରକାର ଆମକୁ ସୁଯୋଗ ଦେବେ ନିଜ ରାଜ୍ୟ ପାଇଁ କିଛି ଉନ୍ନତିମୂଳକ କାମ କରିବା ପାଇଁ। ଏଇଠି କବି ଗଡ଼ନାୟକଙ୍କ ପଦ୍ୟରୁ ଗୋଟେ ପଦ ମନେ ପଡୁଛି, ଥାଉ ତାର ନାମ ଥାଉ ଉଚ୍ଚ ପଦ, ଥାଉ ତାର ପଛେ ଅତୁଳ ସମ୍ପଦ, ସବୁ ଅକାରଣ ସବୁ ବୃଥା ସିନା, ନବାଜିଲେ ହୃଦେ ଦେଶ ପ୍ରୀତି ବିନା। ଆସନ୍ତୁ ଏକାଠି ଆମେ ଏହି ମହୋତ୍ସବର ଉଦ୍ଦେଶ୍ୟକୁ ସଫଳ କରିବା ଓ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଉନ୍ନତି ପାଇଁ ବିଶ୍ୱ ଦରବାରରେ ଏକ ପୃଷ୍ଠଭୂମି ସ୍ଥାପନ କରିବା। ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା, ସଂସ୍କୃତି, ପରମ୍ପରା, ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ସୁସ୍ୱାଦୁ ଖାଦ୍ୟ, ପର୍ବପର୍ବାଣୀ ଇତ୍ୟାଦି ବିଶ୍ୱ ଦରବାରରେ ପରିଚିତ କରାଇବା ଆମ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ। ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ପ୍ରତ୍ୟେକ କୋଣ ଅନୁକୋଣରେ ଶ୍ରେଷ୍ଠ ଓ ସମୃଦ୍ଧ ହୁଅନ୍ତୁ, ଏଥିପାଇଁ ସଦା ସର୍ବଦା ପ୍ରୟାସ ଜାରି ରଖିବା ମଧ୍ୟ ଆମ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କର କର୍ତ୍ତବ୍ୟ ହେଉ। ସେଥିପାଇଁ ତ ଆମେ ଏକାଠି ହେଇଛେ। ଆଗକୁ ଏଇ 2 ଦିନରେ ଅନେକ ଗୁରୁତ୍ୱପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣ ଆଲୋଚନାର ବ୍ୟବସ୍ଥା ହେଇଛି। ଆପଣମାନେ ଦୟାକରି ଭାଗ ନେବେ। ଅନେକ ବର୍ଣ୍ଣାଢ୍ୟ ସାଂସ୍କୃତିକ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମ ମଧ୍ୟ ଅଛି। ଆପଣଙ୍କ ମନୋରଞ୍ଜନ ପାଇଁ ବହୁତ ପରିଶ୍ରମ କରିଛନ୍ତି କିଛି ଭାଇ ଓ ଭଉଣୀମାନେ, ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ମୁଁ ହାର୍ଦ୍ଦିକ ଶୁଭେଚ୍ଛା ଆଉ ଅଭିନନ୍ଦନ ଜଣାଉଛି। ଆଗକୁ ପ୍ରବାସୀ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଆଉ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଭିତରେ थिबा संपर्कर सेतु आहुरी सुदृढ़ हेउ। Let's stand united and stand strong. धन्यवाद। जय जगन्नाथ। वंदे उत्कल जननी।
वंदे उत्कल जननी। अनेक धन्यवाद मैडम कुकुदास जे कि विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव को एते सफलतार भाव आयोजन करिसेंती। सभापति वक्तव्य पई अनेक अनेक कृतज्ञता अर्पण करूछु। ओडिशा पई एते सुंदर जणे के भाबी पारे ताहा भाबी भी होना। ओडिशा माटी रे हमें अछु, आपण माने विदेश माटी रे अछंती, तथापि ओडिशा पई एते चमत्कार भाबी पारुछंती, एते सुंदर भाबी पारुछंती, ता पई शब्द मध्ये उणा पड़ी जाउछि। अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद मैडम आपणकर ए महान वक्तव्य पई। कृतज्ञतार शब्द भी हम पाखे ना, आपको कृतज्ञता निवेदन करने। वर्तमान समय होइछि ओडिशार मान्यवर मुख्यमंत्री नवीन पट्टनायक एक वीडियो वार्ता जहाँ प्रवास रे थिबा समस्त ओडिया मानक पई ओडिशा तरफ ओडिशावासी मानक तरफ निवेदन करूछु।
प्रिय भाई और बोनी माने आपन मान को मोर नमस्कार। The Odisha Society of the Americas is a vibrant organization that has been working cohesively for over 50 years to protect and promote the essence of Odia's socio-cultural values in the Americas. I'm happy that this year it is reaching out to all the Odia people across the globe to develop a dynamic force for creating a global brand for Odisha. We need to work together to see our vision of brand Odisha come true. I'm immensely pleased that you are coming together to make this happen. Odisha Mo Paribar is such an initiative to build a connect among every Odia individual, resident or non-resident, and to work together for Odisha. We can collaborate and make valuable exchanges in the field of our choice. We can work to make life better for ourselves wherever we may stay, but we are one family. I thank the Odisha Society of the Americas for this great global outreach program, Global Odia Mahotsav 2020. I wish you all great success. I wish all of you a happy and prosperous New Year. Bande Utkal Janani.
वंदे उत्कल जननी। आमर मान्यवर मुख्यमंत्री ए वीडियो वार्ता निश्चित भाव में प्रवासी ओडिया मानक मन में एक उत्साह आनी देथिबो। ओडिशा पई किछि करिवा पई, ए मातृभूमि पई किछि करिवा पई। आपण माने प्रवास अवश्य अछंती, किंतु ओडिशा प्रति थिबा भल पाइबा निश्चित भाव में आपण मानकर 2036 रो जो टार्गेट अछि यह सफल करिवो। जगन्नाथक प्रखरे आमे प्रतिदिन प्रार्थना करिवो आपण मानकर उद्देश्य स्वप्न सफल हेउ। ओडिशा पई ए नूतन चिंताधारा जे आपण माने करिसंती यह निश्चित दिने सफल हेबो। वर्तमान आमे निवेदन करूछु ओडिशार बरण्य गजपति महाराजा जे कि महाप्रभुंकर आद्य सेवक भाव में निजर एक स्वतंत्र परिचय व्यक्त करिसंती। मान्यवर महाराजा श्री श्री दिव्य सिंह देव महाराज को निवेदन करूछु ओडिशा रो समस्त परिवार का तरफरु सारा ओडिया मानक तरफरु एक वार्ता आपण मानक पाई।
मणिमा आपण अनम्यूट करबा को पड़िबो आपनको। उत्कल स्पॉटलाइट।
ओके अबिका सुगुची
आज्ञा
अबिका सुगुची
आज्ञा
मु भाबुतरे सेपटो आपण करिया बोली। ओके नीलाचल निवासाय नित्याय परमात्मने बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। श्री जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। समस्त को अभिनंदन और स्वागत यही ग्लोबल ओडिया महोत्सव कोड़िए कोड़िए रे आमर ओसा समस्त भाई भौणी मान को विशेष विशेष अभिनंदन। आमर जो माने अछंती सुनुचंती से माने सब ओडिया बुझी पाउचंती ना आमे इंग्लिश रे कहिबा को भाषा कहिबा को भाषा हेले सुविधा हो समस्त पई ओडिया इंग्लिश
ତାର ସମସ୍ତେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ କହୁଛନ୍ତି।
କୁକୁ କୁହନ୍ତୁ, which language do you want?
ଆପଣ ଯୋଉଥିରେ କହିବେ, ଆଇ ଥିଙ୍କ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀ ମାନେ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ନିହାତି ବୁଝିବା ଦରକାର। ଯଦି ଆପଣ ଦିଟା ଯାକ ମିଶେଇକି କୁହନ୍ତୁ, ଆପଣ ତ ଏକଦମ
ନାଇଁ ଦିଟା ଯାକ ମିଶେଇଲେ ବହୁତ ସମୟ ହେଇଯିବ, ଗୋଟେ ଏକରେ କହିବା। ଇଂରେଜୀ ହେଲେ ବୋଧେ ସମସ୍ତେ ବୁଝିବେ,
ଠିକ ଅଛି,
ସୁବିଧାରେ ବୁଝିବେ।
ନିଶ୍ଚୟ
ଇଂଲିଶରେ କହିବା, କାରଣ ମୁଁ ଜାଣିନି ଦେଶ ବିଦେଶରେ ସମସ୍ତେ କେତେ ଫ୍ଲୁଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଛନ୍ତି ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଷା ସହିତ। ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ସଂକ୍ଷିପ୍ତରେ କହିବି, ଇଂଲିଶରେ କହିଦଉଛି। ମୁଁ ପ୍ରସ୍ତୁତି ବି କରିଛି ଇଂଲିଶରେ, ତେଣୁ ମତେ ସୁବିଧା ହବ। ହରି ଓମ। Odisha, the most sacred land of Lord Jagannath, and as a matter of fact, our great motherland Bharata has been blessed with a rich and glorious past. Today, as we strive to bring peace and prosperity to our state and nation, it will be wise to learn from the heritage of our ancient past. Our great legacy teaches us that the entire universe fundamentally consists of two dimensions, the spiritual and the material. For all-round development and sustained progress, it is imperative to tend to and nurture both these dimensions. While advancement in material fields provides us with basic needs of daily existence and comfort, spiritual well-being ensures development of our character to transform us into ideal human beings. Emphasis on one dimension to the neglect of the other dimension cannot bring lasting peace or prosperity. In the course of our recent history, following the trend in other countries, particularly in the West, we have adopted an agenda for vigorous development in virtually all fields of material existence. And in the process, we have unfortunately paid little heed to the need for spiritual growth and well-being of the individual and the society. This, my friends, is a grave blunder. As aptly said by the 18th century English poet Oliver Goldsmith, ill fares the land to hastening ills a prey, where wealth accumulates and men decay. This is something to ponder about. Now, when we develop or build anything, it is the basic raw material which is of paramount importance. Even if planning, funding, technology, machinery, and all other prerequisites are successfully set up, the end product will not be satisfactory if the basic raw material used is defective. Now, what is the fundamental and basic component of a society? It is the individual and the values which he or she upholds, which is the fundamental and vital component of the society, and not business enterprise or industry or any other aspect of material development. As the individual, so the society. To develop a better state and nation, we must therefore nurture and build better individuals. And this is possible only through promotion and propagation of spiritual, moral, and ethical values. This is the clear declaration of saints and men of wisdom, especially in our sacred motherland. If material growth and achievement is the edifice of the society, then spirituality is its foundation and very essence. It is indeed appropriate that Odisha Global Mahotsav 2020 is focusing prominently on education and culture. Undoubtedly, these are two major influences on the upbringing and growth of the individual, and therefore vital to peaceful and prosperous development of the state. But what exactly do we understand by these two words, education and culture? Let us ponder about this just for a minute. Swami Vivekananda has rightly pointed out that education is the manifestation of the perfection already in man. The end of all education, all training, he said, should be man-making, and we can add women-making. Great saints and thinkers in modern India have repeatedly reminded us that this manifestation of perfection in the individual is possible only through the subtle process of purification of our innermost personality by imbibing spiritual knowledge and inculcating spiritual, moral, and ethical values. It is indeed a matter of serious concern that in our state and country, as in almost all countries around the world, spiritual education is by and large conspicuous by its absence in the curriculum of our educational institutions from the primary level to the universities. A similar situation prevails in the cultural field. These days, we somehow often identify the word culture with music and dance. But is this the true import and meaning of culture in the context of our sacred motherland? Our saints and men of wisdom have stated that the culture of India is a spiritual one as opposed to the materialistic culture of the West. Music, dance, arts, literature, customs, and such other activities are outward expressions of this spiritual culture and have little or no meaning without the central core, which is spiritual knowledge and spiritual living. Our great saints have further clarified that material development and progress, which is necessary, a necessary means for attaining the ultimate spiritual goal, this material development and progress is an intrinsic and integral part of our spiritual culture. Since ancient Vedic times, therefore, the highest priority was accorded to the spiritual well-being of the individual and the society at large. And the example in this matter was set by none other than the rulers and administrators themselves. Through various means and processes, spiritual knowledge and religious ethos was abundantly propagated in the society, resulting in the creation of citizens with the right qualities of head and heart. This, my friends, was the real factor which contributed to our glorious past. If we are to reclaim that past glory, then we need to re-evaluate our priorities, particularly the need for propagating spiritual values and the role in this regard of both the public and the private sectors. there is an urgent need for a paradigm shift in our concepts and priorities. I hope that our esteemed dignitaries and participants in this Global Odia Mahotsav 2020 will shed some light on these ideas and concepts. May Sri Sri Jagannath Mahaprabhu bless the event with complete success. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. धन्यवाद.
जय जगन्नाथ. धन्यवाद. आमर प्रिय मणिमा को आम अनेक अनेक कृतज्ञता अर्पण करुछु. एभली गोटे विश्वस्तरीय महोत्सव रे आम सहित सामिल होइथिले महाप्रभुंकर दिव्य कृपा और आशीर्वाद रे आपण दीर्घजीवी हुंतु. आपणकर ए कंठरु महाप्रभुंकर गायन सदा सर्वदा आम पई आसु. ए महाप्रभुंकर दिव्य बाणी आम प्रति आसु. जय जगन्नाथ मणिमा. अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद कृतज्ञता. एवं वर्तमान सारा विश्वर अनेक ओडिया आम सहित सामिल होइचंती. धीरे धीरे सामिल हेबा आरंभ कलेनी. सारा विश्वर अनेक ओडिया अपेक्षा करिचंती एभली एक महाकुंभ रे कोन आलोचना करा जिवो, कोन पई हम समस्त एकत्रित होइछे. 2036 पई कोन योजना रहिबो, ओडिसा पई आमे कोन करिबा. एभली अनेक प्रश्न असमाहित प्रश्नर उत्तर को आमे हम परस्पर भितरे बांटिबा. एवं एभली गोटे मुहूर्त रे आमे एटी सामिल होइछे जे मुहूर्त रे गजपति महाराज स्वयं हम सहित भी सामिल होइचंती. हम सहित अनेक बरेन अतिथि माने सामिल होइचंती. हम सहित वर्तमान सामिल होइचंती हमर प्रिय केंद्र मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान महोदय. वरेण्य मंत्री महोदय के निवेदन करूछु सारा पृथ्वीर विभिन्न प्रांत रे थिबा ओडिया मानक पई शुभेच्छा वार्ता अर्पण करिवे.
नमस्कार. विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव रो आजिर कार्यक्रम रे उपस्थित थिबा हम समस्तंकर परम श्रद्धार केंद्र ओडिशार पूज्य गजपति महाराज दिव्य सिंह देव महाशय. इवेंट रो अन्यतम मुख्य सूत्रधर अमेरिका रे थिबा ओडिया सोसाइटी ऑफ अमेरिका रो अध्यक्षा आदरणीय श्रीमती कुकु दास आज कार्यक्रम रे उपस्थित थिबा आम सब ओडिया अत्यंत गौरव आनी केनिया रो सम्माननीय एमपी डॉक्टर स्वरूप रंजन मिश्र, ओडिशा रो उच्च शिक्षा विभाग तथा कृषि विभाग रो मंत्री डॉक्टर अरुण कुमार साहू, वरिष्ठ प्रशासक सामाजिक व्यक्तित्व आदरणीय अरूप पटनायक महाशय, डॉक्टर अरविंद कुमार पाढ़ी, ओडिशा रो टूरिज्म विभाग रो सचिव आदरणीय विशाल कुमार देव, डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार पटनायक उपाध्यक्ष ओडिशा सोसाइटी ऑफ अमेरिका. मु सर्वप्रथम आपण समस्त पाखरे कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करुची मते ये मनोज्ञ परिवेश रे जोड़ी थिबारु विश्वर विभिन्न जगार विभिन्न समय रे काहाकू सुप्रभात करिवार बेला, काहाकू सुमध्याह्न कहिवार बेला, काहाकू शुभ संध्या कहिवार बेला, ये समस्तंको निज निज समय रे आमे हम समस्तंको पाई गोटे भल खबर सुख खबर आज आमे एकाठी होइचंती. गत 2 दिन तलू 8 मास परे महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ प्रत्यक्ष दर्शन तथा जगन्नाथ प्रेमी को परम पूज्य शंकराचार्य महाराज गजपति महाराज सुपरामर्श फल स्थानीय प्रशासन सबू जगन्नाथ प्रेमी भक्त मान को दर्शन करिवार सौभाग्य देवा आरंभ करिसेंती। विश्व एक बड़ आह्वान अवस्था अच्छी, क्रिटिकल अवस्था गति करुच्ची। कोरोनार प्रकोप जितेबले सरी सरी आसुथबार गोटे मन भितर आत्मविश्वास बढ़ुतला, पुनर्बार यूरोप विशेष करके इंग्लैंड रे पुनर्बार कोरोनार व्यापकता पुणी समस्त मन में डर तैयारी करुच्ची। आमे भितरे परस्पर कोरोना समय मु अनेक बंधु को ये देखी भी पार्टी जहाँ सांगे विगत दिन में विभिन्न समय विभिन्न कथार चर्चा आलोचना होती। ये सबू भितर विश्व जिते गोटे नुआ समय देखी गति करने आरंभ कर समस्ते न्यू नॉर्मल कहवा आरंभ कले। बोध हुए आम मानकर आगामी दिन में एते जो आलोचना कथबार्ता करवा सम्मिलनी महोत्सव गजपति प्रवचन शुणिमार बोध हुए टेक्नोलोजी आमको ये कोरोनार गोटे जो भल दिग टेक्नोलोजी आमको सुजोग दौची किए कौटी भी था जोड़ी हबार गोटे अपार संभावना बोधे कथा को आम टेक्नोलोजी समस्या आम यूज थिला परे भी जानुला परे भी या एक सामूहिक संवादर माध्यम करा जाई पारे। ये बोधे मते लगे कोरोनार सबुठु बड़ अवदान आम समस्त नहले मु केबे 3-4 वर्ष तले वाशिंगटन रे ये प्रकार एक ओडिया सोसाइटी ऑफ अमेरिका रे ए प्रकार एक उत्सव को जाइथिली। माने केते दूर रु जीवा पई पड़े, किए किए माने आसंती केते कष्ट रे गोटे अनुष्ठान को आयोजन करबा पई पड़े, किंतु कोरोना टेक्नोलोजी को एते उपयोग करिक हम समस्त आज एकाठी करे छी। आउरी बहुत भल कथा आपण जे जोठी बसिकी भी ओडिशा कथा भाबुचंती और ओडिशार गोटे ब्रांड तैयारी करबा आधुनिक भाषा रे मार्केट इकोनॉमी रे निजको गोटे ब्रांड भावे तैयारी करबा। आम ओडिया लोक मानकर सबुठु बड़ ब्रांड हेले महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ। आमर ओडिया भाषा, आमर श्रद्धार विभिन्न धार्मिक अनुष्ठान, आम ओडिया जाति ओडिया समाज आजिर समय अनुसार गोटे सभ्य और गोटे प्रगतिशील समाज 21 शताब्दी ओडिया लोक माने केमती हेबे, ओडिया जाति केमती हम तापाई गोटे आपण माने बसिकी भाविले आपण को ओडिशा तरफ रु कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करुछि। 2-3 छोट छोट मत भी मोर देवी या केमती करा जाई पारे। एटा एई पई मते आहुरी उत्साहित करुछि। एटा गोटे सरकारी प्रयास हेई न पारे। सरकार किंबा व्यवस्था चलुथुवा लोक माने जदि गोटे कथा को भाविबे, गोटे प्रजातंत्र रे आम भलिया देश रे दिल्ली हो भुवनेश्वर हो बसिकी जो माने बसिकी आमे भाबिबु, आम भाबिबार गोटे सीमा रही जीवो। किंतु जो समाज गोटे कथा भाबिबो से समाज व्यापकता को नेकी भाबिबो, समग्रता को नेकी भाबिबो। तेणु एटा गोटे साधु उद्यम आज आप समस्त तरफ आज विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव अवसर में आम ओडिशा को 2036 बेले आगामी जो 15 वर्षर जर्नी बाकी अच्छी दीटा दायित्व 21st सेंचुरी ओडिशा को कोठी की पहुंचेबा और आगामी 15 वर्ष जिते आम प्रथम भाषा भित्तिक राज्य को आम देश में 100 वर्ष पूर्व से आम ओडिशा को कोठी पहुंचेबा। ये दुईटी दायित्व आम समस्ते सामाजिक उद्यम रे पंडित गोपबंधु दास सरकार अंश विशेष नथिले, मधुसूदन दास को सरकार अंश विशेष थाई कि ओडिया जातिर स्वाभिमान कथा भावी नथिले, समाज भितरु भाविथिले, समाज पाई भाविथिले। आज से प्रकार एक भावना आपण माने करि पारुचंती। एटा योग्य और उपयुक्त भावना केमती जीवा मु 2-3 छोट छोट मोर मत देबा पई चाहिबी। आज टेक्नोलोजी समय मुझे किछि दिन पूर्वे कैलिफोर्निया रहुतुवा जणे युवकों 5G टा कौन से 5G रो हार्डवेयर रे काम करछन, हार्डवेयर टेक्नोलोजी रे काम करछन गोटे कंपनी रे। मु तो पचारथिले 5G रे हबो कोन इंटरनेट रो स्पीड बढ़ी छिबो कि हमर टेलीफोन रे जो इंटरनेट आमे उपयोग करछु तादर आमे किछि अधिका सुविधा पाइबो। सी मते जहाँ बुझेइला मु ताको हमर एकविंश शताब्दी ओडिशा को कौन करे ताको मन मन भितर जोड़ी गोटे कथा आपको भावुची मु उल्लेख करुच्ची या विचार करने दरकार मोर विचार सीमा भी अच्छी या बढ़ेगा भी दरकार सी मत बुझेले जे इंटरनेट टा एबे जीवार माध्यम हेछि गोटे केबल लाइन गोटे जगह केबल पहुंचला परे ताकू पुणी डिकोडिंग करके गोटे राउटर वाईफाई गोटे अंचल ताकू डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन करा जाउछि किमा टेलीफोन कंपनी माने टावर टू टावर कथबार्ता करूछंती 5G रे एटा आउरी डेमोक्रेटाइज हेजिबो डिसेंट्रलाइज हेजिबो इंटरनेट टा घरे घरे सूर्य किरण भलिया पहुंचीबार व्यवस्था हबो सेते बेला हमें कोन करबा ओडिसा ताकू ओडिसा रो जति महाप्रभुंकर जानी यात्रा महोत्सव खाद्यान्न 56 भोग को जदि विश्व को देखे देबा विश्व चकित हो जे इनी जाति अछि एते उच्च संस्कृति संपन्न व्यवस्था अछि एते सामाजिक तत्व ता भितर अछि सामाजिक समरसतार कथा एते कथा अछि ता भितर जगन्नाथ संस्कृति रे ओडिया परंपरा रे जति कथा अछि जदि आमे विश्व को उपयुक्त भावे आधुनिक भाषा रे आधुनिक माध्यम रे ताको आमे रखी परिबा ताहाले ये गोटिए नुआ कथा हबो एबे नुआ परंपरा हबो एटा हमनकर दायित्व रहबा दरकार द्वितीय एबे ओडिशा सरकार गोटी आपण एटी लाइब्रेरी कथा आदरणीय श्रीमती दास उल्लेख करुतले मु ए भितरे किछि बसिकी पढुतली किछि बंधु मानकु पढिकी बुझुतली ओडिशा रे ए भितरे ओडिशा सरकार संस्कृति विभाग तरफरु ओडिया पोथी पुराण साहित्य सभ्यता को बहुत डिजिटलाइज करा जायछि ताको केमती उडे कॉमन प्लेटफॉर्म रे यूजर फ्रेंडली एते भलो भाबे हेइनी काम बहुत हेइ जायछि किंतु यूजर फ्रेंडली करबा पई बाकी अछि आपण रास्ता बाहर करंतु जो पब्लिक लाइब्रेरी कथा आपण कहिले ओडिसा रो जनजीवन और ओडिसा रो संस्कृति रो जो लिपिबद्ध विषय गुड़िक आपण गवर्नमेंट को उल्लेख करले गवर्नमेंट कर कथा इंटरनेट रे अछि गूगल गुरु को पचारले कहिबो कि ओडिया भाषा रे कहिबो कि यार किछि रास्ता बाहर करबा पई पड़िबो पब्लिक लाइब्रेरी पई बिल्डिंग आवश्यक नै हम समस्त पाखरे पब्लिक लाइब्रेरी रो गोटे गोटे बही अछि स्मार्ट टेलीफोन याकू केमती जोड़िबा ओडिसा रो ये संस्कृति विभाग रे इनिशिएटिव को आउ को बढ़िया भाबे डेमोक्रेटाइज करबा संतुलित वितरण करिवार रास्ता बाहर करबा ताकू एक प्रकार महोत्सव चिंता करिवार आवश्यकता अछि ओडिशा सरकार गत वर्ष गोटे अभिनव इनिशिएटिव नेछिले भलो इनिशिएटिव नेछिंती ओडिसा रो टूरिज्म रे जोटा पुंजी ओडिसा रो बेलाभूमि ओडिसा रो जंगल ओडिसा रो नदी संपत्ति ओडिसा रो धार्मिक भावना इको रिट्रीट इनिशिएटिव निया जायछि मु अनुरोध करिबी विश्व तमाम ओडिया लोक माने इको रिट्रीट को प्रमोट करबा पई गत वर्ष गोटे जगह हेतिला ए वर्ष 5टा जगह हेछि जदि तार फोटो को आमे ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म रे प्रमोट करबा ब्रांड भाबे प्रमोट करबा निजे निजे आमे तो प्रमोट करबा ता द्वारा ओडिसा रो अर्थनीति रे व्यापक प्रभाव पड़िबो ओडिसा रो आज दिन रे टूरिज्म फुटफॉल बढ़िबो टूरिज्म फुटफॉल बढ़िले तार कोन अर्थनैतिक प्रभाव पड़िबो मु बुझेबार दृष्टता करिवे नै आपन पाखरे ओडिया भाषा महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ ए गुडिक हमर तो पुंजी ए गुडिक हमर पुंजी ओडिया भाषा रो भितरे थिबा मर्म ओडिसा ओडिया भाषा रे थिबा केबे केबे मते लागे संत कवि भीम भोई को वक्तव्य यूएन रे एमती रखा जायनी मो जीवन पछे नरके पड़ी थाउ जगत उद्धार हो बोध हुए समरसतार और सेल्फलेसनेस रो याठू बड़ स्टेटमेंट दुनिया रे बदे कही देई नथिबे आमे ताकू बजे सजे की कहि पाइ ना तेनु आमे मार्टिन लुथर को पछरे हमर भीम भोई अछंती ए दायित्व हम समस्तंकर आमे जदि कथा को गर्व रे कहिबा ताले हम जाति समाज आमे याकू प्रतिष्ठित करि परिबा त याकू किमते बढ़ेबा तार ଗୋଟେ सामूहिक योजनार आवश्यकता अछि शेषरे गोटे कथा कहिबी अंतिम कथा जे आगामी दिन रे विश्व व्यवस्थार मूल आधार अर्थनैतिक ढांचा मते मु जनप्रतिनिधि भावे 20 वर्ष हला मोर अनुभव हेलानी किंतु सरकार भितर काम करिवार 6.5 वर्ष अनुभव हेलानी ता भितर गोटे कथा मोर विश्वास बनुची प्रतिदिन जे जो अंचल जो समाज आपको जीवा पाई चाहूची से अर्थनीति रे मजबूत हवा दरकार अर्थनीति मजबूत हवा माने 2-5 जन 8 जन 10 लोकों पाखरे संपन्नता आसीजिबा एटा नुहे समाज रे सबु लोकों पाखरे संपन्नता आसीबा दरकार सबु लोकों पाखरे संपन्नता आसीबा पई आज सुजोग अछि ये कोरोना उपरांते वैश्विक जो राजनीति बदलुछि अमेरिका चाइना ऑस्ट्रेलिया यूरोप ईयू अफ्रीका भारत जापान ये सब भितर जो प्रतियोगिता अच्छी सब भितर जो स्पर्धा अच्छी ता भितर अनेक संभावना भारत भितर अच्छी और भारत भितर सबुठ अधिका संभावना जदि को अंचल रही से राज्य में है ओडिशा बोध हुए भारत सबुठ अधिका माइंस मिनेराल एक्सप्लोरेशन और एक्सकावेशन होतबो ओडिशा रे लुहापत्थर हो कोयला हो बक्साइट हो मैंगनीज हो क्रोमाइट हो मेटल्स जदि एल्युमिनियम हो किंबा आयरन स्टील हो किंबा स्टेनलेस स्टील हो सबुठ जदि उत्पादन हबार संभावना को राज्य रे अछि ओडिशा रे अछि पेट्रोकेमिकल जोटी अपार संभावना के बाट खोलोछि ओडिशा बाट खोलोछि एटी इंटेलेक्चुअल मैन पावर जदि आपण माने विश्व रे जाई कि के कोठी पहुंची कि उपलब्धि किछि करूचंती ताले ओडिशा रे सेटा कोन में करा जाई परिबनी गोटे इकोसिस्टम तयारी करिवार आवश्यकता अछि ओडिशा रे मानव संपल रो कोनोसी अभाव नाही मानव संबल अर्थ नुहे दीटा हाथ मानव संबल अर्थ सचोट लोक परिश्रमी लोक एटा ओडिया लोक मानकर पुंजी एटा प्रमाणित हो सारी आम समस्त दायित्व ब्रांड ओडिशा अर्थ या ओडिशा को संपन्न बनेमा जदि आमर पूर्वज माने महाप्रभु एटी गजपति महाराज बसचंती तांको पछपटे बड़ देउलर प्रतिमा अछि बड़ देउल को 800,000 वर्ष पूर्व आम पूर्वज माने बनैथिले समाज संपन्न थिला से पूरी कोणार्क लिंगराज भलिया कीर्ति आज आम सामने 1000 वर्ष पर भी अछि आज मंदिर बनेमा कथा कहबेनी आज हमको आधुनिक समय अर्थनीतिर नुआ नुआ मंदिर तैयारी करबा पई पड़िबो समाज को संपन्न करबा पई पड़िबो या पई एक सामूहिक प्रचेष्टार आवश्यकता मु पुनर्बार अनेक अनेक साधुवाद जनौछि विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव आयोजक बंधु मानकु ये वितर्क को चर्चा को संवाद को एक वैश्विक मंच रे उपस्थापित करथिबारु मु कृतज्ञता जनौछि गजपति पाखरे ये वितर्कर प्रारंभ करथिबारु समस्त अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद जय जगन्नाथ वंदे उत्कल जननी
जय जगन्नाथ वंदे उत्कल जननी आमर वरेण्य केंद्र मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान महोदय को आम शुभेच्छा अर्पण करुछु कृतज्ञता अर्पण करुछु प्रवास रे थिबा समस्त ओडिया प्रति तांकर जे वक्तव्य रहिथिला निश्चित भाव में यह प्रवासी ओडिया मन रे एक नुआ उद्भावन आनिछि ओडिशा पई किछि करबा पई सुजोग अछि आम से सुजोग रो सफल उपयोग करबा वर्तमान आम सहित सामिल होइचंती मान्यवर सांसद केनिया डॉक्टर स्वरूप रंजन मिश्र महोदय जणे ओडिया होइबी विदेश रे निजर एक स्वतंत्र परिचय को से तैयारी करि पारिछंती ओडिया मानक भितरे एक स्वतंत्र परिचय को साउंटी निज पई किछि कार्य करबा सहित सोसाइटी पई मध्ये अनेक किछि कार्य से करिछंती ओ ओडिशा प्रति तांकर भल पाइबा आज भी ओडिशा माने ओडिया माने भूली पारि नाहंती आमे निवेदन करूछु डॉक्टर स्वरूप रंजन मिश्र महोदय को विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव रे निजर वक्तव्य उपस्थापन करिवे डॉक्टर स्वरूप रंजन मिश्र
डॉक्टर मिश्र आपण अनम्यूट कर परिबे कि
Mahotsav, Dr. Swarup Misrankara ID, I'm reading as 95704. Is that the one? Apologize for the technical difficulty. We're trying to spot down. Allow us 1 minute.
was earlier. I had seen him.
Dr. Swarup Mishra, ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଆଇଡି ଟା ସେ ନମ୍ବର ଅଛି କି 9570456127? If it is, please unmute yourself.
He is Dr. Mishra.
Okay. Is it Dr. S.N. Mishra? Is that what? Can you please kindly?
I am the wrong Dr. Mishra. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. So can you please tell exactly ଆପଣଙ୍କ ଆଇଡି ଟା କ'ଣ ଅଛି, Dr. Swarup Mishra, so that we can unmute you.
Chat ରେ ପକେଇ କରିଦିଅନ୍ତୁ ବା
Chat ରେ ପକେଇ ଦିଅନ୍ତୁ please.
Okay. It looks
Okay.
like
Yes, I got it. Please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jai Jagannath. Greetings from Africa and Kenya to all my elders, brothers, sisters, and children of Odisha. Kenya is the younger sister of India by 16 years from colonial rule, and it is a great country with most mature democracy in Africa, with 47 federal governments, with a great republic of central government, under the President of Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta Muigai. 97, when we came to this country, we wanted to stay for 6 months, but because of the great African nature of welcoming and forgiving and love, we decided to die here. And during the span of 22 years, I got 3 journey of academics, business, and politics. So today, I think, by the grace of God, Lord Jagannath has a purpose to send me to Kenya and to enjoy these 3 lives, to collaborate, to bring the unity between Odisha and Kenya. We can do collaboration in many aspects, but to begin with, I think we can start with agriculture, health, trade industry, tourism, sports and games, and of course, mines. Let me tell you, in my political life, I got 92.5% vote, which is the history in the record in our country. And none of the voters are Indians, all are black people, and Lord Jagannath is black. So I call all Africans as my Lord Jagannath. So let us be together. In the field of health, I will tell you that the mission as now we are pursuing in Kenya for the universal health coverage. We can do the partnership with Odisha and Kenya with accessibility, acceptability, affordability, availability to each and every citizen of these regions, Odisha and Kenya. Odisha and Kenya are potential regions to become the destination of medical tourism and travels for the surrounding areas. As a doctor, I request to all my Odia bhais, please, in a year, every year at least we do 1 year, once executive health checkup. So not only we cannot prevent disease, but also we can diagnose the early signs of the disease, the silent part of the disease, and we can predict the future of the long-term disease, both communicable and non-communicable diseases. That will give us a quality life with longevity. So please, every family of Odisha and Odia Bhai all over the world should make a health day, and that day of the year we should go for a executive health check. That is my request. In the field of agriculture, we can collaborate with agribusiness, value-added agribusiness like floriculture, like fisheries, like livestock, and also leather, and also sweet potatoes, and so on and so forth. Mines, whole world knows that Odisha is the one of the leader in minerals. Kenya and Africa, as we know, is 90% unexplored as far as mines and minerals are concerned. And Kenya has both territorial, both surface and ocean minerals. So my request to my brothers from Odisha who are experienced in minerals and mines, and the investors should come, and most welcome. You'll be given permit and license to do investment and do business in this part of the world. Tourism, as we know, tourism, that Kenya is a beautiful landscape like Odisha. We are the same. So we have to modernize the tourism. Kenya has the largest wildlife and the best weather in the world. And like Odisha, we both have valleys, mountains, ocean, lake, highlands, lowland, and everything. So why not we can modernize our tourism by sitting together with a lot of innovation and ideas. Sports and games. As everybody knows, Kenya is one of the leader in sports and games in the world, and particularly long distance marathon, and which Odisha youths are doing very well now. So let us collaborate and train our Odia youths for the long-term, long distance marathon, so that Kenya is bagging, a small country with 5 crore people, 5 crores people, that we can achieve 15 to 20 medals in Olympics, and a world leader in athletics and also rugby. So if we do that collaboration, that aspect, it will be great. My request in the field of trade industry, let me tell you, we say in medically, farther you marry, brighter the offspring, farther you do business, better the profit. I learned this thing from Gujarat community, and let us do business, trade industry, bilateral, with a lot of collaboration and cooperation. So we can do a lot of SMEs, a lot of export-import business growth with employment. So I request Odisha, Kenya today, this Mahotsav will be productive. My appearance will be productive if we make an expert between Odisha and Kenya, both government and non-government level, and then we can advise each other and make a collaboration, strong collaboration between two regions of this world by the grace of God. My request also, where we can participate also, to make a NRO, non-resident area directory, both soft and hard copy, soft copy and hard copy all over the world. That will help, because information is power, communication is the vehicle to achieve an objective. Let us know each other in a proper way. My special thanks to Madam Kukudas, the President of USA, Odia Association, Mr. Amir Mishra, the Dubai President, and also the President of Bangalore, Mr. Manoj Patra, who is the President of 30 lakh Odias. Can you believe IT people? Odias can conquer the world, but the problem, we don't document. I learned something from Gujarat. The person who shouts more, he sells more. Let us do business. As Excellency Pradhan Sahab told us, our Minister of India, that let us make economy strong. If we don't do business, somebody else will do business. Let us do business. To earn wealth is not a crime. Thank you very much. Jai our Naveen Babu, Excellency Chief Minister of Odisha. Jai Narendra Modi Sahib, the Prime Minister of India. Jai Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, the President of Kenya. And Jai Jagannath. Thank you very much. God bless us.
जय जगन्नाथ डॉक्टर स्वरूप रंजन मिश्र ए सुंदर भाବରେ ନିଜର ମତ ବ୍ୟକ୍ତ କରୁଥିଲେ ଏବଂ ଆମ ସହିତ ସାମିଲ ହୋଇସାରିଛନ୍ତି ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ବରେଣ୍ୟ ମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ मान्यवर मंत्री उच्च शिक्षा विभाग ओडिशा सरकार डॉक्टर अरुण साहू महोदय निवेदन करुछु सारा भारत वर्ष रे नुहे सारा विश्व रे थिबा प्रवासी ओडिया मानको निजर शुभेच्छा वार्ता अर्पण करिवे ए विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव 2020 रे।
समस्त मोर नमस्कार। आम गहन अच्छा आमर अति सम्मान गजपति महाराजा दिव्य सिंह देव मोर भक्तिपद प्रणाम। आमको माननीय मुख्यमंत्री श्रीयुत नवीन पट्टनायक आपण वीडियो मेसेज रे वार्ता देइछंती एवं आम गहन रे आपण मान साथी रे तांकर वार्तालाप करिसंती माननीय केंद्र मंत्री श्रीयुत धर्मेंद्र प्रधान एवं वर्तमान आमको उद्बोधन दौले आम जड़े ओडिया भाई डॉक्टर स्वरूप मिश्र ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट केना, ज्योति प्रकाश पाणिग्राही ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, अरूप पट्टनायक कन्वेनर मो परिवार, डॉक्टर अरविंद पाड़ी कंट्री डायरेक्टर, एक्रिसाट विशाल देव सेक्रेटरी ओडिशा टूरिज्म, कुकुअपा जे अच्छे आमर ओसार बर्तमान प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर अनिल पट्टनायक एंड 30 कंट्रीज जोगदे आम समस्त ओडिया भाई बहन मु प्रथम आपण मान को धन्यवाद देवी। आपण मान निज माटी माँ को भूली ना मत लगुच आम तो ये जो मैंने अच्छु जी आम माटी माँ को भल पाचु सम्मान करुचु आम अपेक्षा आपण भितर आहरी जे अधिका भल पाइबा अच्छी सम्मान अच्छी ए महोत्सव आज ता प्रमाणित करुच्ची। तेणु आपण मान जिते कृतज्ञता जनइले धन्यवाद जनइले डिक्शनरी भाषा कम पड़ तेणु आउ थे बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जनाऊँ। जिते सब आरंभर आउ एक आरंभ थाए अयारंभ कह जाए, सब शेषर आउ एक शेष थाए इतिश्री कह जाए, सब यात्रा आउ एक यात्रा थाए महायात्रा कह जाए, सब उत्सव पर आउ एक उत्सव थाए महोत्सव कह जाए। ओडिशार सबु जिले में ब्लॉक हेडक्वार्टर सब डिविजन हेडक्वार्टर महोत्सव मान आयोजित होती गत किछ वर्ष है, किंतु ये महोत्सव अपेक्षा जो विश्व महोत्सव आपण पालन करोडिशा तार वैजंत बाना आज समग्र विश्वर कोण अनुकोण को पहुंचेबारे जो समर्थ आपण मान आपण मान को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद जनाऊँ। बंधुगण मु सीधा सीधा केतोटी प्रैक्टिकल कथा आपण मान साथे आलोचना करी स्वल्प समय भितर। कथा होची जो माने शिक्षा दीक्षा रे दीक्षित रहिसंती तांकर बुद्धि विद्या अध्यवसाय बल रे विभिन्न जगह रे प्रतिष्ठित रहिसंती बा प्रतिष्ठा लाभ करिसंती सेमानकर समाज पे अवदान सबुठारु बेसी रहिबा कथा। जो मानक पाखरे धरंतु विशेष शिक्षा नहीं ता पाखरे परिसर से व्यापक नुहे हुए तो कहीं कहीं मध्य समाज को अनेक किसी अवदान रखि पारंती, किंतु जो माने शिक्षा एवं उच्च शिक्षा एवं सुजोग पाई सुजोग पाइबा को निजर निष्ठा ढाली ता परवर्ती समय सुजोग प्राप्त होती गोटे बड़ परिवेश भल परिवेश उन्नत परिवेश भितर से कर्म संस्थान बाछी सेमानकर परिसर एमान अपेक्षा अधिका अच्छी। ए परिप्रेक्षी 52 वर्ष ओषा संगठन अनेक समय ओडिशा निज माटीर कथा चिंता करछंती। आज समग्र विश्वर 30टा देश एवं परवर्ती समय आपको एक्सपांड करिवार चिंता करछंती जे आपण ओडिशार डेवलपमेंट साथी जोड़ी होगा चिंता करछंती। जो जोड़ी होगा चिंता करछंती आपण प्रथम नहीं शिक्षा एवं संस्कृति को एजुकेशन एंड कल्चर को आपण प्रथम नहीं। आज आपण माने जो चिंता करछंती एटा होची शिक्षार ही प्रतिफलन। दिस इज द रिफ्लेक्शन ऑफ द एजुकेशन एवं एक कथा चिंता कला बेले शिक्षार रुद्धिमंत ये कथा चिंता कला बेले आपण माने संस्कृति संपन्न बोली आपण निज माटी माँ को भूली नाहंती, आपण ओडिया कल्चर को भूली नाहंती एवं जो थिले भी आकर्षित होउछने निज माटी माँ प्रति। तेणु यही जो दुईटी कथा को आप प्राथमिक स्तर ग्रहण करछंती यह होचे एक सूक्ष्म विचार प्रतिफलन से प्रतिफलन आवश्यकता कौन अछि आवश्यकता होची जदि गोटे राज्य से राज्यर ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेस जोड़ा को मानव संबल कहा जाए मनुष्य मान कहा जाए से माने जेते शिक्षित प्रशिक्षित एवं जेते कला कौशल भरपूर हो पारे से राज्य से डेभलप हो पारे पृथ्वी में एमती अनेक गुड़े देश अच्छी ना से रिसोर्स अच्छी नेचुरल रिसोर्स अच्छी किंतु तांकर एप्लिकेशन ऑफ माइंड एप्लिकेशन ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी एप्लिकेशन ऑफ ऑल द टूल्स से माने वर्तमान प्रॉस्परस कंट्री भाव में उभा होइछन having all the things with us आमको वर्तमान से टेक्निक टेक्नोलॉजी एवं सब कथा को अप्लाई करने को पड़ो जोटा आपण माने चिंता करछन सेहि में आपण माने मध्य राज्य सरकार को किसी परामर्श भी देइछथि एवं से परामर्श अंश स्वरूप आपण प्रति जगह रे गोटे गोटे ए लाइब्रेरी होबा उन्नत मान लाइब्रेरी जोठी मनीष तार शिक्षा को आहुरी व्यापक करि पारिबो प्रसार करिबो सेहि पे उद्यम करबा कथा रखिछन मते खुशी लागला एथि जे आपण माने जदि जो कथा अछि जे पक्षी उड़े जेते दूर से जाने तहिर व्यवहार जेहेतु आपण वर्ल्ड को देखुछंती आपण विभिन्न देश को देखुछंती जानुछंती डेवलपमेंट विषय ज्ञान आहरण करूछंती ता सहित संश्लिष्ट अछंती दैनंदिन जीवन बिताउछंती आपण चाहती मो राज्य मो अंचल मध्ये सेमिति हो एटा गोटे सबुठु भल कथा तेणु तार फलश्रुति और फलस्वरूप आपण माने शिक्षा क्षेत्र में व्यापक उन्नति आने को चाहूँ भारत वर्ष रे शिक्षार प्रसार मध्य घटी उन्नति घटी ओडिशा रे मध्य बहुत आगु जाइए किंतु सेतिक आम संतुष्ट होने कहीं ये हूँ डे टू डे लाइफ रे अनेक नुआ नुआ कथा बहुत क्षिप्र गति आस धरतु बहु वर्ष तले गोटे न्यू डेवलपमेंट जी डेरी रे आसूला आपण आजिका समाज रे सेटा बहुत स्पीड रे आसु जेने 2G 3G 3G 4G 4G 5G केतेबेले पुनी 6 7 8G मध्ये आसीबो तेन डेवलपमेंट जे रैपिडली होची हमको ताळ दे कि विश्व साथरे सेति जोर जिबाको पड़िबो ओडिशावासी तेणु से जो चिंताधारा करछन से जो आपण प्लानिंग करंतु प्लानिंग स्वरूप आपणकर एठी केमिति जोगाजोग रहिबो ओडिशा साथरे ओडिशा सरकार साथरे एवं ओडिशा रे जो माने स्टेक होल्डर अछंती जो माने विभिन्न क्षेत्र लीडिंग नौछंती के केंद्र सरकार लीडिंग नौछंती के राज्य सरकार लीडिंग नौछंती को माने ब्यूरोक्रेसी लीडिंग नौछंती को माने एजुकेशन फील्ड लीडिंग नौछंती को माने स्पोर्ट्स एंड कल्चर लीडिंग नौछंती एवं जो माने तार अंशीदार जो मानक पे उद्दिष्ट सेही मानक केमि संश्लिष्ट करा जिवो ए सबो थिपे आपण गोटे आपण रोड मैप तैयारी करछंती एठी तो रोड मैप सरकारनकर सब विभाग अछि से माने काम करूछंती जदि आपण ता सतरा इनपुट देई परिबे सजेशंस देई परिबे एडवाइस देई परिबे से नियमित जोगाजोग केमि रखि परिबे सेही थिपे वर्तमान हमको काम करिबा को पड़िबो काहे कि आपण देखंतु जो कथा कुकुदास कहिले जे पैंडेमिक रो गोटे पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट होची जे पैंडेमिक रो गोटे पॉजिटिव एस्पेक्ट होची we have lost many lives we have lost many things economy has gone down apart from that so far communication is concerned the entire world has become a global village जो कथा से कहिले जे वर्तमान गोटे विश्व ग्राम हेची सारा पृथ्वी आमे अछु एठी गजपति महाराज एठी अछथि आपन उद्बोधन दउछन 30 टा देशर जो माने पार्टिसिपेंट्स सुनुछथि एवं परवर्ती समय यूट्यूब रे मध्य देखिए माननीय केंद्र मंत्री मध्य आपण मान को सेठी रही वक्तव्य रखि पारले माननीय मुख्यमंत्री मध्य आपण मान कहि पारले डॉक्टर मिश्र फ्रॉम केनिया से मध्य आपण को उद्बोधन देले देखो so far the development was communication technology the entire world has become global village but one thing we should remember पृथ्वीटा सिना गोटे गाँ पालटी कला कम्युनिकेशन दृष्टिकोण रू किंतु अपर पटे देखिले मनीष मनीष भितर जो संपर्क से संपर्क दूरत्व बहुत बढ़ी जाए से दूरत्व को हम कमे को पड़ो दिन थिला आमे वर्ल्ड से कनेक्ट हो नथिले भारत रु अमेरिकार दूरत्व बहुत किंतु मो घरे मो परिवार मो जेजबापा जेजमा भितर संपर्क अति निबिड़ थिला। आज अमेरिका रु भारत वर्षर दूरत्व गोटे सेकेंड गोटे मिनिट किंतु मो भितर जो संपर्क मो परिवार भितर थिला कि बंधु मान भितर थिला से संपर्क जोजन जोजन दूरत्व यही कथाटा को बुझिया पड़ो जिते डेभलपमेंट होउची आउ गोटे पटे आपण देखिबे जे सेल्फ सेंटरनेस सेल्फिशनेस से ग्रो करुची किंतु सेटा जिते बेले न कमिबो जिते डेभलपमेंट हो तार सुफल एवं सफलता प्रायतः मिलिबो नाही बट इज गुड थिंग गुड साइड आपण माने चिंता करछंती आपण जिते सब आज उपस्थित अछंती बा जो माने उपस्थित रही पारि नांती जो माने भागीदार अछंती आपण मानकर कर्ममय जीवन भितर व्यस्तबहुलता जीवन भितर कार्य व्यस्तता भितर आपण माटी मार कथा चिंता करुछंती जीवन काल भितर किछि कंट्रीब्यूशन रखिवा कथा चिंता करुछंती एई जो वर्तमान दूरत्व बढ़ी मनीष मनीष भितर ताकू कमेबार ये मध्य आउ गोटे अभिनव उद्यम सेति आपन साधुवाद जणाइबो पड़िबो। आमे जो माने सब रही गलु एठी आपण मान जो माने पृथ्वीर विभिन्न जगह जाई प्रतिष्ठित होइछन आपण मान जेतेबेले हमकु दुई पद कथा कहउछन रास्ता देखउछन बाट देखउछन आमे सेते अनुप्राणित हबो एवं अनुप्राणित हेई करी आमे मध्य चाहिबो आम ओडिशा सेति के बाट आगु जाऊ सेति पे म आपण गोटे सजेशन देबे आपण मान तो सजेशन दउछंती मु मध्य आपण मान सजेशन देबा को चाहे जे आपण मानकर एठी भुवनेश्वर रे गोटे निरंतर ऑफिस कार्यक्रम केमती करिवो सेति पे आपण मान टिके चेष्टा करंतु जाबे जोगाजोगटा आउर अधिका हेई परिबो एवं द्वितीय कथा आपण जहा कम्युनिकेशन करूछंती ताकू मध्ये पब्लिश होवा दरकार एठी आमे आउ गोटे आपण रिक्वेस्ट करबी हमर जति इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया अछंती जति के प्रिंट मीडिया अछंती वेब पोर्टल अछंती तांको मानको नै कि मध्ये आपण माने गोटे केतबेले जति मीटिंग ते करि परिबे सेमाने मध्ये गोटे टूल हेई परिबे आपनकर आईडिया एवं आपनकर जो रोड मैप आपनकर जो इंटेंशन ताको मध्ये कि प्रोपागेंड करे सो फार माने बहुत लोक जोड़ी होवा को चाहନ୍ତି आपण बिलीव करिवे नहीं बहुत लोक कॉर्पोरेट जो वर्ल्ड रे लोकों पाखे समय न थे पारे किंतु बहुत लोक तांको पाखे मध्ये समय बाहर करि पारे एवं बहुत लोकों पाखे समय अछि से माने समय देई पारिबे किंतु सेमान को बाट दरकार से बाट देखिबा पई आपण माने उद्यम करछन म देखुतली एते बहुत पार्टिसिपेंट्स वर्तमान आपनकर एथे जोग दैछन इट्स ए ग्रेट अचीवमेंट इट्स ए ग्रेट अचीवमेंट तेणु मु आपन छुटिया कथा कहबी शेष करबी काहे कि आपनकर आउटे आगु जिया पड़िबो आमे वर्तमान मो स्कूल कार्यक्रम गत वर्ष आरंभ होइतला गत वर्ष पूर्व वर्ष आरंभ होइछ एबे मो कॉलेज मो यूनिवर्सिटी कार्यक्रम आरंभ होइछ ए जो 8 मास पैंडेमिक भितरे लॉकडाउन शटडाउन भितरे आकाशपथ बंद जलपथ बंद स्थलपथ बंद रिक्शा बंद ऑटो रिक्शा बंद गाड़ी बंद मोटर बंद ट्रेन बंद दुकान बंद केवल स्वास्थ्य विभाग और कृषि विभाग रे एति सब लोक चाषबास करी पनिपरिया देले खाइ आ सब बंद हो गला 7-8 मास किंतु ता सत्वे म आपन कहि रखे आमे जो स्पीड रे जाऊ चाहू मो कॉलेज मो यूनिवर्सिटी मो स्कूल तार एसेंस है जे बैक टू द रूट जे जो ठू पढ़ी की जाईची मनीष हेची आगु को बढ़ीची से थरे जदी पछ को फेरी की चाहिबो तार से शिक्षा अनुष्ठान से जो मनीष हेइथिबा जो मंदिर टी तार उन्नति जदी करिवे तार जदी किछि कंट्रीब्यूशन रहइबो विभिन्न प्रकार कंट्रीब्यूशन मो से मो कॉलेज वेबसाइट का अपन गले देखि पारि मो स्कूल वेबसाइट की जदी कंट्रीब्यूशन रहइबो ताले आगामी पीढ़ी जो लक्ष लक्ष पिला सब आसीबे से माने मध्य उपकृत होई परिबे अर्थात मु बढ़ीबी मो साथरे मो ओडिसा आगामी पीढ़ी रो छात्र समाज बढ़ीबे ये होची तार उद्देश्य तापर आउ केतळ हम तापर डिस्कशन करि परिया सेपरेट मेरे किंतु आज मैं आपन को धन्यवाद देबी आपन बहुत लोकन को इते मिसई पाछनी बहुत व्यक्ति मिसई पाछन आग्रह प्रभाव एवं एटा गोटे अभिनव उपाय आपन जेते बेले जो काम मते दायित्व देबे बा दउछंती मोटा को सुचारू रूपे पालन करिया को चेष्टा करूची एवं आपण मान को पाखरे सब बेले सहयोग करबा को प्रतिश्रुति देई आउ थरे कहि रखे एभली एक कार्यक्रम करिथिबारो ये होची आई ओपनर टू अदर स्टेक होल्डर्स ତେଣୁକରି ଏଇ ଯୋଉ କଥା ଆପଣ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଏହା ଆହୁରି ଏକ ବିଶାଳ କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମରେ ପରିଣତ ହଉ ଏତିକି ମୋର ଶୁଭେଚ୍ଛା ଏବଂ ସମସ୍ତଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ନମସ୍କାର।
ଅନେକ ଅନେକ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଡକ୍ଟର ଅରୁଣ ସାହୁ ମହୋଦୟ। ଏଠି ସାରା ବିଶ୍ୱର ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଶୁଣୁଥିଲେ। ଏଠି ସାରା ବିଶ୍ୱର ଓଡ଼ିଆଙ୍କୁ ଆମେ କହି ରଖୁଛୁ ଡକ୍ଟର ଅରୁଣ ସାହୁ କେବଳ ଜଣେ ନାମ ନୁହନ୍ତି, ସେ ନିଜେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ଜଣେ ଅନୁଷ୍ଠାନ। ସାରା ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଯୁବକ ମାନଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ସେ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ପ୍ରେରଣା। ଅନେକ ସମୟରେ ସୋସିଆଲ ମିଡିଆରେ ଯେତେବେଳେ ତାଙ୍କର ମନର କଥା ସାମ୍ନାକୁ ଆସେ, କେତେବେଳେ ଗାନ୍ଧୀ କଥା କୁହନ୍ତି ତ କେତେବେଳେ ଶିକ୍ଷାର କଥା କୁହନ୍ତି, ବେଶ ହୃଦୟସ୍ପର୍ଶୀ ଥାଏ। ଆମେ ସମସ୍ତେ ତାକୁ ଗ୍ରହଣ କରୁ, ସାଦରେ ଗ୍ରହଣ କରୁ। ଜଣେ ମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ଏତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଚିନ୍ତା କରିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେଟା କଥା ନୁହେଁ, ଜଣେ ଭଲ ମଣିଷ ହିସାବରେ ଏତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ଚିନ୍ତା କରିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି ସେଇଟା ବଡ କଥା। ଜଣେ ମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ହିସାବରେ ସାରା ଓଡ଼ିଶାକୁ ଯେଉଁ ଦାୟିତ୍ୱ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଯେତେବେଳେ ଦିଆଯାଇଛି ତାହା ଅନୁରୂପ ଭାବେ ସେ ପାଳନ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଓଡ଼ିଶାବାସୀଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ ମଧ୍ୟ ଅନେକ ପ୍ରେରଣାର ଉତ୍ସ ସେ ହୋଇଛନ୍ତି। ଡକ୍ଟର ଅରୁଣ ସାହୁଙ୍କୁ ଆମେ ଆଜି ଶୁଣୁଥିଲେ। ଆଉ କୃଷି ବିଭାଗରେ ମଧ୍ୟ ଅନେକ ଗୁରୁ ଦାୟିତ୍ୱକୁ ସେ ନିର୍ବାହ କରିଛନ୍ତି। ଯୁବପିଢ଼ିକୁ କୃଷି ପ୍ରତି ପ୍ରୋତ୍ସାହନ କରିବାର ଇଏ ହେଉଛନ୍ତି ପ୍ରଥମ ମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ, ଯିଏକି ଯୁବକ ମାନଙ୍କୁ କୁହନ୍ତି ଯେ ଆପଣ ପାଠ ପଢି ଚାକିରି କରିବା ପଛରେ ନ ଦୌଡ଼ି ଆପଣ କୃଷି କରନ୍ତୁ, ଚାଷ କରନ୍ତୁ, ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ମାନକୁ ବଜାୟ ରଖନ୍ତୁ। ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ ଅନେକ ଅନେକ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। ଜୟ ଜଗନ୍ନାଥ, ପ୍ରଣାମ। ଆପଣଙ୍କର ଜୀବନ ସଫଳ ହଉ। ନିଶ୍ଚିତ ଭାବରେ ଆମେ ସମୟ ଗଡ଼ି ଗଡ଼ି ଯାଉଛି। ଏଥିସହିତ ଆମ ସହିତ ସାମିଲ ବି ହୋଇଛନ୍ତି ଏ ଗଣରେ ଆମ ସହିତ ଅଛନ୍ତି ସଂସ୍କୃତି ଓ ପର୍ଯ୍ୟଟନ ବିଭାଗର ବରେଣ୍ୟ ମନ୍ତ୍ରୀ ଶ୍ରୀ ଜ୍ୟୋତି ପ୍ରକାଶ ପାଣିଗ୍ରାହୀ ମହୋଦୟ। ଓଡ଼ିଶାର ଏ ବରେଣ୍ୟ ମନ୍ତ୍ରୀଙ୍କୁ ଆମେ ଆମ ଗଣରେ ସ୍ୱାଗତ କରୁଛୁ, ନିବେଦନ କରୁଛୁ ବିଶ୍ୱ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମହୋତ୍ସବରେ ସାରା ବିଶ୍ୱରେ ଥିବା ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମାନଙ୍କୁ शुभेच्छा अर्पण करेंगे।
Sorry for the delay, got a minute. Minister sir को find out करची Zoom रे, got a minute.
Okay.
ज्योति पाणिग्राही आपणकर जदि आपणकर नाटा कहि माने कोट ये रे अछंती टाइटल रे अछंती ताले हमें अनम्यूट कर परबो आपनको।
I can't find.
probably nahanti bote
व्यस्त अछंती सर।
हां
हम आक बढ़िबा।
हां
विश्व
निश्चित भाव में सामान्य यांत्रिक त्रुटि अच्छी। श्री ज्योति प्रकाश पाणिग्राही को आम परवर्ती मुहूर्त आम सहित सामिल करवा। वर्तमान आम सहित सामिल होती ओडिशा मो परिवार अध्यक्ष श्री अरू पट्टनायक महोदय। श्री अरू पट्टनायक महोदय ओडिशा पई अनेक किछि स्वप्न देखिछंती। ओडिशा मो परिवार को निज भितर धारण करी सारा ओडिशा को गोटे परिवार भार विचार करिसंती। आ आजिर हमर परम सौभाग्य आज विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव सारा विश्वर विभिन्न प्रांत रे थिबा ओडिया माने ए महाकुंभ रे सामिल होइचंती। आ ये महापरिवार ए बड़ परिवार रो जी होइचंती वरेण्य सदस्य श्री अरू पट्टनायक महोदय का निवेदन करूछु शुभेच्छा वार्ता अर्पण करिवे।
हेलो सुनी पार्छंती am I audible?
Yes.
हाँ धन्यवाद। सर्वप्रथम मु शुभेच्छा देवी स्पेशली प्रेसिडेंट अच्छा कुकुदास आउ सांगे विवेक दास भी जो माने सांगे मु बहुत दिन ठू टच रे अच्छी संजोग रे अच्छी। आज जो भाव आपण माने इटा आयोजन करिसंती ता मु चाहूतिली किंतु आपण मानकर से बैकअप ता थिला से सब ऑलरेडी केते 52 वर्ष रे एसोसिएशन ता अच्छी आपण आनी पारिसंती एका जगह रे आपण गजपति महाराज आनी पारिसंती आपण आनी पारिसंती हमर फोरम रे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नवीन पट्टनायक को आपण आनी पारछंती हमर प्रिय केंद्र मंत्री धर्मेंद्र बाबू को आपण समस्त आमर मंत्री मानन को अन्य प्रशासक मानन को हमर एमपी केनिया समस्त को आपण आनी पारछंती छोट गोटे फोरम रे एटा ए जिनसटा एक्चुअली मोर दरकार थिला आपण जे सुनिथिबे जेतले माननीय मुख्यमंत्री हम नवीन पट्टनायक कहिले ए जो परिकल्पना जो मो परिवार परिकल्पना सेटा होची जेते से कहते ओडिशा और ओडिया ये दीटा मत से निर्देश देते कि यही जो जिनसटा आमे केवल सेवा भाव में चलेबा आउ एटा पॉलिटिक्स रो ऊर्ध्वरे चलेबा राजनीति रो ऊर्ध्वरे स्पेसिफिक परमिशन अछि आपण देखिथिबे कि जेते मो परिवार रे जेते हमर सिंबल अछि अछि कोथरे भी हमर बीजेडी पार्टी रो ना नाही किंबा कोथरे शंकर चिन्ह नाही कारण मनकर गाँव रे हमर निया लागि गला सेटा आमे देखुन एटा बीजेपी रो किंबा कांग्रेस रो किंबा बीजेडी रो घर जळीगला कि न जळीगला कारण जनकर घर जळीले अन्य मान घरडा जळीबो गाँव रे बन्या हाले भी सही भले अवस्था था हमर जेते बेले माने एही जो पर्टिकुलर इनिशिएटिव ता मते लागुची जोटा और तादर निर्देशटा बहुत स्पेसिफिक अछि मते स्पष्ट डायरेक्ट निर्देश अछि जेटा मु चाहूथली भी मु निजे आपण मान जानिछथि किछि लोक जानिछथि समझ जानि नथिबे मु 11 वर्ष बयस रे चल जाइथिली मते मु कटक रे पढुथली पैरिमोन एकेडमी रे ओडिया स्कूल रे पढुथली मते बिजू बाबू बापा चिन्हा परिचय थिला से मते पठै देथिले सुद्र राजस्थान मु मेयो कॉलेज बोली गोटे बोर्डिंग स्कूल को पढैथिली सेठी तापर पर दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी चली गली तापर मते कैडर भी अलगा मिलला मु सदा बेले चाहूथली ओडिसा रहिबा सेटिकार खाद्य सेटिकार ये आ तापर जेते बेले बाध्य होई कि मु पड़ी गली कारण से वर्ष ओडिसा रे कैडर नथिला माने वैकेंसी नथिला मोर अनुताप हेइतला आ तापरे मु से दिन प्रतिज्ञा नैथिली जो दिन मोर रिटायर भी मु ओडिसा को जेमतेले फेरी आछि कारण मोर शैशव बाल्यावस्था ओडिसा मु उपभोग करि पानथली आ सेटा भगवान को दयार मु आसी पाछि मु गोटे प्रवासी स्टूडेंट भाव रे जाइथिली स्कूल बेले कॉलेज बेले भी प्रवासी थिली आ प्रवासी कौन असुविधा मुझे जानी पारिछि परवर्ती समय रे जदिओ मो प्रवासी रहिली किंतु टिके इन्फ्लुएंशियल पोस्ट रहिली पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट रहिली बॉम्बे रे महाराष्ट्र रे सेते बेले माने मते असुविधा हलानी मु अन्य मानकु सहाय्य करबा गोटे सक्षम होई पारली आ चेष्टा करली अनेक जगह जेति जहा चेष्टा करली आ जेते बेले जो जो जगह थाए से यूनिवर्सिटी थिला बेले दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी रे थिला बेले मु से ओडिया एसोसिएशन द सेक्रेटरी एई कि सदा ओडिया को एकत्र करू थाए मु निजे उपभोग करू थाए मु जेते बेले बॉम्बे रे भी गली आमे गोटे गणेश पूजा आरंभ कलु प्राय 20-25 वर्ष से चली थाए ए सब करू करू जेते बेले एटा सुजोग मते मिलिला ए जो फोरम ता गोटे बड़ फोरम मिली गला जदिओ मु गोटे पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जॉइन कली किंतु मते जो जिनसटा मिलिछि सेटा केवल नॉन पॉलिटिकल मिलिछि एटा होचे सोशल विंग भलिया आउ ताकू जेते ऊपर भी बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट निर्देश अछि पूरा सोशल विंग सेवा भाबरे चला कारण आपण जानिछन माने मुख्यमंत्री जो एटीट्यूड ता से बहुत से दिगरो बहुत माने जो भाबरे तांकर जो एटीट्यूड ता से भाबरे समते कहिछि सेथरे कोन होछि हमर वेरियस वर्टिकल्स अछि तार हठात देखु देखु आरंभ हो देखला पैंडेमिक ता आसी गला पैंडेमिक रा आसी गला बेले हमें गुड़ा सब किसी लोक मरी गले दुबई रे से माने प्लम्बर थिले तांको बॉडी आसीबार थिला किछि लोक एबे गोटे प्रहरा हम अरुण प्रहरा जी अछंती बाहरेन रे तांकर गोटे केस हे गला मु आस्ते आस्ते किछि जिंस केस गुड़ा हे गला जो गुड़ा अब्रॉड रे थिला किछि गुड़ा हमर सूरत रे हमर बॉम्बे रे जो श्रमिक मान अवस्था हला मंत्री नेसेसिटी इज द मदर ऑफ इन्वेंशन से नेसेसिटी जते हला आमे देखिलु से सब जगह ओडिया ऑफिसर मान को ओडिया जो आमर एसोसिएशन गुड़ा को आमे कांटेक्ट कलु आ समस्तंकर जो भाव रे रिस्पांस आ प्रतिशत मिलला मु कल्पना करी होबनी कारण जेमती गोटे उबेर किबा ओला हमर जो अछि तांकर निजर टैक्सी न थाए किंतु जेते हेले सेते टैक्सी दे पारंती आमे समस्त को जोठी माने सेठी सहाय्य करि पालु को जगह एसपी गोटा हमर ओडिया थाए को जगह हमर कोठी आईएएस अफसर जने ओडिया थांती को जगह डाक्टर गुड़ा ओडिया थांती को जगह रेलवे अफसर थांती को जगह एसोसिएशन गुड़ा थांती फॉरेन भी जो आपण मान जो काम करचंती से माने भी जो भाबरे काम कले सेई जुकु सेई हमर जो थिला ओडिया इन डिस्ट्रेस गोटे ओडिया इन नीड और ओडिया इन डिस्ट्रेस गोटे फरक थाए डिस्ट्रेस माने असहाय नीड मान तार किसी ना किसी दरकार थाए आमे आसु डिस्ट्रेस रे किछि जिनस आमे आपण मानकु चाहिबु से जो बहुत बढ़िया कथा कहले स्वरूप बाबू कि गोटे आमर गोटे माने पूरा वर्ल्ड रो गोटे आमर डायरेक्टरी दरकार गोटे सॉफ्ट हार्ड कॉपी जोटा आमे करिथिलु से डायरेक्टरी हमको दरकार से जिनसटा मु जदी करिया बसी मु करि परिबिनी निश्चय जो ए जो फोरमटा मिली मत से डायरेक्टरी हे गले मु केते माने बहुत काम करि परिबी आ गोटे कथा आमे माने जेते बेले आपण माने जदी बाहर रहउचंती फॉरेन रहउचंती आपण माने केते समर्थ केते आपण निश्चय वेल टू डू थिबे तथापि केते बेले आपणकर रिलेशन माने आपण बापा माँ माने बुढ़ा जो माने अच्छंती सेमानकर कहार गोटे कोविड हे गला ता कोविड बेड मिलुनी का गोटे ब्लड मिलुनी का हठात कि कहार गोटे हार्ट प्रॉब्लम हे गला कार डायलिसिस अच्छी से जो जदि सेमती किसी हेगला आपण माने आम गोटे हेल्पलाइन रखिबू आमर जो मो ओडिशा मो परिवार गोटे बढ़िया वेबसाइट डेवलप होउची आम इंस्टाग्राम रे अच्छू फेसबुक रे अच्छू आम ट्विटर रे रहिबू जदि आमको गोटे आपण फोन करदेबे आम हेल्पलाइन रे इमिडिएटली एठी मने कर आपण मान रिलेशन के अच्छंती गोटे राति अधर 911 भलिया 911 भलिया आमको जदि करदेबे आमर वॉलंटियर्स माने सेही मुहूर्त रे सेठी रश करके आपण मानकर जो शोकिय माने कि आपणकर चिन्हा परिचय आपणकर रिलेशन मानकू आमे जाइकी अटेंड करिवु जेमती आमे सब गोटे परिवार जॉइंट फैमिली जेमी थाए सेटा गोटे परिकल्पना अछि आउ आमे माने ऑल हमर जो मोटो अछि टैगलाइन ता अछि ऑल फॉर ईच फॉर ऑल सेटा एक्चुअली सकाळ संजा आमे काम करछु डायरेक्टली बना चलीची आउ हमर मु जेमती कहली जो सिनर्जी गुडा हमर एमईए मिनिस्टर ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स ता थ्रू रे हमर जो ऑफिसर माने अछंती मु कहली ना थोड़ा कटिंग अक्रॉस पार्टी लाइन आमे काम करछु पार्टी रो उद्धर जे काम करछु केवल ओडिया ओडिसा से भाव रे आमे हमर कार्यक्रम चलीची एटा इनिशियल स्टेज अर्ली डेज हमर बहुत अर्ली डेज अछि किंतु आगामी दिन रे एटा मु भाबुची कारण एठी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री कहले माननीय केंद्र मंत्री कहले माननीय केनिया रो कहले आमे एई जो जगह डिस्कस करूछु आमे सब जिनस भूली जाई कि कारण ओडिया मान को ओडिया प्रति डेफिनेटली मु कहली पूरा स्कूल ले थिली कॉलेज रे थिली बाहर रहउची आम मान को जो आकर्षण आम मान को कोन टा किंतु बांधी जाए ये पर्टिकुलर येटा आ सेते बेला हमें कई देखुनी से कोन आछि कोठो आछि कार केते तार गोटे हठात कि ओडिया देखला कि एते माने भल लागे गोटे संगठन सेटा जोटा ओडिया बहुत बढ़िया अपन जो वर्डटा बती कहले एक्चुअली सेटा मु निजे देखिछि निजे अनुभव करिछि आ सेटा पाई कि बोधे जदियो मोर भी गोटे छोट भाई जानिचंती संदीप पटनायक से अमेरिका रे अछि मोर बड़ पुआटा भी लंडन रे रहिछि मोर हमर बॉम्बे रे मो वाइफ प्राय रहउछि मझे मझे आसे तथापि मासकरे 27 दिन मु प्राय इठी रहउछि आ आगे एठी रहउछि पाखरे हम गाँटा भी आ सेठी भी जाउछि कारण एठिकार जो माने वातावरण अति भल लोक अति भल खाइबा अति भल तापर सबुजिमा जानिछंती जो वंदे उत्कल जननी जो आपण गाइले तादर गोटी गोटी वर्णना हो जाइछि कोन सब सेथे किछि प्रश्न उठुनी आगामी दिन रे सब फैसिलिटी गुडा सब मिली गलानी आ गुटा मिलु नथिला एठी सब जिंस अछि माने गोटे मेट्रो रे जहां हम उपभोग करि पानु सब जिंस फैसिलिटी जो वर्ल्ड कप हॉकी हमर हैला हम मु देखिली मो सदा बेला हम मानकर गोटे निज आड़कू के गोटे लागे गोटे इन्फीरियरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स रहउथला किंतु जो हॉकी कप हैला ये हैला से सब देखिला परे माने हमर जिंसटा बहुत बढ़ी जाइछि आ मु कामना करछु कारण ए जो जिंसटा हैला मो परिवार जिंस रे केवल मते बहुत हेल्प करिवो मते डायरेक्टरीटा दरकार आपण माने ये कांटेक्ट रहंतु गोटे हेल्पलाइन आसी जीवो मो परिवार रो आपण चेष्टा करी देखंतु गोटे जदी मु गोटे पुलिस रे रहितली चाकरी करतली मु जानि छी केमते रेस्पॉन्स दबा हुए बॉम्बे पुलिस रे थिली मु जानि छी रेस्पॉन्स ता केमते हुए आपण आई विल नॉट फेल यू को ओडिया भाई भौणी जो मानकर किछि भी एई टाइप रो डिस्ट्रेस रे किबा किछि घर कथा हैला ये हैला आमर भी किछि साहाय्य आपण मान जोड़ा माने जोटा विनियोग हबो एटा किछि बाटर सिस्टम नुह एटा हम गोटे परिवार जदी किछि भी कोन हैला आपण चेष्टा करी देखंतु एटा मु पाउछि भी रेस्पॉन्स बहुत पाउछि मो रेस्पॉन्स बहुत जल्दी भी दउछि भी आ एटा मो पाई गोटे चैलेंज हबो माने मुख्यमंत्री मते दायित्वटा देइछंती आ गोटाडू मागिकी भी नहीं एटा जिनसटा कारण मते लागुछि बहुत किछि मु ओडिसा लोकंटू ओडिसा पाइछि मु गोटे प्रवासी ओडिया भाव में 54 वर्ष रही गली बाहर आ मते सुजोगटा मिली आ बेस समय नेबिनी जदि ए नंबर गुड़ा मु परे शेयर करी मोटू नहीं जिबे कारण आउ मासक भितर विल बी इन ए प्लेस आपण चेष्टा करी देखिबे संसार को कोण रो भी गोटे जदी मते फोन आसला कि आपण मानक पाखु मु जाई पारे किछ ना किछ सहाय्य पाई कि किछ ओडिया भाई भौणी मानक जदी असुविधा थिबो आपण मंच को मते भी निवेदन करिया पड़िबो आपण माने सहाय्य करियो मु जानि छी सेते अनुरोध करिया कि प्रश्न उठे कारण मु रेस्पॉन्स पाई आसुची धन्यवाद
अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद श्री अरुण पट्टनायक महोदय जने वरिष्ठ प्रशासक भाव में आपण जेतिके ख्यात आज सारा ओडिशा को निजर परिवार बोली विचार करिसंती आउ ए परिवार रा आपण हेउछंती एभଳି जने सदस्य जे सब ओडिया को पय किछि बड़ करबा को आपण चिंता करिसंती अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा आपनकर ए शुभ वक्तव्य पय आम सहित वर्तमान शामिल होइचंती ए ओडिशा मट्रे जन्म होइथिबा एभଳି जने वरिष्ठ प्रशासक जे निज जीवन को देखि नाहंती प्रशासन रो दृष्टिभंगी रे आउ निज जीवन को सब बेले देखिचंती मानविकतार बैरोमीटर एभଳି जने प्रशासक जे कि वर्तमान ICRIST रो वरिष्ठ निर्देशक भाव में केंद्र रे निजर दायित्व को निष्पादन करुछंती डॉक्टर अरविंद पाढ़ी महोदय को आमे निवेदन करूछु निजर शुभ वक्तव्य उपस्थापन करिवे।
धन्यवाद विश्वजीत जय जगन्नाथ समस्त को प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ द ओडिशा सोसाइटी ऑफ द अमेरिकास पूजनीय गजपति महाराज मान्यवर केंद्र मंत्री महोदय ओडिशा सरकार को मंत्री महोदय अरुण पट्टनायक सर एवं ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म रे ये विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव प्रथम विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव सामिल होइतिबा प्रिय भौणी और भाई माने ओडिया भाई भौणी माने समस्त को आउ थे धन्यवाद जनाऊँ मत सुजोग देथिबारु एवं अन्य मन करछि जे एमती एक ऐतिहासिक खेल रे आमे समस्ते सामिल हेथिबारु ओडिया अस्मिता बा स्वाभिमान को विश्व दरबार रे परिव्याप्त करिया पई प्रचार प्रसार करिया पई ओडिशा सोसाइटी ऑफ द अमेरिकास एवं अन्य जो माने सम्मिलित अनुष्ठान माने ए प्रयास आरंभ करचंती निश्चित भाव में मु तांकु साधुवाद जणैबी एवं आशा करिबा हम समस्ते आगामी दिन रे यार उद्देश्य आहुरी प्रचार प्रसार हो एवं दूरगामी हो मु छोट दिन रे जने जदि कि विदेश जाउथला मते बहुत बड़ लागुथला तार कारण भी होची जे मु निम्न मध्यवित्त परिवार आछि हुए तो संबलपुर किमा बरगढ़ रु कटक भुवनेश्वर किमा पुरी गले मते बहुत बड़ लागुथला बापा जदि मते फेरला बेले को बस रे सरकारी बस रे अनुगुल बस स्टैंड रु गोटे राउरकेला एक्सप्रेस कलम किनी दउथले देन आई यूज्ड टू फील वेरी ग्रेट आपण माने जो माने से रास्ता रे जाइछंदी वे तो यह अनुभव करि पारुथिबे किंतु आजिका दिन के जदि विदेश रे के रहउची मते बड़ लागु नै एमती नुह जे मु पद पदवी अछि बोली बड़ लागु नै एबे कम्युनिकेशंस टेक्नोलॉजी हमको बहुत पाख को जोड़ी देछि मंत्री महोदय डॉक्टर अरुण साहू कहउतले एबे अरुण सर मध्ये कहउतले आमे जेते जेते दूर जगह रे रहिले भी वे तो आमे वी आर नाउ गेटिंग वेरी क्लोजली नीट विथ ईच अदर एवं तार आउ गोटे भी रीजन हला जो केंद्र मंत्री भी कहले ए जो कोरोना महामारी समय ड्यूरिंग दिस पैंडेमिक एबे जो हमर ए जो गणमाध्यम रे जोगाजग न्यू नॉर्मल हेछि मु तो कहबी दिस इज नॉट ए वर्चुअल रियलिटी दिस इज गोइंग टू बी एन एटर्नल रियलिटी सब दिन पे एटा रहइबो आपण माने आगुरु जेते ओडिशा सोसाइटी ऑफ अमेरिका रो फंक्शन होतला गोटे टीम ऑफ ऑफिशियल्स और मिनिस्टर्स सबले अमेरिका जाउतले मु भी टूरिज्म एंड कल्चर सेक्रेटरी थिले सेता हम देखुतले जे सेता बहुत बड़ लागुतला जे जाईकरी गोटे भाषा सेठी सभा समिति रे योगदान करबा पई किंतु एबे देखंतु आपण तो कहउतले 30 टी राष्ट्र रु आज सम्मिलित होइछंती प्रतियोगी माने प्रतिभागी माने मते लागुची अधिक संख्या रे बदे अछंती आपनकर काउंट आउथरे करिवे कोकु मैडम एवं ऑफिस बेयरर्स ऑफ ओसा मते लागुची दिस कुड बी मोर देन 40 और समथिंग तेनो आमे ऑलरेडी वी आर क्लोजली नीट एवं आगामी दिन रे आके आहुरी व्यापक करबा मु केतरे ना नेबी छोट थिला बेले मु बरगढ़ रे पाठ पढिछि तळे डॉक्टर योगेशपति जाइथिले अमेरिका डॉक्टर दिगंबर मिश्र के विषय मु जिलापाल थिला बेले जानली किमा डॉक्टर पीके महानंदिया बे स्वीडन रे ना करछंती किमा डॉक्टर प्रफुल्ल महांती लंडन रे पाखापाखि 60 वर्ष धरी अछंती एज एन वेरी प्राउड ओडिया डॉक्टर राजेंद्र दास जर्मनी रहउछन एवं आहुरी मु बड़ टिके गुरुजन मानक ना नउछि आपण माने भी समस्त प्रतिष्ठित व्यक्तित्व आपण माने भी ना करछंती जेमती सबु अधिकारी माने कहिले सबु हमर अतिथि माने कहिले जे आपण मानकर कर्तव्य भी बढ़ी जाइछि केमती समाज को हमें हाउ डू वी गिव बैक टू आवर सोसाइटी मो स्कूल अभियान मो कॉलेज अभियान एबे मंत्री महोदय कहले मो यूनिवर्सिटी अभियान मु भी निश्चित भाव चाहिबी मोर जो प्राथमिक विद्यालय ओडिया माध्यम रे मु भी पाठ पढ़ी जो प्राथमिक विद्यालय मते आज परिचय सृष्टि करछि I would also like to give back something to my roots and to my society. Dr. Swarup Mishra हुअन्तु कि अन्य अतिथि माने समस्त अनेक किछि जिनस कहि सारछन्ति दुईटी जिनस मु एबे आई एम जस्ट टेकिंग इट एज ए टेक अवे गजपति महाराज कहिले जे द कल्चरल पार्ट ऑफ आवर एक्जिस्टेंस आमे समस्त कल्चर माने कहूचे कि ओडिसी नाच कर देले के संबलपुरी नाच कर देले कि ढेमसा नाच कर देले whether this is the you know the manifestation of our culture the intangible part of our cultural existence बहुत बड़ आमे समस्त जगन्नाथ धाम रु आछे जगन्नाथ संस्कृति सनातन धर्म रे विश्वास करछे तेनु ताकू किबळी भाबरे आमे आउरी हमर व्यवस्था जरिया रे व्यापक करबा ता ऊपर ध्यान देबा आ गोटे जिंस केंद्र मंत्री महोदय कहिले जे each one of you is a cultural ambassador of our state. In fact, that was the essence of the talk of all our guest speakers today. आमे केमती आमर कला को संस्कृति को किबळी भाबरे परिव्याप्त करबा विश्व दरबारे सेति पय आपण माने समस्ते उद्यमरत हेबे ओडिशा विषय रे छोटे जिनसटे भी सुनिले निजको बहुत भल लागे मु एबे नवा दिल्ली रे रहउची एबे आपण माने जो माने क्रिकेट भल पांती देवाशीष महांती को नेशनल सिलेक्शन सेलेक्टर टीम रे निया जाय छी इंडियन क्रिकेट टीम रे के चयन हबो सेटा देवाशीष महांती हम ओडिया को ताकू चयन करिवे आपण माने एबे अरूप पटनायक सर कहउथिले वर्ल्ड कप हॉकी गोटे हेई सारलानी किंतु आउ गोटे नेक्स्ट वर्ल्ड कप हॉकी 2023 रे भुवनेश्वर एवं राउरकेला रे हबा को जाउची तृतीय उदाहरण देबी एबे अर्चना सोरेन कुकु मैडम एवं तांको समस्त टीम को धन्यवाद देबी they have also invited Archana Soren. Do you know who is this Raurkela girl? She is one of the 7 youth leaders who has been chosen by the UN Secretary General for giving him advice on climate change. It is a very proud moment for all of us. एबे शकुंतला फिल्म रो प्रचार प्रसार पाए बॉलीवुड एक्टर विद्या बालन संबलपुरी साड़ी पिन देले बोली मुझे जे संबलपुरी रे कहबी हमको सबको बहुत गह गह मह मह लागला आई मीन दिस इज समथिंग it's very unique to our genetic constitution as an Odia कि जहाँ भी टिके टिके भल जिनस सुनले भी ओडिया मान को विषय हमको बहुत भल लागे and this is the best part of our cultural identity किंतु गोटे जिनस मु कहया पई चाहिबी सबु भल थिले भी बेले बेले हमको किछिटा inferiority complex किछि किछि लोगन को भितरे रुहे I mean हीनमान्यता भाव आसे ताको जदि ओडिया रे हमें कहबा I do not know why काहे कि एबे डॉक्टर अरुण साहू होचन कृषि मंत्री मु भी जने कृषि विज्ञानी आई एम नाउ आई एम इन एन इंटरनेशनल रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ कोर्स आई हैव गुड अमाउंट ऑफ इयर्स लेफ्ट मु पुनी ओडिशा सरकार को फेरीबी कृषि विभाग रे मंत्री अछंती एवं कृषि विषय आमे जले कहू मु एबे गोटे परिसंख्यान आपन को देबी एंड आई वुड लाइक यू टू काइंडली टेक नोट 2000 एवं 2001 बिटवीन 2000 एंड 2001 एंड 2016-17 ओडिशा रो एग्रीकल्चर जीडीपी grew at an annual rate of 4.5%. एवं what is the national average? This is only 3.1%. किंतु आमे भलो को भलो न कहिले भी भलो को बेले बेले असार कहू आमे हमर पूरी कृषि परिसंख्यान जो वृद्धि होउची ताको कहारी आखिरे पड़े नाही आपण मान को भितर बहुत जन जानि थिबे जे दिल्ली रे जो आंबो एबे आंबो सीजन रे बिक्री हुए सेटा ढेंकानाल केउझर मयूरभंज रो आसे माननीय केंद्र मंत्री बहुत समय ताको उद्घाटन मध्ये प्रतिवर्ष करंती एवं आपण माने आउ गोटे जिंस जानि रखा दरकार आम समझ भाबुचे पंजाब हरियाणा रे you know the rice production is the highest and so they must be contributing to the highest amount to the FCI pool. Do you know Odisha is the third largest contributor of rice to the FCI pool? आपण माने जानि थिबे जदि कलाहांडी बलांगीर की बरगढ़ जिल्ला रो जो माने आष्टनी जानि थिबे जे they are the granary of our country no more for the state. ए तीनोटी जिल्ला ओडिसा रो राइस आउटपुट को पाका पाकी 1/3 तीनटा दाना रो गोटे दाना ए तीनटा जिल्ला रो आसे. So there are very many good facts to share with others. किंतु बेले बेले मते बहुत दुख लागे जे किछि ओडिया भाई भौणी भलो कथा तो डिस्कस केते करते मु जान नाही बहुत नेगेटिव मेंटालिटी रो रखंती तांकर हुए तो किछि हीनमान्यता मनोभाव थाई पारे अलगा आपण माने बहुत चाकचक्य देखुचंती डेवलपमेंट पैरामीटर्स रे यू आर एक्सपोज्ड टू द बेस्ट बट देन आम ओडिसा रो किछिटा inherent असुविधा भी रहिछि you know our economy is always beset by some natural calamity or other फाइलिन हो कि हुडहुड हो किछि ना किछि हमर जते बेले छनछनिया फसल थिबो सेही समय आसी कि बात्याटे नष्ट कर दिए you should be knowing that about 22% of Odisha's population is tribal तेणु आम आमर जो इंडाइसेस थिला विगत दिन रे डेवलपमेंट रो सेटा बहुत तळे थिला एवं ताकू उठेबा पे एते सहज नुह बिकॉज आई कम फ्रॉम द डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर मो ओडिशा सरकार विभिन्न पदपदवी रही विभिन्न कोण अनुकोण रे उन्नयन प्रक्रिया सहित सामिल होती बहुत जिनस आमर सकारात्मक परिवर्तन होची आपण माने जो माने ओडिशा बाहर हुए तो अलग राज्य रे रहउछन दिल्ली रे बॉम्बे रे बेंगलोर हेई पारंती किंबा भारत बाहर रहउछन दया करी ओडिशा विषय रे जहा भल भल जिनस अछि ताकू भी ग्रहण करंतु ताकू प्रचार प्रसार करंतु हीन मान्यता बा इन्फेरियोरिटी कॉम्प्लेक्स दया करी रखंतु नाही जो माने आजिका दिन रे आमर हैंडलूम हैंड ओवन वस्त्र पिंचनी तांगु मो धन्यवाद देउची ओडिया हिसाब रे that is also one of your identities मु as a matter of principle मु जदी कोनसी चाकचक्य ड्रेस पिंदिया पड़े मते तुए तो कोनसी इंटरनेशनल फोरम रे जीबी मते टाई पिंदिया पड़े मु संबलपुरी टाई पिंदे एवं आपण माने जो जानि छथि म देखि छथि जानि थिबे I usually try to promote our own handloom own culture and everything तो आपण माने विदेश रे जो मान रहउ छथि हुए तो आउरी अधिक भाबरे करि परिबे मु एते वयस्क किंबा गुरुजन संप्रदाय नुह जे आपन अधिका किछि उपदेश देई परिबे हमर अतिथि माने आपन को खूब सुंदर परामर्श दैछथि ताको हमें ग्रहण करबा बोली आशा करछि एवं ओडिया हिसाब रे हमें समस्त गर्व करबा कोन सी हिसाब रे कोन सी नेगेटिव थॉट्स को प्रश्रय देवा नै आउ थरे आपन मान को मते एई सम्मेलन रे योगदान करिवार सुयोग दैथिबारु धन्यवाद दउछि एवं समस्त को आगामी नवा वर्षर अग्रिम शुभकामना जणाउछि Happy New Year to all of you. Season's greetings. Thank you everyone. Jai Jagannath.
जय जगन्नाथ डॉक्टर अरविंद पाढ़ी महोदय वरिष्ठ प्रशासक भाव में जी दायित्व निष्पादन कर आज भी ओडिशावासी आपण मन रखिंट श्रीमंदिर में आपणकर जो गुरु दायित्व आप निष्पादन कर भी आज ओडिशावासी जगन्नाथ प्रेमी आपण मन रखिंट आपण को विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव तरफ सारा विश्व में थिबा ओडिया मान तरफ प्रीतिभर अभिनंदन नूतन वर्ष हार्दिक अभिनंदन जय जगन्नाथ आम सहित वर्तमान अच्छा ओडिशा पर्यटन विभाग प्रमुख शासन सचिव महोदय सम्माननीय विशाल कुमार देव महोदय ओडिशा रे जेतेबेले पैंडेमिक अति चरम सीमा रे पहुंचीथिला निजर गुरुदायित्व को से निष्पादन करिसेंती ओडिशा रा संस्कृति पर्यटन को बजाय रखिया पई कोणार्क महोत्सव परी एक महोत्सव को सफल आयोजन रूप देइछंती ओडिशा वासी तरफ अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा और शुभकामना विशाल कुमार देव महोदय आज हमर परम सौभाग्य ओडिया महोत्सव रे विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव रे ए महाकुंभ रे शामिल होइछंती सम्माननीय विशाल कुमार देव महोदय निवेदन करूछु वक्तव्य उपस्थापन पाई
नमस्कार रेवर्ड गजपति पुरी श्री दिव्य सिंह देव ऑनरेबल सेंट्रल मिनिस्टर श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ ओडिशा डॉक्टर अरुण साहू ऑनरेबल एमपी केन्या डॉक्टर स्वरूप मिश्रा respected Sri Arup Patnaik, my batchmate and dear friend Arvind, and the various people who have joined. I can see a number of 400 plus on this channel, and I'm sure there are people who joined and are listening to us on YouTube also. A very warm welcome to all of you. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning to different people depending on the time zones that they are in. But it's a great pleasure for me to be a part of this event today, the Global Odia Mahotsav 2020. And first of all, let me give my compliments to the entire team at OSA, led by Ms. Kuku Das, for putting this together. In these times of pandemic, it's a very difficult exercise to put such a large event together. And as Arvind was saying, I believe it's not 30, but there are about people from more than 40 countries who've joined in. So it's wonderful to be a part of such a large diaspora. Odia and Odias and Odisha have always believed in excelling and in pioneering, and this spirit of excellence and pioneership is reflected beautifully in what we've been able to achieve during the last 20 years. From a state which was known as a poor and a backward state, we have come to be known as the #1 state. We are the #1 state in the country in terms of attracting investments. We are the leading state in the country in several areas, from rural roads to rural housing, urban housing for the urban poor, poverty reduction, disaster management, We are the only state in the country to have doubled farmers' incomes, as Arvind was mentioning. So a lot of achievements and development has happened over these last 20 years under the dynamic and visionary leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister. In fact, today, 20% of India's steel and 54% of India's aluminium comes from Odisha. And from 2004-5 onwards, we have consistently grown at a rate which is higher than the national average growth rate. So if you look at a period of 20 years, I think these are very, very significant achievements of which any government can be very proud. I would actually like to just briefly touch upon what we are doing for tourism, because that's a sector which concerns all of us. So at Odisha Tourism, we've been striving to increase the visibility and the attractiveness quotient of Odisha tourism, and to also enhance the quality of tourism and hospitality experience offered by Odisha to global standards. A shining example of this is the Eco Retreat, Eastern India's foremost glamping festival, which in its second edition is being held at 5 unique locations, offering a host of itineraries. The response has been phenomenal, with the last 2 weeks of this month seeing 100% occupancy. We were also a pioneer when we organized the Konark Dance Festival. We were the first state in the country to organize such a large cultural festival in the times of pandemic. And what made all of us very proud was that this was organized in 100% compliance to all the COVID protocols. While the pandemic kept us apart, we have developed a hitherto undermined aspect of Odisha, which is the road trips. We launched the Odisha by Road campaign to encourage tourists to cruise through Odisha, given the excellent road connectivity that we have. And we've designed several itineraries to suit diverse tastes. We are also working hard to promote Odia cuisine as a centerpiece of the tourism experience. And we will soon be launching a chain of authentic Odia restaurants named Nimantran. The first 3 will start at Bhubaneswar, Puri, and at Sambalpur. And we also plan to take it to other states as well as outside the country. We have several new and innovative products which are in the pipeline, and traveling in Odisha in 2021 will be a totally new experience with new additions of houseboats and cruises operating across Odisha's wetlands from Chilka to Mahanadi to the backwaters of Bidar Kanika and the Hirakud Reservoir. Community managed ecotourism in Odisha has earned global praise. Through this model, while offering tourists fulfilling experiences in Odisha's wilderness through 47 nature camps, we have ensured prosperity for rural communities. Nature camps at Simlipal and Satkosia have earned over 1 crore in revenues during each of the last 2 years, of which most has been retained by the local community. Odisha Tourism also offers you all an immersive virtual experience through its award-winning website, odishatourism.gov.in. Here you can experience all that you miss about your homeland, Odisha, apart from browsing our social media, which keeps you up to date. Apart from preserving your aspirations to again visit your homeland, we also call upon the global Odia diaspora to become our partners in progress. We are enhancing the ease of doing business through efficient mechanisms to handhold investors. We invite you to invest in diverse tourism and hospitality products, from luxury hotels and resorts to niche experiences such as cruises and amusement parks. Please feel free to touch base with us, and we will handhold you through the process of investing in Odisha. In these times with the pandemic still lurking, it is important for us to re-emphasize our commitment to the well-being and safety of our guests and tourists. Odisha Tourism has, over the past several months, diligently ensured 100% compliance with COVID safety protocols. We have collaborated with premier training institutions to run perhaps the largest COVID sensitization and training program in the country. Lord Jagannath's doors at Puri have just been opened to devotees. These will certainly bring good tidings for Odisha, India, and the world. As we anticipate the opening of the global tourism ecosystem, we look forward to your active role in promoting Odisha, India's best kept secret. Bande Utkal Janani, Jai Jagannath.
Jai Jagannath, sir. आज एभली गोटे महाकुंभ रे समस्त एकत्रित होइछे। ओडिशार बरेण्य प्रशासक माने मध्य एठारे अछंती, बरेण्य मंत्री माने मध्य एठारे अछंती। सारा विश्वर ओडिया महोत्सव समस्ते जो माने योगदान देछन्ती समस्ते मध्य एठारे अछंती। एठी गोटे कथा हमें कहि रखिबो, कोविड-19 पैंडेमिक समय रे जेतेबेले सारा ओडिसा रे कोविड महामारी को समस्ते सामना करुथिले, आम ओडिशार बरेण्य मंत्री माने एवं बरेण्य प्रशासक माने अति स्वच्छ भावे अति सुंदर भावे यह सामना करुथिले एवं कौनसी लोक माननकु कौनसी प्रकार असुविधा जेपरि न हेबो समस्ते अति गुरुदायित्व निज उपरकु नेथिले। अति चमत्कार भावे समस्ते याकु सामना करिथिले। आमे अनेक धन्यवाद जणाउछु बरेण्य प्रशासक माननकु, धन्यवाद जणाउछु बरेण्य मंत्री माननकु। एथि सहित आम सहित रहिचंती हमर सम्माननीय श्रीमती कुकुदास महोदय, ओडिया सोसाइटीज ऑफ अमेरिका प्रेसिडेंट महोदय। निवेदन करिबु ग्लोबल डायस्पोरा लीडर मानकर इंट्रो दवा पाई।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद विश्व। जेते तो कहले धन्यवाद दे हबनी। आई मीन whatever I say it won't be enough. घरु धन्यवाद आरंभ करबा को गले हमर जो टीममेट्स माने अछन तांको अशेष अशेष धन्यवाद। केवल एमाने अछंती आम संगरे आहुरी अछंती हमर बोर्ड ऑफ गवर्नर्स माने हमर ओसार ओडिसी 19 चैप्टर प्रत्येकंकर बोर्ड ऑफ प्रेसिडेंट अछंती चैप्टर प्रेसिडेंट तांको कहबी धन्यवाद। तापरे ऑस्ट्रेलिया रू डॉक्टर नलिनी पति अछंती। मु आगुरु कहि रखुची आम पाखरे एते जण हमकु साहाय्य हाथ बढ़ाई छंती, हुए तो काहाकू छाड़ दे पारू, किंतु आपण मानकु मो हृदय रु अशेष अशेष धन्यवाद दउची। केवल पढुची जेतिकिटी ना अछि एठी भामाज रु अछंती जगन्नाथ पात्र, प्रताप राउत, श्रीकांत षडंगी, देवस्मिता राउत, अन्नपूर्णा षडंगी, स्वागतिका पात्र। बाहरिन हमर अछंती डॉक्टर अरुण कुमार प्रहराज। आरंभर से हमको साहाय्य कर चलछंती। फिनलैंड रो अछंती सुमिता साहू, इंडिया रो डॉक्टर क्षीरोद जेना, देवेंद्र माझी, देवेंद्र राउत, डॉक्टर विक्रम महांती, जेके नायक, कावेरी बेहेरा, किशोर द्विवेदी, मनोज पात्र, मीनकेतन सामल। हमर इंडिया रो पुणे अछंती संगीता गोसाई, हम साथी साथी साहाय्य करछंती पीतांबर बारिक, प्रदीप महापात्र, पुष्पांजलि बारिक। इंडोनेशिया रे अछंती इंडोनेशिया रो देवश्री मल्लिक, ललाटेंदु मिश्र, आयरलैंड रो अछंती संजीव। जापान नो हमर देवेंद्र महांत, डॉक्टर शरद साहू, तथागत साहू, अमिताभ साहू, देवज्योति त्रिपाठी, प्रशांत दास, पार्थ मिश्र, श्रीनिवास पंडा, गोपी बराल, देव मिश्र, हमर पुन्ना दास। केन्या रू प्रमोद साहू, कुवेट रू अछंती गिरिजा शंकर पाढ़ी, राकेश राउत, उमेश बसंतिया, रश्मिता पंडा, मनस्विनी गोद, लिप्सामयी साहू, बबली मिश्र। मालयेशिया रू अछंती दीप्ति रंजन नंद, डॉक्टर स्निग्धा मिश्र। म्यांमार रू अछंती डॉक्टर शीतल कुमार, नेपाल रू संजय दास, नेदरलैंड रू अछंती देवदत्त दास, दीपक परिडा, लोपमुद्रा नायक, दियोश्री महापात्र, शुभेन्दु आचार्य, शाश्वत पाढ़ी, चिन्मय पाणिग्राही। नाइजेरिया रू अछंती आम संगरे रमेश विश्वाल, मनोज महापात्र अछंती ओमानो, कतारू अछंती विद्याभूषण महांती, सुस्मिता पटनायक, देवाशीष परिजा, आशीष महापात्र, डॉक्टर बसंत कवि, शुभलक्ष्मी विश्वाल, डॉक्टर शारदा प्रसाद डाकुआ, सागरिका पति। रवांडा रू हमर अभिलाष नंद अछंती, रशिया रू संतोष मिश्र अछंती, सिंगापुर रू आलोक पंडा, डॉक्टर संजीव पंडा, डॉक्टर विजयलक्ष्मी महांती, शुभा सुब्रत, संबित मिश्र, डॉक्टर सौम्यरंजन सिंह। समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दउची। साउथ अफ्रिका रू हम पाखरे अछंती सीआर जेना, संबित नायक, स्विट्जरलैंड रू अक्षय पात्र, विजयश्री सामल, ताइवान रू अछंती डॉक्टर मंतोष कुमार शतपथी, थाईलैंड रू अछंती डॉक्टर आद्रिश ब्रह्मदत्ता, यूनाइटेड अरब ऑफ एमिरेट्स रू अछंती अमीय कुमार मिश्र, कमल पंडा, प्रदीप रथ, सिद्धार्थ दास, सुशांत कुमार पंडा, प्रीतिश रंजन दास, दिलीप नायक। यूनाइटेड किंगडम रो अछंती हम पाखरे भाग्यश्री सिंह, शिवा विश्वाल, सुमंत मानसी, सुस्मिता राजहंस। यूनाइटेड किंगडम रो अगेन संयुक्ता ब्रह्मा, रीना महेर, अंजु मिश्र, अक्षिता ब्रह्मा और वियतनाम रो अछंती अखिलेश विभुदत्त। ना ना देखिले आपण एतिके किंतु आपण आंक भितरे मु प्रेटी श्योर कि आमे तांको कि छाड़ीथिबा कि कोन करथिबा आपणकर ना हुए तो आपण स्क्रीन ने देखु नांती किंतु आपण जो छोट छोट मेमोरी आम मानक मुंडरे छाड़ी दैछंती सेटा सब दिन पे रहिबो। वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू। विदाउट योर सपोर्ट दिस काइंड ऑफ मेगा इवेंट वुड नॉट बी पॉसिबल। मु मोर again from bottom of my heart I'm saying thanks to all of you and it is just गोटे छोटिया स्टार्ट हेची आम परिवार एबे जस्ट टिकिए बढ़ीची आगो को आमे ई संपर्कटा रखिबा आउ जो स्वप्नटा देखिचे विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव माध्यम रे सेटा को जेमती आमे सफल करिबा समस्त साथी रे रहिके। सो धन्यवाद।
अनेक धन्यवाद श्रीमती कुकुदास महोदया। एभली गोटे विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव को आयोजन करिबारे जो परिकल्पना आपण नैछंती निश्चित भाव ओडिया मानक तरफ आपण को हार्दिक अभिनंदन हार्दिक शुभेच्छा। आम सहित वर्तमान अछंती ओडिया सोसाइटीज ऑफ अमेरिका रो उपसभापति डॉक्टर अनिल पटनायक महोदय। निवेदन करूछु आनुष्ठानिक भावे समस्त को धन्यवाद अर्पण करिवे। डॉक्टर अनिल पटनायक।
थैंक यू विश्व, बहुत धन्यवाद। एटा गोटे एमती अति ऐतिहासिक समय जार गोटे मोड अछि जेमती गोटे गोटे कस्प रे अछि आमे आउ एटा गोटे भाग्यर कथा आमे ए गोटिए जूम प्लेटफॉर्म भितरे आमे एते सुंदर एते माननीय महोदय मानकर एठी आमे वक्तव्य सुनले आउ से मानकर परामर्श सुनिले। सो मु जदि जदि खाली क्विकली जदि कहयोग चाहिए कि आमे जो भावना रु आरंभ करथिलु जो कनेक्ट करिबा हमर जति सब ओडिया अछंती ओडिया भाई भौणी माने समस्त कनेक्ट करिबा ब्रांड ओडिशा गोटे बनेबा ब्रांड ओडिशा अछि किंतु ताको आउ आगु बढ़ेबा आउ वसुधैव कुटुंबकम जो गोटे हमर गोटे कुटुंब भलिया ताहारी सेही भावना रे करथिलु आउ सेथिरे आज जो जेते सब हमर स्पीकर्स अछंती सेमानकर एते सुंदर भावरे ताको प्रेजेंट करले। सो it feels really like amazing। मो जद क्विकली जदि खाली कहयोग चाहिबे आमे आरंभ कले मो समस्त को सब स्पीकर मन धन्यवाद कहूची। मो प्रथम आरंभ करबी गजपति महाराज आपनकर से जो रियल मीनिंग ऑफ कल्चर विषय जो कहले जो स्पिरिचुअल जगन्नाथ कल्चर तार इंपोर्टेंस विषय कहले अगेन वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल टू यू। आउ हमर धर्मेंद्र सर जो कहले कि इकोसिस्टम गोटे बनेबा ब्रांड ओडिसा पई गोटे इकोसिस्टम रे बनेबा एते सुंदर आइडिया टिए आपनकर आपण समय दे आसीबा पई आ एठी हमको एते सुंदर कथा कहबा पई बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आमे आशा करछु आपन संगे काम करिबु बहुत आगु बढ़े के नेबा। डॉक्टर स्वरूप मिश्र अगेन आपनकर जो ओडिशा संगे केनिया बा अफ्रिका संगे जो कनेक्ट करिबा बोली कहले से डायस्पोरा जो ओडिया डायस्पोरा कथा कहूचे सेटा तार गोटे जेमतिया मूल भित्ति को नेकी जेमति आपण कहउछन लागिला अति सुंदर कथा सेटा बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर स्वरूप मिश्र। डॉक्टर अरुण साहू अगेन आपनकर जो कनेक्टिंग हमर जो ओडिया मानु कनेक्ट करबा सेही जिंसटा केते सुंदर भाबे प्रेजेंट करले कि हमर जो एजुकेशन कल्चर थ्रू रे हमें प्रेजेंट करिया चेष्टा करछ जोटा आछो गैप टा अछि से गैप टा को ब्रिज करिया पई हमें ब्रिजिंग द गैप जेमतिया ओडिशा भुवनेश्वर गोटे ऑफिस पई बोली हमें चेष्टा भी करिवु निश्चय करूछु आगु करिवु। आपन को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद फॉर योर प्रॉमिस ऑफ कोऑपरेटिंग विथ द डायस्पोरा। we really appreciate that। अरूप बाबू श्री अरूप पटनायक सर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपनकर से जो मो परिवार कॉन्सेप्ट is something like वसुदेव कुटुंबकम जो कॉन्सेप्ट तारी भावना रे जो मो परिवार टाको नेकी चलछंती सेति पय बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपनकर वक्तव्य पे एंड आमे मिसिकी काम करबा सेटा आपण जेमति कहछन्ती आमे जहा भी चेष्टा जहा भी आमे करि परबो चेष्टा करबो। Dr. Aravind Padi, again, it's always wonderful to hear you. Odia Asmita विषय ओडिया अस्मिता विषय जो आपण कहिले आ ताको पूरा वर्ल्ड रे प्रोपागेट करिया पय कहिले बहुत सुंदर कथाटिए कहिले आ again it's so inspiring to hear all these things. Vishal Dev sir, thank you so much. Your ecotourism concept and getting the tourism popular outside Odisha, that concept that you talked about, we definitely would like to be a partner with you, and we'll definitely would like to contribute whatever way we can. ଆମର ସବୁ ଅଲଗା ଅଲଗା ଜାଗାରେ ସମସ୍ତେ କିଛି କିଛି କରୁଛନ୍ତି ଆଉ ଏଇ ଯୋ ଏତେ ସୁନ୍ଦର ସବୁ ସ୍ପିଚ୍ ଗୁଡା ଶୁଣିଲେ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଆପଣଙ୍କର ମାନେ ବହୁତ ମୂଲ୍ୟବାନ ସମୟ ଦେଇକି ଆପଣ ଏଇ ଯୋ ସ୍ପିଚ୍ ଗୁଡା କହିଲେ ଆଉ ଏଇଟା ଏଇ ଯୋ ଐତିହାସିକ ସମୟରେ ମୁଁ ଏଠି ଆପଣ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଦେବା ପାଇଁ ଯୋ ମୁଁ ଏଠି ଠିଆ ହେଇକି କଥା କହି ପାରୁଛି ସେଇଥିରେ ମୁଁ ନିଜକୁ ବହୁତ ଭାଗ୍ୟବାନ ମନେ କରୁଛି बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आउथरे आमे या परवर्ती कार्यक्रम गुडाक आपण माने किछि किछि जानि थिबे सो एथिरे गोटे यार नेक्स्ट येटा प्रोग्राम टाको मु खाली जस्ट क्विकली कहबी कि आमे पूरा होल वर्ल्ड रो हम जो ओडिया डायस्पोरा जति सब अछंती सेमान को नै कि गोटे गोटे चेष्टा करछु सब जगह रो अलग अलग आछंती समस्ते से गोटे ट्यून रे समस्ते ताकू एनाक्ट करचंती आई एम श्योर आपण मानको बहुत भल लागिवो विश्वजित आई विल लेट यू टेक ओवर थैंक यू
सो मच धन्यवाद जनाउछु हमर बड़ भाई डॉक्टर अनिल पटनायक जी की सारा ओडिसा पे एते सुंदर भाबरे निजर वक्तव्य रखिचंती विदेश रे थिले भी जेते बेले भी आमे परस्पर कथा हो सेते बेले ओडिसा कथा पचारि बुझंती जे ओडिसा रे लोक माने केमिति अछंती ए जो आत्मीयता वसुधैव कुटुंबकम को प्रतिपादन करे निश्चित भाबरे आपन को भी अनेक अनेक धन्यवाद शुभेच्छा अति सुंदर भाबरे विश्व ओडिया महोत्सव तरफ रु विश्वर विभिन्न प्रांत रे थिबा ओडिया मानको को गोटे जगह रे एकत्रित करि परछंती अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा अनेक अनेक शुभकामना एवं समस्त सदस्य मानको ओसारा समस्त सदस्य मानको अनेक अनेक शुभेच्छा एवं शुभकामना
बहुत धन्यवाद विश्व
थैंक यू सो मच विश्व बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आ आपण माने एठी रुहंतु एठी एठु को जानतु नै या परे आमे जो कल्चर को नै कि आमे कथा होतिले बा हमर स्पीकर मानकठु आमे जो सुनिले से कल्चर थ्रू रे आमे केमति आमे कनेक्ट करछु सेटा आपण देखिबा पाइबे वर्तमान नेक्स्ट हमर इनागुरल कल्चरल प्रोग्राम रे सो मु जदी रिक्वेस्ट करि परबी उत्कल
श्योर ए कल्चरल प्रोग्राम ता एटा हमें एथिरे जूम रे ब्रॉडकास्ट करबु किंतु राइट आफ्टर दैट नेक्स्ट लाइनअप होछ हमर सेमिनार अछि सो दिस इज अ क्विक रिमाइंडर दैट ए जो रिकॉर्डेड कल्चरल ता देखिबे ता परे पुन थरे ए चैनल ले ही हमें रहबा आ कोडे जिबानी सो डू नॉट गो अवे एनीवेयर दिस इज द क्विक प्रीमियर आफ्टर दैट फॉलोइंग कल्चरल यूट्यूब रे रहबो तो आपण मिक्स्ड मेसेजेस एट देखिथिबे सो जस्ट स्टे ऑन दिस जूम प्लेटफॉर्म इफ यू आर एंड इफ यू आर फॉलोइंग अलोंग on YouTube, then continue to do so. Okay, mu share kariya jaଉଛି.
କୁହୁଡ଼ିରେ ଭିଜା ଜହ୍ନ ବଉର ସେଲୋରି संज हेले आई मार खोले गप पेड़ी बापांकर झाड़ पी धान फलुथिला श्रावण रे मेघ नुहे मोती झरुथिला ओठे जार मीठा भाषा मन मोहुथाए भेद भाव भूली जिए प्रेम बांटु थाए अरे जोठी भी थाए हाँ जेमिति भी थाए मु तते भल पाए ओडिशा लो मोइना रुसि चुकाई की कहना
जा मिछोटा
ए मोइना लो मोइना रुसि चुकाई की कहना
अरे लबिना रे लबिना हाँ कथा रे आउ तू भुलना कहिथिलु तू बुलेई नबु सारा ओडिसा देखै दबु ठक कहिथिलु तू बुलेई नबु सारा
हेला 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 एई कथा को ना पेली देलु कलिकता को कटकर दशहरा बुलेई नेबी हाँ चांदी मेढ़ा तोरी तते देखई देवी बालीजातरा नेबी तते जे दिन धन दही बरा खोई तोर किणिबी मनलो अच्छा भूली जाइछ मो
हाँ काली पूजा देखैबो मते थरा बरगड़ जीवा कथा बाकी रहिला धनु जत कंसम मु देखि न हेला
आलो शीतल षष्ठी देखी तते जेन दिन नेमी धनगा हाय मोर धनगा समलपुरी साड़ी देई गेला करी देमी धनगा हाय मोर धनगा एमिति राई जनाही सारा दुनिया रे 12 मासे तेरा जाता आम ओडिशा रे
अरे जोठी भी थाए अजेमिति भी थाए मु तते भल पाए
Odisha, I love you, Odisha, I love you,
ओडिशा ओडिशा ओडिशा
बाजीराउतर माँ कहूछि गेला बसर पुअटी मोर नई नाथिला ता घर युद्ध को आइले फिरिंगी सेना कहिले नई पारी करी दे बाजी जे कला मना
हमको नई भारी खड़े दे
नहीं करिबेनी
नॉनसेंस
गोटे पुअर मानु हेबु गोटे पुअर आउ गोटे पुआ कथा कहिबी ना तार धरमा
बारश बढ़ेको जीवन दे निजे से गला सागरे डेई
धरमा मधु बाबू आउ गोप बंधु जी मो कोली जन्म नेले चंडा सुख जे धर्मा सुख हे गले
मधु बाबू आउ गोप बंधु जे तो कोले जन्म देले एक दिने पुरी चंडा सुख जे धर्मा सुख हे गले
स्वाधीनता पाई प्रथमे तो पड़े बाइक विद्रोह हेला चलीला फेंगा बुलीला सारा देश कंपी गला
गरबे आजी फुले मो छाती एमिति पुओ पाई जे उठी थाउ पुअटी मोरा से भूले नाई मते से भूले नाई मते से भूले नाई अरे झूठ भी थाए खोज में भी थाए वो तो ते भूल पाए
ओडिशा आई लव यू ओडिशा आई लव यू ओडिशा
ओडिशा
ओडिशा आलो मोर चुई मुई आलो 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 मोर चुई मुई सागर से पारे जाउची मुई आलो जाउची मुई रुसी चु कहत काई आलो मोर चुई मुई
मुही पारा तोरा छाई मुही पारा तोरा छाई बाहा है दिना केटा जाइनी मते छाड़ी जा काहे
नाई नाई आलो मोर चुई मुई धन धाने भरा उत्कण राइज बणिज बेपार पाई दोकानी रे जदि बंधा होई जीवी चिंतिब के देश पाई
देश पाई जदी एते तो दरद बाहा है उथिलु काई तो बिना कह बचेबे केमिति एते दिन एका मुही
मन मारी बसना 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 गोरी टिके हसना 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 आनिबि तो पाइलो साड़ी चूड़ी गहना मन मारी बसना 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 गोरी टिके हसना 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 एथर हस खुशी रे दे मते विदाय मुसिना जाए दूर को तो पाखे अच्छी हृदय
मिछुआ
तमे सीना पारे गल भाई ए जाए मो गंठी पड़ी नाही भाउज अच्छी तम पाई बेचेलर रही गली मुही
अरे नथिले पाखे धन धन किए से दब तते मन आगत कर रोजगार तापरे हब बाहाघर तापरे हब बाहाघर अरे तापरे हब बाहाघर अरे जोठी भी थाए जेमिति भी थाए मु तते भल पाए
ओडिशा
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 ओडिशारू आसीची मु डाकवाला ओडिशारू आसीची मु डाकवाला एते लंबा बाट भारी कष्ट हैला साइकेल को टेकी उड़ा जहाजे रखी खबर आनीची केते झालामाला जा बुली जा
अरे भाई जल्दी जल्दी कह कहा कहार चिट्ठी आसीची
ओहो कहूची कहूची भाई मते टिके निश्वास मारिबा को समय दियो ए नियो चिट्ठी आसीची महांती बाबू को नारे तांको संग बाहा होचंती गारे
अरे हे 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 टुकुना कोन लिखिची सुना होली खुशी ना आइलु नाई रंग खेलिबा पाई भांग पीलु हेले तो बिना मजा आसिला नाई मौसा को रंगेलु मौसी को रंग देलु तो नारे खटी उड़िला मौसी आखिरु लुह झरिला कांथरे थिला फोटोटे तोर निसटे आंकी देलु खिलखिली गई हसिला बूढ़ी मौसा कुलू कुलू
चिठी आसीची मीना दीदींकर अरे चिठी भितर कौन अच्छी शुणा एथर
बापा लिखिछंती मीना लो मीना तू मो 22 कैरेट खांटी सुना
जणे डाकटर जणे कलेक्टर आउ जणे कविवर
अरे डाकतर पखे समय नहीं हाँ कलेक्टर रो बयस नहीं अरे कवितर पखे मन अछि हेले धन दहिलो मीना
ये चलिबे ना सेठी देखिछु फाइनल करी तुरंत जना इति तोर बापा पीके 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 जेना
चिठी आसीछि ज्ञान बाबूंक माईंकर पुलिस रे थिले सीए ऑफिसर ऑफिसर हाँ ऑफिसर
माई लिखिछंती सावधान पिला छुआंकर रखिबु ध्यान अमेरिका रे प्रबल ठंडा छुआंकु सकाल सकाल दबु अंडा झिया तमर आईआईटी को गला चांदीपुर रे तब फोटो छिलाला बाकी सब भलो खाली देह भलो नहीं सेठी भाई तू जमा चिंता कर नहीं गोटे कथा रखी थी बुधना आम परंपरा आम संस्कृति रा कमी न जाओ माना जय हिंद
अरे जोठी भी थाए हाँ जेमिति भी थाए मु तते भल पाए
ओडिशा आई लव यू ओडिशा आई लाइक इट ओडिशा
ओडिशा
ओडिशा आई लव यू ओडिशा आई लाइक इट ओडिशा
ओडिशा
नमस्कार नमस्कार खबर पढ़ुछंती जतिन दास।
आज आकाशर रंग सफा अछि हल्का हल्का पवन रे बौल फूलर बास्ना भासी आसुची खुशी रो माहौल कहूची प्रगतिर ढणी रे सजेई ओडिशा जी एक नुआ रूप नेइची
Shining Odisha, rising Odisha, shining Odisha, rising Odisha. Odisha, rising, rising Odisha.
एकेटा वर्ष रे देख आम ओडिसा रे
खणी खदान कल कारखाना उन्नतिर देख उड़ुची बाना पृथ्वीटा एबे छोट लागे हलागे हलागे लक्ष्य नुहे आउ बेसी दूर हदूर हदूर जुआड़े इच्छा जाई पारुचु हो दिन हो बराती
इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट Shining, shining Odisha, hey, rising, rising Odisha.
Shining, shining Odisha, rising, rising Odisha.
अरे झूठी भी थाए, जेमिति भी थाए, मोताते भला पाए.
Odisha, I love you, Odisha, I love you, Odisha.
Odisha. आसरे आस देखिब मोर हाँ आसरे आस देखिब मोर बाइस्कोप डब्बा एथिरे अछि सारा ओडिशा देखिले हब तोबा मो बाइस्कोप बाबा रे बाइस्कोप बाबा 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 अरे पगले आस देखई देवी संबलपुरी गाना गीत संग को नाच देखिले भूली जीवो खाना पीना
रंगवती गो रंगवती होई गो रंगवती गो रंगवती ए रंगवती रंगवती कौन कलता हस पदे कहन कथा रंगवती रंगवती कौन कलता हस पदे कहन कथा
हाय गोला जी लाजे गोला जी लाजे हे लाजे लाजे गोला जी लाजे हाय लाजे लाजे नहीं जाऊ छे माथा गो नहीं करो था लाजे लाजे नहीं जाऊ छे माथा गो नहीं करो था
ए चल रे हमें देखिबा एबे ओडिसी नाचर मजा अरे जाहाकू देखी झुमी उठंती आम जगन्नाथ राजा
तारी झम 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 ड्रीम तारी तारी छेड़ो तारी झम तारी झम तारी झम तारी झम तारी
परी गायक जड़े ना खोका भाई आउ ता गीत जी शुणी धन सी कि ओडिया भाई
सेई दीप अछि सेई फूल अछि केबे तुमे ना हो केबे मु नाही आम ए कहानी सुनिबा पाई कि केबे तुमे ना हो केबे मु नाही केबे तुमे ना हो केबे मु नाही
अरे हिरोइन मो महासुता को प्रशांत नंद हीरो अरे किए शिकार देखिबा चलो एथर
शिकारी शिकारी तू एमती शिकारी 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 तू एमती शिकारी मते पारुनु की धरी की पारुनु की मारी मते पारुनु की धरी की पारुनु की मारी अरे निसण भेदिले जानी बेसी दम तोर करी 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 तोर कारीगरी शिकारी शिकारी तू एमती शिकारी 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 तू एमती शिकारी
गोटे जनम तो कम पड़ी जीव ओडिशा को जानिबा पाई हजारे जनम देल तो कोले मामो उत्कल भूई सुंदर तृप्तिर अवसाद नहीं जेते देखुथिले नुआ दिसुथाई
खणी भी अच्छी पानी भी अच्छी सुख संपद भराए माटी गुजार चंदन भाभी मथारे जागा दिए से
पृथ्वी पाई दर्शन क्षेत्र जगह बढ़िया राज्य मो हीराकुदर डैम कहे चिलिका कहे गर्वे मो
ओडिशा रे तो अहिंसा चाले चाले प्रेमर भाषा एटी ईश्वर आला बुद्ध जीशु सभी को करू भरोसा
वंदे उत्कल जननी वंदे उत्कल जननी वंदे उत्कल जननी वंदे उत्कल जननी
आस गरबे कहिबा आस हाथ मिसेइबा
आज खुशी रे झुमिबा चलो नाचिबा गाइबा
केमती लागला आपण मानक समस्तंको गोटे बहुत जोरे ताली हो से जेमती केते सुंदर कहले जोठी भी थाए जेमिति भी थाए मु तते भल पाए ओडिशा आई लव यू ओडिशा माय हार्ट बीट ओडिशा ओडिशा केते केते सुंदर गीतटिए आमे प्रथमे धन्यवाद देबा हमर जो लिरिसिस्ट निजाम सर आउ आर म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर अभिजीत मजुमदार सर को आउ हमर एथिरे जस्ट मु खाली आपण मानको जस्ट आपण मन इमेजिनेशन को कैप्चर करिया पे मुझे कहया चाहूची एथिरे हमर जो हम कहू 30 प्रोबेबली हम 40 कंट्री अछु आउ एथिरे जो परफॉर्मेंसेस देखले पूरा वर्ल्ड रो समस्त मिसी करचंती एंड दिस इज ए ह्यूज एंटरप्राइज एमदी देखिले एटा बहुत लंबा बा कथा बट देयर आर सम ऑफ देम सेटा हेची इवन 48 आवर भितरे इवन परफॉर्मेंस हेची ता भितरे आउ केते स्लीपलेस नाइट केते लोको इथरे इन्वॉल्व होइछन आपण जे टिके भाबिबे जते जण परफॉर्म करछन तांका पछरे जो माने कोरियोग्राफी एंड सब ऑल द अरेंजमेंट्स माने दिस इज व्हाट दैट वसुदैव कुटुंबकम दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट सो आमे सेही स्पिरिट रे आमे आरंभ करजे आउ एते जो सुंदर परफॉर्मेंस समस्त मिसिक देले समस्त गोटे समस्त मिसिकी गोटे बहुत जोरे ताली दियंतु समस्त मिसिकी तो एई जो इनागुरल कल्चरल हमर प्रोग्राम टी हला सेइतर हमर इनागुरेशन पार्ट टी सरी गला किंतु दिस इज अ बिगिनिंग ऑफ आवर ऑल आवर लाइनअप ऑफ लाइक प्रोग्राम्स या पर बहुत लंबा बहुत खचाखच सब प्रोग्राम अछि यार इमीडिएट परे होची हमर सेमिनार नेक्स्ट सेमिनार होची हायर एजुकेशन सेमिनार एठी आरंभ होबो आपण कोआडे जिबा दरकार नी आपण जदी एठी जूम रे रही की आपण पार्टिसिपेट करिया चाहछन एठी रुहंतु आ YouTube रे भी एगुडा को सब स्ट्रीम होबो एंड वी विल कंटिन्यू ओवर हियर मे बी विल गिव लिटिल बिट टाइम माने हायर एजुकेशन सेमिनार जदी समस्त अछंती एठी मे बी विल गिव लिटिल बिट टाइम टू गेट स्टार्टेड
निश्चय निश्चय अनिल finally तम program कथा कहला I was almost in tears of like joy and it's very emotional to see our dear Odisha बहुत बहुत भल लागिला समस्तंकर परफॉर्मेंस देखिकी this is what we call synergy बहुत ही बढ़िया लागिला मते लागुची Dr. Durga Mishra is here.
Yeah, just a quick announcement. Logistically, YouTube Premiere guda sab jo setup hechi, everything will be pushed out by 15 minutes. I'm meeting arambha kala ko logistical and ki 15 minutes thila. So we're running 15 minutes late. That's not too bad. Looking at 500 participants, YouTube stream bhi healthy chalchi. So just a heads up. Durga Mishra and Ajay Bhai, they will quickly take over for the higher education seminar. Okay, please stand by.
दुर्गा भाई आपण अछंती की
Once we get a green signal from Durga bhai and Ajay bhai.
ओके ओके ठीक अछि मो अनम्यूट करछि अनम्यूट कर
Okay, can you hear me now?
यस दुर्गा भाई
हाँ
Kuku, you want to say something?
निश्चय दुर्गा भाई
Maybe 1 minute you can say, and make sure please unmute the distinguished speakers as well as the.
I'll do that. I'll take it.
Okay.
निश्चय समस्त को बहुत बहुत नमस्कार सम्मान्य अतिथि मानन को मोर नमस्कार जो माने हमको डेरी जॉइन करछंती बा अछंती मु जस्ट खाली आउ थरे कहि दोची The Odisha Society of the Americas, OSA, in association with Global Odia Diaspora, representative from more than 30 countries, is hosting Global Odia Mahotsav 2020 that you are witnessing. This two-day event will have various information sessions, seminars involving academicians, experts, writers, thought leaders, librarians, and policymakers, non-resident ODIs, including dignitaries from various domains of expertise. And currently the session you are in now, this session is higher education. The focus is to ensure quality higher education in Odisha for future generation. The Global Committee from North America, Europe, Middle East, Singapore, and New Delhi are coming together now to work towards this effort. All these efforts are to bring the global academic community to make a difference in higher education in Odisha and bring the universities to the world-class level, even if we have to take a baby step. First, so the NRO community is trying to build a partnership with academic leaders in Odisha to move forward. With that, I would request Dr. Durga Mishra to start the session. Dhanyavad.
Namaskar. And this is an effort that we started to uplift the higher education landscape in Odisha. So the idea is to bring together the people from Odisha to start something, maybe an educational advisory board by the International Advisory Board. We like to have our advisory council. We like to partner with the community, especially the leadership in the academics, to see where we can improve different things. First of all, the international exchange program with the students and researchers that we can facilitate. So I would like to just share one slide here. And 1 second. So we have today, we have some distinguished speakers from Odisha, Professor Ashok Das, who is the Vice Chairman of the State Higher Education Council. And he was also the former Vice Chancellor of Uttal University. And Professor Raja Kumar, from Director of IIT Bhubaneswar. And Professor Sabita Acharya, for Vice Chancellor of Uttal University. And Professor Sasmita Samant, Pro Vice Chancellor of KIIT University, and Professor Dinabandhu Sahu, Vice Chancellor for Fakir Mohan University. They are here. And also we have a committee that we have put together, international committee. We have Dr. Odia Mahanti is from Deloitte. He has been working tirelessly with the community in Odisha for various developmental projects, including higher education. And Professor Chitta Boral from Arizona State University, he has been instrumental bringing many different projects to Odisha, including ISOR and all these things in the past. And Dr. Sanjeev Panda from National University of Singapore, he's with us as in the committee. He is in electrical engineering and he has done a lot of work on renewable energy and all. And Dr. Pradeep Mishra from University of Nottingham in Malaysia. He is working in various projects and he is also part of this committee. And Dr. Devendra Maji from Government of India in New Delhi, he is also part of our committee. Mr. Chinmay Panigrahi is Elsevier Publications. He deals with mostly the ranking of the different universities. Dr. Himanshu Das from Abu Dhabi, he has been working tirelessly for different research projects, so especially in environmental research area, so he will be there. Professor Bhavani Naik from UCA School of Business in UK is also part of this. We will also take this opportunity to invite more people to come to this committee to discuss it further. So we will continue to discuss this one. So the idea is ensuring the quality higher education in Odisha for future generation that starts with teaching and learning resources. First of all, recruitment of excellent faculty. We like to collaborate with that. And then the facilities, which obviously will see what we can contribute. There are a lot of ideas and discussion, laboratory development and digital infrastructure, which is because of the pandemic. Actually, this is a suitable time to start digital infrastructure in a very strong way and go to the state-of-the-art digital infrastructure. Obviously, the research environment and the buildings, we have a lot of buildings, but the maintenance and all these things, there are some discussion on that. And the international faculty and student exchange program that we have already initiated that we will work on this area to see where we can contribute and identify the faculty in, all over the world to see many different fields, including humanities areas. We will try to do that. And obviously there is a continuous professional development for faculty to see where we can do different things, how to build up the research environment and how to publish in the best journals in the world. And then comes the research and professional practice. One is the sponsored research. If the international community can join hands for different type of projects, that we can write proposals together. And that actually comes the international research collaboration with Indo-US Science and Technology Forum. That is another avenue, one we can do. And many different, in Europe also, there are a lot of joint research collaboration projects. And obviously conferences and webinars. That has to come from the universities itself, from Odisha, to see what can be done. We would like to participate in that one. So the international conferences are giving webinars. And then if we have a good collaboration, we believe there will be many joint publications. Obviously that will improve the citation for faculty. All these things started because of these of the universities of Odisha. Even in NIRF, it is not in a very high level. So we will just see, especially the public universities. And then we have, that actually started this discussion that where we can really participate. The outreach and industry, this is an external, as I mentioned, the External Advisory Council. And that can be from outside, people from outside Odisha as well as from Odisha. And there is Industrial Advisory Board that will help the internship for the students of Odisha. That is not only in the area of science, engineering or science, but also can be in humanities and marketing and in the commerce. And obviously start in a strong alumni network. And all of us are alumni of some university in Odisha. We started from there. So this will be a good start to do that. And then some sort of industry. We have some industry leaders all over the India, and all many other countries also. So we can start something called industrial incubation centers, and that then obviously this ranking, world ranking. What are those different metrics that goes with the world ranking? And the quality of education, we would like to discuss those things, and we would like to hear from the people. And also to, as we mentioned, this goal of this Global Odia Mahotsav, how to start a campaign in India or abroad for higher education in Odisha, similar to that of this Incredible India for tourism that has been happening. Actually, that's what the tourism discussion we had. And then some sort of scholarships, need-based and merit-based loan, subsidies, scholarship for higher education in Odisha. Those are some of the topics that we think. There are many other areas also people can collaborate, but these are some of the topics we think will be a good start. So at this point, I think we will go back, and I will ask Dr. Ajay Mahanti to moderate the speakers and the question on the panel and the question and answer session. So I will stop sharing here. Dr. Mahanti, please unmute.
I think I'm unmuted. Utkal, can you check? I'm unmuted.
We can hear now.
Okay. Good morning. Good evening to everyone all over the world. Thank you, Professor Durga Mishra, for a nice introduction to the topics that we are about to discuss. Education is the soul of the society, which is passed from one generation to another. And here we are discussing about the quality education in our state, because we have been very fortunate to get those kind of education in our own state. I came from Odisha 43 years ago to United States. So what the purpose is to bring together a distinguished panel of speakers who you saw the names, Professor Ashok Das, Professor Dinabandhu Sahu, Professor Savita Acharya, Professor Raja Kumar, and Professor Dinabandhu Sahu from some of the top universities and institutions of our state. So they will be discussing this topic. First speaker is Professor Ashok Das. He's the Vice Chairman of the Odisha State Higher Education Council. We are very fortunate to have him. He was also the previous Vice Chancellor of Utkal University several years ago, and he made a lot of progress in that university, and now it is in the top 100 ranking in our country, thanks to you, Professor Das. And he was also, he has experience with the government, being the head of Laser and Plasma Physics Division in Bhabha Atomic Research Center. So with that, I welcome Professor Ashok Das to address the audience. Thank you.
Good morning, the Vishwa Odia Mahotsav, all the participants. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I consider it a privilege that you have kindly asked me to speak for 5 minutes on the imparting or making quality education available. You see, it is not that quality education as such is not available in Odisha. When I speak, I see Professor, the Director IIT Bhubaneswar is available here. And of course, the Pro Vice Chancellor of KIT and Vice Chancellor of KIS is also available, Madam Sasmita. So they will probably give you a picture of the institutions, central institutions of eminence and institutions of eminence in the private sector. The major problem that Odisha has is not that there is not quality education available in the national level of standards. The problem that we have is that first major problem is that of equity and access. You see, Odisha has a large portion which belongs to what they call as aspirational district, which are socially and economically disadvantaged groups. And so when we talk about quality education, at least in the public universities, we talk about a quality which has to be imparted to the entire state, the entire range of institutions and all universities. I am extremely glad about the articles that have been shown that is part of the agenda. And I am sure the help that the alumni will give is extremely important. As far as the state of Odisha and the government and the universities are concerned, a lot of good things have happened during the last 3-4 years. One major part is that the university vice chancellors, as a consortium, sit together and plan together the quality reforms, the educational reforms program. So the incentivization in form of scholarship, which improves equity and access, already the government has in place programs which looks after this. The revision of syllabus, again the university consortium looks at, but you must appreciate that there are 2 or 3 things that have to be counterbalanced. And the counterbalancing is that there have to be faculty to teach and there have to be students who will observe it. So that brings us to the issue of remedial classes, supplementing the learning of students who need additional input. So this is something that we have been now trying in the form of self-learning, guidance through tutorials, proctoral and mentorship programs, and hopefully that will catch. The curriculum revision happens in the form of a model curriculum where we make sure that the foundational courses remain as strong as ever. You must also have realized that the foundational courses in Odisha has remained as strong as it was before. The problem that has happened is to deal with the experiential and experimental programs. That is basically because when part of India moved ahead and part of the world moved ahead in terms of sophisticated equipment and research becoming part of the education, Odisha unfortunately stayed in theory. It stayed in the realms of theory, but gradually again, over the last 3-4 years, central instrumentation centers have been opened in 1 or 2 universities. The universities have gone into collaboration with Niger and Niger, things like this. So students have availability through a collaboration, internal collaboration program, things are available. Research, of course, has suffered a bit, and we are now trying to put in a program which actually is trying to give a state junior research fellowship to approximately 175 students per year apart. This is apart from the JRF that the government of India gives. So full-time state research fellowship is being given, and the new faculty below 45 years get a startup research funding to start their research and prepare extramural funding proposals that would happen later. Then, of course, the faculty training. The government of Odisha has initiated 2 major programs. Of course, under RUSA program of government of India, which is in partnership with the state, the infrastructural support and content support has come. And of course, government of Odisha has taken a World Bank loan under a project which is only intending to the higher educational institutions, about 150 to 200 of them, including the universities, where content development has been given the primary importance and the faculty development program. In fact, we will be happy to know that recently government of Odisha, the higher education, has approached JNU, Pune University, Delhi University, for preparing Odisha specific and tailor-made faculty development programs, which the teachers can take at their own pace and own time. Because we had a practical problem calling them to one place because sufficient faculty is not there. So these are the things the universities and colleges are on a path of preparing an institutional development plan. We plan to push them towards NIRF gradually. But let me, since my 5 minutes are going to be up, let me put 1 or 2 points across. The first is we are extremely appreciative of the global Odia community focusing on higher education, because that is where the long-term development is there. And we are trying to evolve in our own way how to make it possible. But it cannot be very abruptly. We cannot jump to reach the top of the Himalaya in one go. As I think your Honorable President, Kuku Madam said, we are still on baby steps, and maybe we'll accelerate with your help a bit. So I would like some of you to come along, discuss with us, and we have a good relationship with Professor Ajay Mahanti. I think we had with Professor Chitta Barala, and of course, Durga Babu, and we'll work together in all these aspects and find a procedure to take the institutions forward. On all of them, we have from the government side instituted programs, but I am sure it would need support, it would need domain expertise, it would need it would need to be catalyzed a bit, and therefore I definitely would welcome all supports. We are always open for discussion, and let us form a group where mutual exchange is possible, and I am sure we can work together. So thank you very much, and I think it is wonderful talking to all of you and getting the opportunity to talk all of you. Have a very happy new year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ashoka Das. I hope you will stay on for the panel discussion after all the speakers have spoken.
I am there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Professor Rajakumar from IIT Bhubaneswar. He is the current director of the IIT Bhubaneswar and is one of the eminent institutions in our country. Professor Raja Kumar is also a faculty member at IIT Kharagpur, and I have visited this institute IIT several times, and his dynamism has proven the fact that IIT Bhubaneswar can be among the top institutes in our country and actually aspires to be one of the top in the world. So I would, with that introduction, I would like to invite Professor Rajakumar to speak a few words. Thank you. Professor Rajakumar, are you there?
Yes, I am very much here. Namaskar, and hope I am audible.
Yes, yes, you are.
Yeah. So, Dr. Durga Mishra ji, so Mrs. Kukuji, so Dr. Ajay Mahanti ji, fellow panelists, members of the Higher Education Committee, and all the members, the Odia community and other guests who have been participating in this evening. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Secretariat for a very grand beginning. The beginning was very impressive. I participated and listened to and participated in the inaugural session. It has been wonderful. So congratulations. Now coming to the present topic, so certainly ensuring quality is one of the issues all of us are now working on. This topic is very well chosen, and the flyer which has been circulated also has all the important ingredients and points listed. It's also interesting if we see about how each of the institutional head is trying to work on the different things and describe the cases, but of course now this is not the platform to speak about that. By and large, the topics mentioned here and the issues raised here are applicable globally. It is applicable to institutions in Odisha, and it's applicable to Indian institutions and even outside the country. Certainly, I would like to share some of my thoughts on each one of these topics. However, as rightly said by Professor Ashoka Das, that you have to aim high and start taking actions somewhere. Though actions have been going on in general, you need to put up concentrated efforts and work hard towards achieving the global excellence. And here, when we talk about quality, certainly every institution has its own quality. What we mean by quality is how our institutions, and in particular, the institutions of Odisha, can figure amongst the global green. So that's the objective. So if we see the Indian heritage in education system, we had glorious past we speak about, and they're all international in nature, and when it was attracting students and scholars from across the globe, and the stories we heard about. And whatever remains we see today certainly substantiate the claims on this front. So certainly there are some gaps today, so which we need to address, and that's why I think the Higher Education Committee is also working on it. So thanks to Dr. Ajay Mahanti and Dr. Chitta Baral, they have been visiting our institution and sharing their thoughts in the development of the institution. Let me prioritize some of the issues raised here and some of the parameters discussed about here. I think fundamental to everything is faculty. We need to have global class faculty to generate global class institutions. We do have some faculty members across various institutions who are of global class. There are no doubts about it. But then we would like the general normal cross-section also to be of that class, and we need the number to be increased. Now, so how to do it? Certainly you have to tighten. when you tighten, you have other difficulties which come up. Just tightening the standards won't bring us the faculty of global class. You need infrastructure of a global class. And you need also the systems which are of global class. Okay, that is very important. Therefore, it is like a chicken and egg problem, and we need to improve on all the parameters simultaneously to be placed very well within 20 years, 30 years, or 15 years. Okay, that depends on what kind of efforts we put up. But then certainly, I personally feel that it is doable in given a couple of decades of time. While it may not be possible to make the institutions develop and earn name in all departments, certainly it is possible to do it in select departments. So the fundamental requirement is that we need to select the faculty of high standards. We need to tighten the standards of recruitment. Then also comes about what do you do with the existing faculty, somewhere where there are gaps in the faculty. Those are to be addressed, and all of us are aware of this fact that though it takes time, the faculty development programs are important, and many of us are aware of what kind of faculty development programs are in existence and are being supported by both central government and state government. And these need to be implemented in a spirited manner to speed up the growth.
Excuse me, Professor Rajakumar. We have got 1 or 2 more minutes, please.
Yeah, sure, certainly. Yeah. So the next thing is the research excellence. As many of us are aware, these two go in hand. And once the faculty right quality is there, and research would come up. And but then I would like to mention here that the research should have immediate relevance to the state, for example, state of Odisha and the country, and then of course the human beings at large. The relevance of research would certainly get funding, and also we can solve the country's problems. That is what is important. Then creating global class infrastructure, without which certainly we can't expect internationalization of the institutions and faculty from across the globe to come and be in our institutions, and top class faculty to come and visit our institutions. Therefore, we also need the infrastructure to be built. Clean, green campuses and wellness campuses are absolutely essential as a prerequisite towards coming up towards achieving global class excellence. Apart from these, we also local role models to serve and to help others to also emulate some of the best practices in the local in the role models. We do have role models across the globe. We do have some across the country, and we need to have role models in the places like Odisha. And I would like to assure members that that's what IIT Bhubaneswar has adopted. So it has created an objective to itself that it will serve as a role model for the institutions in this region and trying its best. We are also working on solving the problems of the state and the country, and by encouraging our faculty members to take up these problems in these areas. One more thing I would like to point out is that the meaning of education and should be kept in mind. D.B. Singh Dev ji was talking during the session about the need for teaching the core values, and then see that our students practice the core values. That's what NEP 2020 also is trying to address. So that is where our universities perhaps forgot some of the core values. We should also work on the core values and see that the education in that direction. Also, we also give importance in that direction. And you may not find some of the examples across the globe in this direction. We should therefore concentrate on that too. There are a couple of ailments which need to be addressed. This is in general applicable to the whole country and also institutions and universities in Odisha. The examination-centric education need to get changed. In the process of bringing in examination-centric characteristics, the whole society feels that education's objective is to get a transcript and then a certificate from a university. Empowering the actual student is the absolute thing that is needed. We need lots of efforts to be put in this direction, and that can come by practices, changing the practices which are doable, certainly. So this is another important thing I would like to add, apart from the core values which Divya Singh Devji was talking about from what is listed in the flyer. And I do have certainly the cases which I can cite from IIT Bhubaneswar, but then in a given time, it's not possible. But if anybody wants to discuss about it, I welcome. We welcome all the members of the committee to also please pay a visit to us on your local trip. We'll be too happy to share our thoughts with you. You're all welcome.
Thank you.
Please make suggestions and also please come and make a visit whenever you come here. So thank you very much. And Jai Hind and Vande Utkal Janani.
Thank you, Professor Rajakumar, for your excellent address to the global Odia community. We please stay on for the panel discussion. You will have a few questions. Our next speaker is Professor Savita Acharya, the current Vice Chancellor of Utkal University. She just joined last month, and we welcome her to this audience and speak a few words about the education in our state. And she will be there hopefully for next 4 years, and that's our appointment. And we look forward to the opportunity of working with you, ma'am. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Namaskar, esteemed President, Mrs. Kuku Das, distinguished speakers, and all members of the Odisha Society of Americas and participants of today's virtual seminar. I would like to speak on the theme ensuring the quality of higher education in Odisha for future generation. I'll be touching upon 2 points. First one, I will discuss in brief about quality of higher education in India, then quality in Odisha. Particularly, I will focus on internationalization of higher education in Odisha, particularly in universities. Indian higher education system has experienced phenomenal expansion since independence. In recent years, the country has undertaken massive structural and systematic changes that have started to give an encouraging results. So with well-planned expansion and a student-centric learning-driven model of education, India has not only bettered its enrollment numbers, but has dramatically enhanced the learning outcomes. It has created a widespread access to low-cost, high-quality university education for students of all levels. It is one of the top 10 countries in the industrial and technological capacity because of the significant contribution of manpower and the tools provided by higher education, especially technical education. Universities should be the place where research and teaching become 2 important pillars of the creation of knowledge and should go together. Higher education provided in Indian universities and colleges, which must suit the need of the education in information and communication technologies era. New and existing higher education institutions will evolve into 3 distinct categories as National Education Policy says: research universities, teaching universities, and autonomous degree granting colleges. So this will be the key of the students and researchers to have out-of-box learning. And multidisciplinary education and research university is to be introduced as a portal of higher education. And digital technology to introduce redesigning components with structural changes in digitizing teaching learning processes, which is very much essential now after COVID-19 situation. The focus will be also on gender balanced education, and there will be institutional development planning. And as Professor Ashok Das, he has already mentioned about the status of higher education in Odisha and what are the steps, pertinent steps which are already taken by Government of Odisha, Department of Higher Education, and to enhance the quality of education. So apart from his ideas or his Government of Odisha's attempts to enhance the quality of higher education in universities and colleges, I wish to focus with regard to internationalization of higher education in universities of Odisha, which is an important component of national education policy. And I would like to say a few words. In the age of globalization, no system of higher education can remain isolated. Internationalization of higher education is a process of integrating an international, intercultural, global dimension into the purpose, functions, or delivery of post-secondary education. So here the question arises, what are the basic rationales behind this? So it can generate more democratic and equal world with regard to international collaborations. Instrumentalization, it is more consistent with practical and economic goals. It helps in developing a level of transparency in educational system, and it brings mobilization between national educational systems, enabling and simplifying the mobility of people and integrating university degrees and grading systems. And to create a proper ecosystem, we need to have two prolonged strategies. First one is organizational strategy, second one is academic strategy. Organizational strategies include governance, operations, services, and human resources. Governance focuses on active participation of faculty and staff, recognition of the international dimension in institutional mission. So academic strategies focus on academic programs, research, and scholarly collaboration. External relations like domestic and cross-border mobility and extracurricular activities. It is a movement of people, knowledge program providers, and curriculum across national and regional jurisdictional borders. It refers to a joint degree program can be linked to developing cooperation projects, academic exchange programs, and commercial initiatives. The globalization of higher education, especially under General Agreement and Trade in Services framework, which has legitimatized the market and mediated cross-border mobility in higher education. So internationalization has become a stated mission in the strategic development plans of many universities. The internationalization of higher education can take place both at home and abroad. So internationalization at home is a process whereby students acquire an international understanding and outlook through courses offered. Over the last 2 decades, the state of Odisha has steadily to become a hub of higher education and research. So with a judicious synergy of private, central, and state higher education institutions in place, the state has resolutely been marching towards its ultimate objective of achieving excellence in imparting and creating knowledge with skill to its youth. So considering the diversity of socioeconomic status across the people of the state, Odisha brand of excellence carries access, equity, affordability, and purpose for all of its youth. So let me share with all that what have been done so far as Utkal University in this regard and its future plans. We have one international office which was established in 2018 to internationalize higher education in Odisha by instilling cosmopolitanism in the campus and making the university community realize the role of cultural diversity and national imagination in the quest of knowledge. So it has first, we have signed MOUs with foreign universities, including visitation of several research scholars, visiting professors, and we have introduced foreign language courses. So we are sure this will create a much better and vibrant academic ecosystem in future in Utkal University, and teaching, research and community engagements all will surely will be enriched because of internationalization of higher education.
Excuse me, Professor
And
Acharya, you have got 1 or 2 minutes just to finish. Thank you.
so thank you very much for all organizing members of the Odisha Society of Americas for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. And my main my suggestion is, apart from the scenario which has given by Professor Ashok Das, the other side I wanted to highlight that internationalization of higher education is also be fruitful for the future plan of the students of Odisha. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you so
Jai
much.
Jagannath.
Thank you. Please stay on for the panel discussion. There are a few questions, for you also and for all other panels members. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Professor Susmita Samanta. Is she there?
Yes, sir. Namaste.
Oh, thank you. Namaskar. Namaskar. She is a professor in business management school at KIT, and she is also the pro vice chancellor. I had the occasion to meet her, I think, several times at KIT. It's one of the premier institute, and we are very thankful to have her here to address the global audience. Thank you, Professor.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Pranam to all. First of all salutations to all the warriors, those who have left their birthplace and creating the global perception for Odisha. And most revered Madam Kuku Das, respected Professor Durga Misra, respected Sir Ajay Mohanty, and all the revered delegates and participants present here. Today we are discussing about quality of higher education of the state. We have already listened from Professor Ashok Das and Madam Sabita Acharya, Professor Raja Kumar of IIT, and they have given the idea of higher education in the Odisha, what really is happening in the state, and what is the plan of educational institution of Odisha for future. With respect to national education policy, we have discussed different dimensions of that. They have said the context rightly. I would like to talk on how Odisha Society of America can integrate with the universities of Odisha. As we have understood that all the educational institutions today, not only in Odisha, all over the world, they are engaged in 4 activities. One is academics, second is research, third is extension, now 4th is services. And I was going through the agenda of Professor Durga Misra. While he was focusing on how Odisha Society of America can integrate with different institutions of the state in different aspects. Coming to academics, in academics, the integration point of Odisha Society of America will be, I think it will be for faculties and for resources. And after this outbreak of COVID-19, it has facilitated all of us that how we can integrate virtually. Perhaps now integration will be much more easier than whatever we are visualizing previously. In maybe every year we call thousands of visitors from around the globe to my university, Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology. I hope most of you must be knowing. We call around 1,000 visitors from around the globe, but it takes lots of, I can say that lots of work and efforts we put into that. But in last 8 months, perhaps we have called around 3,000 speakers, the visitors, the faculties from around the globe to talk in different conferences, seminars, and guest lecture to all the students, because KIT is a very big university with 30,000 students and 200 programs. So we call the people from different fields and different sectors. And in academics, as I said, that integration point for OSA will be the faculties. I think OSA can develop one higher education portal in their website itself, where they should facilitate the institutions from Odisha to get the people, those who are working in different universities around the globe. As such, whenever we need the visiting faculties from across the world, we can get some people from the state to nominate. And I remember that while we visit different universities across the globe, in most of the universities, the faculty say that we visit Mumbai, we visit Noida, we visit Delhi to different institutions to teach. But nobody talks about that we visit Bhubaneswar. And in inaugural program, I was seeing that basic focus was that Bhubaneswar is coming up as the Vidya Mandir or an educational city. So in academics, the faculty integration, I think nowadays would be very easy for us. And as Ashok Das sir was talking about research, in research, slowly all the academic institutions in the state, they are developing the infrastructure. They are trying to train the faculties to involve in research activities. And coming to the research, now for the universities, those who are trying to come in the World University ranking or in the World University arena itself, we all are trying to focus on research in three dimensions. One, we are focusing on the research of global issues. Second is national issues. Third is regional issues. And coming to the state of Odisha, I think the state universities or the universities located in different parts of the state, they should also take up some of the local issues for their research work itself. And while coming to the role of Odisha Society of America, I think when those issues are being taken up by the state, at that point of time, getting support from the national government or different international funding agencies becomes little bit difficult, because it becomes difficult for the faculty members to justify their requirement for that research itself. And if some quota,
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting, ma'am. We got 1 or 2 minutes to wrap it up. Thank you.
So I think that if in Odisha Society of America will be providing some facilities for the faculties of the state of Odisha to integrate in different research proposal taken up by Odisha Society of America or by the professor of Odisha Society of America, those who are working in different universities in collaboration with the faculties of the state, it will little bit facilitate. And coming to the extension and services activities, as KIT is known for being involved in different extension activities, we are running a very big tribal school. Apart from that, we have developed a consortium. We have taken up 24 universities and autonomous colleges of the state to mentor them for the accreditation and for improving their academic and research standard. In that way, if the faculty members, those who are interested to contribute for improvement of quality of higher education in different universities, some integration points should be developed by government of Odisha and also by OSA, that the institutions of state of Odisha can be monitored and they can be taken up to the next level. Now it is as KIT is among the Institute of Eminence League of the country, now it is very much required that to create the perception globally. And for creating the perception, global perception, it becomes very much required that how the peers, those who are working in different universities or the institution around the globe, they perceive about the institution. And I am very happy to say that this year, our engineering and computer science department, they are among best 600 global institutions of the world. Engineering is among best 600 in the world, and computer science is among best 500 in the world by Times Higher Education ranking. So coming to that, if we see our marking in different parameters, in perception, all the institutions in the country, they score a very low mark. But if we see the national institutions like IITs, the alumni are working in different places and their perception marks become much more than the state universities and the private universities or the new private universities like KIT. So this was my submission, that the integration of Odisha Society of America can help the institution of the state for internationalization of our activities and creating the global perception.
Thank you. Professor Samantha. It was a wonderful speech, and then also very inspiring. And Keith is going to, and he's playing right now a great role in integrating the higher education from all over the world, because I know that how many conferences you actually take place in Keith with visitors from abroad. with that, we are running short of time. I would like to invite Professor Dinabandhu Sahu from the Vice Chancellor of FM University. Is he there? Hello? Professor Dinabandhu Sahu?
Yes, I'm very much there.
Okay. So Professor Dinabandhu Sahu has just joined last month as the Vice Chancellor of Fakirman University. We're delighted to have him. He's a very multi-talented person, as I know, eminent biologist, and also he first started the Cherry Blossom Festival in India, and he's a mountaineer. So thank you, sir, for coming in, and we look forward to your kind leadership in improving higher education in our state. Please go ahead.
आपण मानकु बहुत धन्यवाद. जय जगन्नाथ. This is some sort of a homecoming for me. मु ओडिसा रु वर्तमान 40 वर्ष काल बाहर थिले. Almost early 1981 I left Odisha, came to Delhi, and then I worked abroad for quite some time. One day I packed my baggage and left US and came back to India, and I have been in Delhi University for the last several years. मु आर मासरे जॉइन करिनी. मु एई मासरे डिसेंबर 7 रे जॉइन करिची. सो डिसेंबर 7 रे जॉइन कला परे जतबेले डॉक्टर अजय बाबू मताले कांटेक्ट कले, so I was a bit surprised, but I immediately accepted the invitation. Thank you very much. The entire
I think you were losing him. I think we are losing your voice. I don't know if the connection is poor. Hello?
No, I'm very close to the microphone. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear now.
Hello.
Yeah, yes, we can hear. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Please go ahead.
So let me tell you, it was a tough decision for me to go back to Odisha. That is one of the regions.
Professor Sahu, can you switch off your video maybe and just leave the audio on, because the signal is breaking.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes.
It's better.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'll talk something very practical. What was shown by Professor Durga Mishra, we are about quality publications, high impact factor papers. The title is Ensuring Quality Higher Education in Odisha for Future Generations, right?
Yes.
Feel proud because when I
think
it was a great moment for me. The connectivity is not good. Oh my God.
Yes, slightly poor.
Hello.
Yeah, it is. The connectivity is not very good. So that is the first thing that you have to improve in your campus.
That's what I'm.
Yeah.
I'm not in campus. I'm not in my campus. I'm calling from Delhi.
Oh.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead and.
I'm not in Baleswar.
It's okay. Please go ahead with your address.
Hello. Yeah.
Sir,
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'll talk. Just a minute. Okay. I'll talk something very practical. As you said, if we want to actually ensure quality higher education in Odisha, we need to have some plain speaking. This is my experience, almost working for 40 years in Delhi University. If we need to actually set up a benchmark and set up a high standards for the Odisha's education for the next 4 decades, we have to have a proper planning. We need academic leaders, high academic institutions. I was heading an institution in Bhubaneswar called Institute, and also I worked in the northeastern states, heading a National Institute of Sustainable Development. Now, what we need to do is we need to the university, which is very, very important. States, many of them which I have visited, need to set up quality infrastructure. That should be one of our priority. Where you need to innovate. The day I joined, 3 things I have taken very effectively to set up a cluster innovation center within the university campus, which is very, very important. That is my first step, which I have taken up. And there is also a program where people can come from different parts of the world and actually work. So you need to build up good ambience. If your campus is not having a good ambience, so obviously no international or national faculty will come, because you have to make them comfortable, which is very, very important. One is when you talk about the thinking, we need to encourage the faculty members. For the last 50 years, acting with all our faculty members, and we need to encourage them. We also need to, put them the idea that you think globally, but act locally, because the research needs to be need-based, which is required at that particular area, but it should also create a global impact. Emphasize also on more on the patents. I myself have filed several patents, and encourage faculty. I have just prepared a time plan, a 3 months time I have set for myself, where the world will see that what
Excuse
we
me,
need to do.
Professor Sahu, please wrap it up in next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm
or so.
through.
Okay, thanks.
I'll not take more than 30 seconds. I know it's 5 minutes. I'll not take more than 30 seconds.
Thank you.
I believe in action. I don't believe in words. We may prepare some very good documents, but all of us, we know in Odisha, when you try to implement at the ground zero, it is an altogether different story. And if we want to make Odisha as a destination for a higher education, we must all join hands. That's it. Thank you very much for inviting me for this. And I have taken 4.5 minutes left, 30 seconds for you extra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that's the end of the speaker session. We have all the panelists available now. We received several questions from the participants. One of the question I had is, well, now I think Professor Panda, are you going to say something?
No,
Hello?
no, I am not. I'm not. You carry on.
Okay. I think I so that is where the number one, one question we had is how is this distance education in several universities going to be possible? Let's say Utkal or Fakir Mohan. I'm sure pretty well all the IITs and KIT they already have now, and we would like to initiate this distance education or the in specialist subject. So can Professor Ashok Das address this and when we can start these remote seminars?
Right now, after the pandemic, starting a remote seminar is definitely not a problem. In fact, today morning itself, there was an international conference going on in Ravensar University. So the theme meetings, the conferences, webinars, and interaction on through net is not a great thing right now in this atmosphere. The distance learning, the word you use, has a different connotation, and I think Utkal and Sambalpur University have very well established distance learning programs. And there is a Odisha State Open University whose mandate is distance learning, and they prepare virtual learning packages which goes across. And we expect that program under NEP to increase by leaps and bounds.
Okay. The second question, actually, this question I will direct it to Professor Acharya. She is also a part of the university, has been there before. The question is a little bit tricky here. They are asking, the Odisha universities were producing stalwarts before. Why isn't it so right now?
So that that question is very critical. And now the students, they have already diverted their aim and objective from that. They are less students, they are opting for academics because of many constraints. And now the students, they have been encouraged to pursue their career in academics, and I hope they will be stalwarts in future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I know it's a very tricky question, but I am confident, we studied there, so I'm very confident that the universities will produce the best students in the country, and also we'll be all proud of them. The third question.
It still produces stalwarts.
Well, I mean, this question was posed, so I had to ask that. The third question I have to Professor Rajakumar, what are we doing to have collaboration between the universities in Odisha? As IIT is one of the premier one. So research or educational collaboration, I would like to request Professor Rajakumar to address this.
I think you're talking about the IIT and other educational institutions in the state of Odisha. That's a very good question. Actually, collaboration is a two-way exercise with the value created. And collaboration also can happen with the philanthropic kind of engagement of an institution with and doing some hand-holding to other institutions. Certainly, we have some collaboration with the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. We are going to initiate some programs like bioengineering, for which we have to collaborate with the AIMS to have our courses running with some courses taught by them. And we have a research collaboration happening. We have some initiatives like the Design and Innovation Center, where Ravenshaw University is a partner with us, and then one even Kendriya Vidyalaya is a partner, and ICT is a partner. And there is another institution, Bose Institution, which is also a partner. This is what we do. This apart, we also participate in different bodies of other institutions, including myself serving on the board of few of these institutions. This is the kind of engagement IIT Bhubaneswar has. And very importantly, about almost 3 years back, I proposed to the state government that we can take the responsibility of training the +2 teachers and inspire them to see that the +2 education is strengthened over a long term by taking the teachers in summer and winter. So we do have this kind of mindset through which we would like to also serve and help in developing the local ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Rajkumar. There are about 30 questions. I don't think I will be able to ask one of them, but we will take note of all these questions. I have one question for Professor Sasmita Mohanty. I know that KIT is involved in various incubation programs. What are the things that KIT is doing for establishing industry collaboration? Could you please elaborate in the next 1 or 2 minutes, please?
Yes, sir. Sir, KIT has not only established the incubation center, but we are having very good industry engagement system, both in academic and research activities. Not only we are involved with the industries for the placement activities. In academics, we have collaborated with the industries for establishment of Center of Excellence. Till now, around 20 industries have established their Center of Excellence in KIT University campus, and KIT is offering the courses in collaboration with them. Like with IBM, we are offering one course in computer science and engineering. We are offering courses with Tech Mahindra in IoT, and also we are offering courses with Robot Busk in
Voice is
mechanical.
breaking. Your voice is breaking.
Yeah,
No,
sorry,
it's
sir.
okay. It's
So
okay.
we are also offering courses in association with Robot Busk in mechanical engineering. Now we have collaborated with around 30 industries for offering different to involve themselves in different academic programs. Apart from that, we have collaborated with number of industries to get the capstone project for our students, the live capstone project for the students of engineering. And in medicine, slowly we are trying to engage with different pharmaceutical industries for different research activities also.
Thank you.
And for the incubation and handholding, of course, we have tied up with many industries, and now we are slowly tying up with different venture capitalists, because our incubation center is slowly getting matured, and we are trying to take more and more industries to the real world. They are going from the incubation to the market itself. So we are trying to collaborate with more and more funding agencies and funding partners with us, try to bring them with us.
Thank you, Professor Samantha. I know you're Director General of Research, Mrityunjay Swar, and we'll be working with him very closely on these collaborations. Thank you. I apologize for many questions that we received, but we cannot ask the panelists. But we hope to have quarterly seminars in higher education, in subsequent times. With this, I would thank all the panelists and the speakers and guests, those who are here. Durga, you want to say something, or we go to?
Yes. Now I will ask Professor Sanjeev Panda from Singapore to give a vote of thanks.
Thank you. Namaskar. Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to give the vote of thanks. There are so many well-learned people in this particular panel, and starting with Professor Mishra, setting the scenario for the discussion for the seminar, that is quality education, higher education in Odisha, introducing digitalization. So this was set up the platform for the discussion very well, and it was very well moderated by eminent Ajay Mahantiji, and he has managed very well the overall thing. Now we had so many panelists over here, starting with Prof. Ashok Das, Vice Chairman of the Odisha State Higher Education Council. He highlighted that quality education is not that it is not available in Odisha. It is very much there, but it is more problem of the equity and access from his talk. Moving on to Professor Rajakumar from the IIT Bhubaneswar Director, he agreed that quality issues are there and there are gaps there that needs to be filled. It is always good to aim very high. Whether we reach there or not, it's a different matter, but unless you set your goal very high and take the starting step, you may not be able to reach the destination. And there are gaps there, so he highlighted how those gaps can be filled. It is very well known that overnight the ranking cannot be changed. It will take time, not just 1 year or 2 years. It will take decades. And he highlighted that the next 3 decades, IIT Bhubaneswar and other institutions within Odisha can come up there. Now, moving on from the technical education to the Utkal University, the premier university in Odisha by Professor Sabita Acharya. He also addressed the quality education part of it, but very nicely she pointed it out. Some of the critical thing, which is multidisciplinary educations to be brought in, gender-based educations to be addressed internationalization of the higher education and bringing in global education in a mix, all these things. And the other part, she pointed it out, which we very much look at it at the National University of Singapore, where I come from, is the organizational excellence. You may have a good faculty, but if the supporting staffs are not there to support you, they have to go in tandem, hand in hand, not that one lagging behind, the other one is moving forward. So that has to go together. Then we had Prof. Susmita Samant from the private universities like KITS, which is very well known in Odisha, not only in Odisha, in India as well. And I have been working with KITS for quite some time in the engineering domain. And I was the person who brought in the international conference to KITS about 2 years back from Singapore. And I'm very glad that the engineering faculty has taken it up and they are doing their own international conference in less than a week's time in Bhubaneswar. So which is very good thing. They learn from the internationalization and how they can move that one. Now coming to the last speaker, Professor Dinabandhu Sahu, who Vice Chancellor of the Fakirmohan University. So he highlighted the point about the practical aspect of it. Faculty should work such that it's not just you do blue academic research, publish in the journal and get ranking, but else also, as it was touched upon by IIT director, that we must do our research for the benefit of the state government and the local community. So he addressed on that, the patents issue and actions have to be done. And the other part he brought in is good ambience. That is very much important for quality higher education. So overall, I would like to thank you, all the panelists and all participants attending this particular conference. And this is just the starting step. There will be monthly seminars as a follow-up of this one. We will be contacting all the educational institutes of higher learning within Odisha and international panel from this committee as well as other experts will be there. And that will be rolling over every month from time to time. And we give whatever help is needed, monitor it, and collectively all together we can move on to maintain higher education in Odisha. With that, I would like to stop here. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for attending this seminar. I think it will continue. Anil, I think you have to take over. Thank you very much. Namaskar. We really appreciate all of you to come and
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Durga Bhai. Thank you, Ajay Bhai, and all the panelists. We appreciate.
Thank you very much for a lively session.
Thanks a lot.
And we really love to hear that, right, Durga Bhai, that the seminar is not going to wait for a year to go. Every 3 months you are going to do?
We will start these things very quickly. We will have another one.
Great.
That's it.
Yeah.
Great.
Implementation is the key.
We'll expand it, Kuku, little more, and then we'll have at least quarterly, not if monthly. Thank you.
And we are so glad that we are connected with so many similar like-minded people.
Thank you again. Once again, thank you so much, all the panelists, all the professors presenting here, including our Nijara, Durga Bhai and Ajay Bhai. We need to move on. We will move for the next seminar. Once again, with the thanks, the next seminar is going to be on Odisha development, and we are a little bit tight in time, so I'm just pushing it a little bit. Sorry. So Professor Chitta Baral is going to take over. He is going to conduct the Odisha Development Day seminar. Professor Chitta Baral.
Thank you, Anil. So I will share the screen.
Thank you.
So Odisha Development Seminar, we had a pre-seminar on December 19th, which was over 4 hours, and we have it in YouTube. I'll just give a quick glimpse before I go into the next part. But first, coming back to the higher education seminar, we don't have to wait for a month or two. we can actually start our discussion. We have created this e-bulletin board, odisadev.odisasociety.org. I will be talking more about it. So we can communicate right now in there. This site might say that not secure or something. It's just our certificates at this time doesn't quite match, but there's nothing, we are not doing any security things. So please join there and you can comment right there. So we don't have to wait for monthly seminars. We can discuss things right away. So that was my first thing. So odisadev.odisasociety.org, you can copy and paste you can make a screen copy. So today's seminar, we have 7 different presentations. This is my introduction. Then we'll have Santosh Tripathi of Bhubaneswar Budge, and he and I will collaborate on talking about the tourism initiatives. Then we will discuss the Odisha Public Library Initiative. Nisikant and Ajay Bhai will discuss. Then we'll have a very innovative proposal on called Mo Chasi Bhai. This is Satyavat Muni, a IIM Ahmedabad graduate, will talk about it. Then we'll have Professor Prasant Mahapatra, the Vice Chancellor of Research at University of California, Davis. He's going to talk about impactful and implementable ideas for rural development. UC Davis is probably #1 in agriculture in the US. And then we have a proposal on a world-class museum at Puri, and Navketan Mahanti from Puri will be talking about it, origin from Puri. And then I will actually discuss in more detail about this e-bulletin board. So let me give a seminar, give a summary, quick summary of what happened on December 19th. In December 19th, and if you have seen through this today, one of our highest priority is to have these public libraries, especially ICT-enabled modern public libraries across in all district headquarters and panchayats. So we had a 2-hour presentation, and we will have a small presentation of that following this a little bit later. And there were several ministers and officials from Odisha government who participated in this. A key thing that I want to say, and I will myself interject into it, is that public libraries, somehow Odisha and Indian government have not somehow figured out that this is a high priority item in terms of infrastructure. So a action item after listening to the talks would be that we email our Prime Minister and Chief Minister the request that when their ministers, officials travel, they should visit some local libraries in small towns to large cities abroad. They're probably among the top 2-3 civic infrastructure in any other country that serve as an equalizer between people of all economic strata. So the Indian and Odisha governments need to treat this as a top infra priority, same priority as gram sadaks at panchayat level and rail stations in towns and cities. And we'll be talking more and more about this. After that, we had several smaller sessions, one on tourism initiative. The red ones we will be discussing today. The black ones, you have to watch the YouTube, but I will give you a quick overview. So there were 4 talks on the tourism infrastructure. There's Abhinav Sahu from Hong Kong talked about taking Odisha to the world. Sangamitra Jana, a tourism operator, she talked about ecotourism in Odisha. Santosh Tripathi will be talking about, he maintains the Bhubaneswar Budge site, and I mentioned now Ketan Mahanti. Then there was a session on skill development. Anup Patri from Malaysia, he talked about iPrep. Satyabrat, I'm a graduate, he talked about Mo Chasi Bhai, an initiative to solve migrant crisis in Odisha. You heard Professor Sanjeev Panda, he gave 2 presentations, one on skill development partnership with Singapore, and then Abhinas also talked about world-class education in Odia. This is one of the like summary slides of Abhinav Sahu. I put his main slides when he talked about the tourism initiatives. He really had beautiful slides with covered all the aspects of how to take Odisha to the world. And then this was the slides from Anup Patri. He talked about this iPrep and his vision, objectives, and how iPrep is doing. And they have a seminar in 14th January. So there's details here. So I'm presenting this slide. So this will be in the YouTube, so you can see more details here. And Professor Panda gave a great presentation on Singapore's skill development model. As you may know, Singapore is a leader in skill development education, and he went through the Singapore government's policies and he discussed them in great detail. And this is again a summary, and you can have a look at it in the YouTube. We of course don't have time to read this. And Abhinas then also talked about, from Hong Kong, talked about world-class education for students in Odisha. And following that, we had two other components, infrastructure development and the e-bulletin. So infrastructure development, Professor Sanjeev Panda talked about the electrification, energy access and electrification of Odisha through sustainable energy. So he talked about sustainable energy. He had all kinds of data. He wrote beautiful slides with all kinds of data. He's a professor, so he collected all the data and had all the data and showed what is the current situation and where India and Odisha can proceed. And then there was a talk by Professor Digambar Patra. He is a professor at University in Lebanon, and he is from Kalahandi, and he proposed a central corridor. Like we have a coastal corridor, we have a corridor like this, and he presented very well researched arguments about a central corridor for Odisha. And finally, I talked about the initiative on this e-bulletin. This is a glimpse, and again, we will be talking about this more. So that is my 8 minutes as per schedule. So we will move on to the next presentation. So let me go there. So the next is, this is will be a collaborative presentation between me and Santosh Tripathi from Bhubaneswar Budge, and we will be talking about some of the novel tourism initiatives and ideas in Odisha. And this is both by the state and as well as by individuals. And Vishal, actually earlier, Vishal, the tourism secretary, mentioned some of these. I went to their web pages and quickly made some screenshots, so we'll get an idea what are some of the novel ones. Like everybody knows about Puri, Konark, Lingaraj. So in these slides, I'm just going to give you visuals of some of the new initiatives many of you may not have come across. So the first one is this eco retreat that he talked about. Last year they had it in Konark, and I think maybe Satkosia. This year they're having it in Konark, Vitarkanika, Hirakud, Satkosia, and Daringbadi. The website is really very nicely done with lots of information. So you can see, so this is a picture of the Swiss camps that they have in Konark. And this is the inside. You can really nice rooms they have created. The website lists various kinds of activities that the government has organized. So cultural performances, guided tours. So in case of Konark, they have sand art, yoga workshop, and so on. I mean, and all of these are, some of these are common across all the 5 sites. So I'll just quickly browse through this. So this is Vitarkanika. So you'll see Vitarkanika, they would have boating in the creeks, nature trek, olive lily turtles, was the nesting of olive lily turtles. Okay, so this one is Hirakud. So they have that the ecotourism in Hirakud this year. Then this one is Satkosia on Mahanadi River. This is Daringbadi. So you can see among the mountains, and actually if you have seen pictures, there was snow this year, like it's kind of not snow, but on top of the car, there is like a layer of ice kind of a thing. So it gets below freezing in the night. And besides those very little expensive or very well organized ones, the Odisha Forest Development has nature camps in all over these places. They also have a beautiful site. So this is like lot more rustic nature camps and many places, including the places I mentioned and many other places. So now I will talk about Sanghamitra Jena. So that was a government effort, but we should also be helping. There are small individual efforts, and I want to shine light on a few of them. So one is Sanghamitra Jena, and Subrata Bagchi actually some 10 years ago wrote an article about her efforts in Forbes India. That's how I came to know about it as a single woman, how she was creating this thing. And she gave a talk last year. So she is running this thing, this ecotourism in Konark, and some of these pictures. So I have actually been there and stayed there. It's really beautiful. Next to the beach, little bit away from Konark, very nice environment, Odia food, Odia utensils. I mean, everybody should visit that place. And nice bathrooms, Western style. So this is Sanghamitras in Konark, and she also has a similar facility in Vitarkanika. Then this is something in Koraput, a guest house called Chanduri Sai. I think an Australian person runs it, but beautiful collaboration between the local tribals And I think the local tribals actually work there. They cook, they give guidance, and a beautiful location, Chanduri Sai. These are some of the pictures. You can go to the web and see many more pictures. If you type Google, you'll find. Again, it's Chanduri Sai. So this is a friend of a friend, a engineer who decided that he would like to promote tourism in Koraput. So he actually raised some money through GoFundMe kind of sites, not GoFundMe, but something else, and created this thing again in Koraput. And there was this article in the Better India, how an engineer transformed a tribal helmet in Odisha into a unique ecotourism destination. This is a very beautiful place. And the Odisha government used to have rest houses in forests. So this is in Simlipal, and those have been given to people to make much better accommodations. And this is in Simlipal, where you will find really first-class accommodations, first-class facilities. And another trend has been the Indian royal palaces. They are now going the tourist way, and there are many such places. So this is Gajalakshmi Place, Dolai Joda Place, Dhenkanal, Aul. This is Dhenkanal actually, Dhenkanal Palace. This is Aul Palace. Beautiful article on them. So this is another kind, Belgadia Palace in Mayurbhanj. So now I go to Santosh. He maintains a Bhubaneswar Budge in multiple platforms, and this is just a glimpse of, he has a large number of followers, and this is the kind of impact that he has. I just picked up this article, like people all over the world actually get a lot of information about tourism in Odisha through his Twitter and Instagram and so on. So he wanted me to put these slides. So Santosh, can you say a little bit about what you wanted to say, Mahendragiri? I will quickly go over the slides.
Yeah, so like apart from the normal tourist spots that Odisha has, there are a lot of other places which people might not have seen or heard. Like I have been maintaining this Bhubaneswar bus site for like 7-8 years now. People send me beautiful pictures of rest of the world, and you see the kind of images, or like say Mahendragiri top view. This is the kind of images we see in other places of India, and you see similarly. This is like Patali Sikatra. There is a beautiful video, one person. So a lot of people are sending me their work, and they want to showcase other places of Odisha that all over the world people might not have seen. So whenever I get a chance, I try to give them a platform to showcase these beautiful areas, to get them more acknowledgement. Apart from our like Puri Konark, I try to focus on other things, because a lot of people know already Puri Konark. So my focus is primary is how to showcase other areas and how to give them some kind of exposure, so that our Odisha people itself can start traveling. Then you can see the more marketing, word to mouth kind of thing going around. And with the kind of followers, like I have almost around 13 million page views coming in every month, and more than 200,000 followers. If you start posting this, the kind of conversation starts, and people from outside India, outside Odisha, they reach out to me to figure out, okay, what is this? We have never heard of this place. This kind of beautiful places, like you see in Zirang, the kind of structures that we have, apart from the normal beach, Puri Konark temples, we have much more things to showcase to the world than the world knows right now. So this is also Zirang. Then you have Vichitrapur mangrove forest. So lot more natural areas, natural scenic areas which are yet to be explored by people outside of Odisha. And this is a nature camp in Sarapgarh near Rourkela. So these are kind of things which most people even inside Odisha might not know. So my aim is trying to get them more knowledge, get more exposure, those kind of things, so that we like more people go, more people start visiting, then you generate the content. So this was another festival, like a lot of people might not be knowing. So we have in Ramchandi, we used to have a yearly India Surfing Festival, which might be stopped for this year. And this is really kind of a 3-day event, and Rangers was hosting this. It was a very beautiful event. People from all over the world come to do some kind of surfing. There are particular times you can do surfing in that region. Plus also you can do stand-up paddling, then kayaking, all those kind of events. For what you see outside India, you have those like access to those kind of features inside Odisha itself. So those kind of things are not getting visible. That's what is like our aim to try and get people to know more about this.
Thank you, Santosh. We will have some discussion at the end of the presentations and also in the bulletin boards. So I will go through the program. So next is we'll discuss the Odisha Public Library. And Nisikant, you want me to start with the movie?
The OSA Public Library Initiative is OSA's vision for model public libraries of Odisha. The sole purpose was to create a basic footprint of world-class public libraries in Odisha through the model public libraries, which can be an inspirational model to replicate similar public libraries at every district and block level in other parts of the state. Our mission is to establish information and community technology, or ICT-enabled model public libraries that will function as a resource center for information, knowledge, skill development, and community welfare. It all started with the major natural calamity in 2013, Phylin. Funds collected to rebuild affected areas gave the idea of a better library system for residents. Of course, it took persistent effort, but the library was inaugurated by the Chief Minister in 2017. The library officially opened to the public as e-library in April 2018, with hundreds of students taking interest to be part of the free facilities for the first time in Berhampur. The library provides access to high-speed internet, in addition to traditional library facilities and access to the adjacent community center for learning, information exchange, collaboration, and public congregation. Besides the BMC, passionate, progressive-thinking local community members are working towards its success. In August of 2018, OSA signed an MOU with Berhampur Municipal Corporation to provide guidance, infrastructure, and expert advice for successful library operations. The MOU is now in the process of being renewed. The library has conducted multiple seminars, conferences, and workshops on women leadership, healthcare, job preparations, and education. One of the noteworthy events was a skill set development workshop inaugurated by Subroto Bakshi of Skilling Odisha in collaboration with the local ITI. Additional libraries are almost ready to open to the public in the Mayurbhanj and Balasore districts with the help of local authorities. We continue to influence the government of Odisha to build similar libraries across the state in each district and panchayat. The government of Odisha is now considering to start similar initiatives in each panchayat. Multiple library conferences were held in Odisha, bringing in think tanks and library activists to work together for this cause. OSA continues to motivate authorities, academicians, librarians, community leaders, journalists, and influential individuals for this movement. We appeal to you all to join hands in building well-integrated modern public libraries at all district headquarters and Grama Panchayats in Odisha as a top priority. Let's call it a Mo Library Initiative. Thank you for your time. Joy Odisha.
Yeah, very nice video. So Nisikant, I will share my share the slides and you can talk, or you want to share, whichever is fine. I cannot hear you. You have to unmute. Okay, let me unmute you. Okay, go ahead, unmute. Okay.
Can you see me still?
Yes.
Thank you. Namaskar, distinguished guests, and all my brothers and sisters, friends across the globe. Thank you for joining today's public library seminar, and we have lots of updates for you. And I hope you like the video and the efforts OSA has been involved for the last several years. With your support, we can move forward, and the vision of 2024, making public libraries in all district headquarters and gram panchayats can be possible with only your support and encouragement. As you can see here, these are the developments we had. We have key policymakers from Government of Odisha participated, as you know, and all have appreciated the library initiative, what has been happening. Our dream is to have Odisha Public Library Vision 2024. One big concern, our Honorable Minister, IT and Culture Secretary and Professor Acharya mentioned that we need to promote the reading culture. And when you say that we need to promote that reading culture, why it is lagging? In one part of the world, in US, which is #1 in economic growth, I can show you the screen here. This is the recent one in October 2020. They have rural libraries across America that are expanding. And why it is shrinking in Odisha? We need to introspect ourselves that something is missing. And the civil society need to come forward to improve that one. And last meeting, we had all the distinguished guests from higher education mentioned to promote education. And if this universal education system will not be promoted, then it will not feed the higher education system. That's why we need to think about how this can be improved. And another good thing is that our IT minister said that we'll have all panchayats will have broadband connectivity by end of 2021. It is published in multiple newspapers. And in some places, remote places, they are discussing with private players, private service providers who can provide internet. Our culture secretary also supported the OSA Public Library Vision 2024. And he also asked to devise a plan so that state can decide how to achieve that 2024 plan. We are thankful to all of them, all the distinguished, for their commitment to make it happen. And they have the target to have 30 districts to have ICT-enabled public libraries. The PX secretary said that we'll have 314 blocks to have panchayat libraries by March 2021. And they have funding from central and state finance commission fund and different kind of funds also available to support the libraries. And we had deputy collector from Sambalpur, and he said they have 139 libraries will be operational by January 26, 2021. It was delayed because of COVID. And we have one video, Manoj Tripathi. He was the pioneer in starting the Maribhanj Public Library, OSA's proposed Maribhanj Public Library. And he mentioned that he was inspired on OSA's library initiative, and he started another 4 libraries in Fulbani. And that is very touching for us, and we are thankful to him that he could make it in Fulbani. And also we have Professor Damodar Acharya, former IIT director. He committed that IIT Kharagpur alumni will support the library initiative. And this is a global initiative. We all need to work together how we can accomplish. And these are our top 11 points we have discussed. Because as you can know today that OSA president has appealed our esteemed CM that how this Odisha Public Library Vision 2024 can be achieved. We can have libraries every district headquarters and all panchayats by 2024. Then we have all the resources. The MGNREGA scheme, there's 90% funded by the central government, 10% funded by the state government, by the panelists in the last meeting. And we have different kind of funding source, like state budget is 1.5 lakh crore, and CSR is, there are different places we have all these kind of fundings available. And what we need, how everything can be under one umbrella, how 5T will be enforced, so that all the libraries can be efficiently operation. And now we have discussed all these points in the last meeting. And this is the feedback we have received from Additional Secretary, Government of Odisha on the library initiative. And this is the message from video Nuara Fulbani. And this is the appeal given to CM by our President OSA.
You can read it.
With the NRO's appeal to Honorable CM Sri Navin Patnaik for a fast-track implementation of Odisha Public Library Act towards a well-integrated modern public library system across all Odisha. Under this program, establishment of information communication technology enable public libraries at all district and Gram Panchayat level by 2024 must be a top priority, similar to brilliantly executed Gram Sadak Yojana at Panchayat level. And we also suggest to have more library program like more school, more college scheme, which will encompass all district headquarters, GP libraries under single umbrella. Now it is often, because this is a possibility, this is achievable, and we can make it if we all will focus on this thing and we have a global effort.
Thank you, Nisikant. Ajay bhai, would you want to add something?
Yeah. Thank you, Chita. Our earnest appeal to the global audience and also the honorable ministers and chief minister who are present and who may be listening. I want to quote one of the newscaster of US, wherever the cost of our libraries, the price is cheap compared to that of an ignorant nation.
Thank you, Ajay.
We do hope our state, which has a great tradition of building the first public library of the country, that was Maharaja Krishnachandra Gajapati Library, the state will be more receptive to these ideas which have been presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajay. Okay, I will take 1 minute and put my thoughts in it. I think the Indian and Odisha government need to make it an infrastructure priority, very high priority, like the way they do this, do the, as said, Gram Sadaks at the village level, as well as train stations and in big cities. So there are a lot of research on library, how they impact library building communities, public libraries, public library association. Now we should, if at all, like people will say, okay, US is a first world country, very rich country, so maybe we can emulate, we are behind China by 8-10 years, so maybe we should see what is happening in China. So China, let me show you the pictures of libraries in China. So these are like libraries, big city libraries in China. So yes, we'll have panchayat libraries, but that's what I mean, that at big city level, it should be have a big higher priority of like a railway station or airport kind of a thing. And people should look at these libraries, and these are the rural libraries in China. And this is a library in Burundi, in Africa. So, and these are two items of how to convince lawmakers about the importance of libraries. So that's just a quick 1 minute thing, follow up on this, that we all should write to CM. The way it happens in India, unfortunately or fortunately, is that in Odisha, it's the CM. If he's convinced, everything happens. Similarly, at the Indian level is the Prime Minister. If he's convinced, then a lot of things happen. So my suggestion would be to not, in addition to OSA sending letters, individuals send emails. That has a lot of impact. When the CM receives 1,000 emails from individuals, then they act on it. So that's my conclusion on this, or thought on this. I'll move on to the next presentation on Mochasi Bhai. He has a nice video. Satyabrat has a nice video. We'll start with that. Okay.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes. So, do you want to show the
Jai
slide?
Jagannath.
Okay, I'll show the slide. Okay, continue, please.
OSR ଦୀର୍ଘ 52 ବର୍ଷର ନିରବଚ୍ଛିନ୍ନ ପ୍ରୟାସ ଦ୍ୱାରା ଆଜିର ଯୋଉ ବିଶ୍ୱ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ମହୋତ୍ସବରେ ମୁଁ ସତ୍ୟବ୍ରତ ସାମିଲ ହୋଇପାରିଛି, ସେଟା ପାଇଁ ଆୟୋଜକଙ୍କୁ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ ଦଉଛି ଏବଂ ବିଶ୍ୱର ଚାରିପଟେ ଥିବା ମୋର ଭାଇ ଓ ଓଡ଼ିଆ ଭାଇ ଓ ଭଉଣୀମାନଙ୍କୁ ମୋର ଶୁଭେଚ୍ଛା ଜଣାଉଛି। ଗତ କିଛି ମାସ ହେଲା ଯୋଉ ଆମେ କୋରୋନା ପାଣ୍ଡେମିକ ଆସିଥିଲା, ଏଇଟା ଯୋଗୁଁ ଆମ ବିଶ୍ୱରେ ହୁଲସ୍ଥୁଲ ହେଇଥିଲା। ଆଉ ଏଇଟାରେ ଆମେ କିଛି ନୂଆ ନୂଆ ଦୃଶ୍ୟ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ମିଳିଥିଲା, ଯାହାରୁ ମାଇଗ୍ରେଣ୍ଟ ଲେବର ମାନଙ୍କର ଘରକୁ ଫେରିବାର ଯୋଉ ଦୃଶ୍ୟ ଥିଲା ସେଟା ବହୁତ କଷ୍ଟକର ଥିଲା। ତ ମୁଁ ଗୋଟେ ABM IIM ଅହମଦାବାଦର ଗ୍ରାଜୁଏଟ ହେଇକି ମୁଁ ଭାବିଲି ମୁଁ ମୋର ଦେଶ ପାଇଁ, ମୋର ମାତୃଭୂମି ପାଇଁ କିଛି କରିପାରିବି କି? ଆଉ ସେ ଯୋଉ ଉତ୍ତରଟା ମତେ ମିଳିଲା ସେଟା ଥିଲା ହଁ, ମୁଁ କିଛି କରିପାରିବି। ତ ତେଣୁ ମୁଁ ମାରୁତି ଫୁଡ୍ସ ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ସେଣ୍ଟର ତରଫରୁ ଆଉ ମୋ ସହାୟ ତରଫରୁ ଆପଣଙ୍କ ସାମ୍ନାରେ ଗୋଟେ ନୂଆ ଇନିସିଏଟିଭ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଚାହୁଁଛି। ଆଉ ଏଇ ଇନିସିଏଟିଭରେ ଆମକୁ ଆମର OSA ର ନିଜର ଅଜୟ ମହାନ୍ତି ସାର୍ ଆମକୁ ବହୁତ ଗାଇଡ୍ କରିଛନ୍ତି, and we have been advised by Gokul Patnaik, retired IAS, while planning all of this. So ଆମେ ଏଇଟା ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିବା ଆଗରୁ ଆମ ବିଷୟରେ ଟିକେ ମୁଁ କିଛି କହିବାକୁ ଚାହିଁବି। ମାରୁତି ଫୁଡ୍ସ ଏକ ବ୍ରହ୍ମପୁରର ଫୁଡ୍ ପ୍ରୋସେସିଂ କମ୍ପାନୀ ଯୋଉଟା 20 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେଇଥିଲା। ଆଉ ଏଇ କମ୍ପାନୀ ଗତ 20 ବର୍ଷ ହେଲା ଆଚାର ମସଲା ପାମ୍ପଡ଼ ସବୁ ବନେଇକି ଓଡ଼ିଶା ଓ ଓଡ଼ିଶା ବାହାରେ ଦଉଛି। ଆମେ 12 ବର୍ଷ ତଳେ ଆମର ମାରୁତି ଫୁଡ୍ସ ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ସେଣ୍ଟର ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିଥିଲୁ। ଏଇଟା ଚାଷୀ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ସ୍କିଲ୍ କରିବା ପାଇଁ ଆଉ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଏଣ୍ଟରପ୍ରେନ୍ୟୁର ବନାଇବା ପାଇଁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରାଯାଇଥିଲା। ଆଉ ଗୁଡ଼ାଏ ଚାଷୀ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଆମେ ଏଣ୍ଟରପ୍ରେନ୍ୟୁର କଲୁ। ଆଉ ଆଜ ଅନ୍ ଡେଟ୍ ଆମେ ପାଖାପାଖି 10,000 ଚାଷୀଙ୍କୁ ଟ୍ରେନିଂ ଦେଇଛୁ 19ଟା ଡିଷ୍ଟ୍ରିକ୍ଟରୁ ଓଡ଼ିଶାର। ଆଉ ଆମ ସହିତ ମିଶିଛନ୍ତି ମୋ ସହାୟ ଗ୍ରୁପ, ଯିଏକି ଲକଡାଉନ ହେବାର ଜଷ୍ଟ ଗୋଟେ ଦିନ ଆଗରୁ ଏଇ ସଂସ୍ଥା ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ ହେଇଥିଲା। ଆଉ ମୋ ସହାୟ ପାଖାପାଖି ଲକ୍ଷେଟା ମାଇଗ୍ରେଣ୍ଟ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଏବେକୁ ଥଇଥାନ କଲାଣି ଅଲଗା ଅଲଗା ଜାଗାରେ। ଯୋଉମାନେ ବାପସ ପଳେଇ ଆସିଥିଲେ ଘରକୁ ସେମାନଙ୍କୁ ପୁଣି ନେଇକି ଜବ ଦେବା ସହିତ ତାଙ୍କୁ ଗୋଟେ ମୁଣ୍ଡ ଟେକିକିରି ଗୋଟେ ଲାଇଭଲିହୁଡ ଏବଂ ଏକ ତାଙ୍କର ଯୋଉ ସ୍ୱାଭିମାନ ଅଛି, ସ୍ୱାଭିମାନର ସହିତ ତାଙ୍କୁ ରିଏଙ୍ଗେଜ କରିଛି ବିଭିନ୍ନ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜାଗାରେ ଆମର ଇଣ୍ଡିଆରେ। Sir, next slide ଟାକୁ ଯିବେ। So ମୁଁ ଯଦି ଆପଣଙ୍କୁ short ରେ କହିବି, ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଆମର ଆଇଡିଆ ଅଛି, ଏଇ ଯୋଉ ଇନିସିଏଟିଭ ଅଛି ମୋ ଚାଷୀ ଭାଇ, ଆର ସିମ୍ପଲ ଆଇଡିଆ ହଉଛି we will prepare agricultural entrepreneurs who will open agricultural enterprises in Odisha, and that will be done through by providing them training, skill development, hand-holding them in market initiatives, and showing them how marketing is done. So our जो business model अच्छी, our core 4टा step अच्छी आगे, से 4टा step रे प्रथम होची trust. So आमे एबर चासी मानकर जो चाष उपर विश्वासटा हारी जाइछन्ती जे चाषर किछि हे परिबनी आ जोथि लागि तांके वापस फेरी पळौछन्ती आ माइग्रेंट हे जाउछन्ती सेही जिंसटा को आमे एंड करबा को चाहूछु तेनो फर्स्ट स्टेप आमे ट्रस्ट जनरेट करबु केमिति ना एबर करंट चासी मानकर जहां भी प्रोड्यूस अछि सेटा को नै कि आमे हाई वैल्यू प्रोडक्ट बनै कि सेटा को मार्केट रे प्रथमे बिकिबु आ एटा बिकिबा द्वारा जो हमर छोटो गोटे बेस बनिबो चासी भाई मानकर सेमानकर जो विश्वासटा हम पर आसीबो सेटा को नै कि आमे तांको आउरी एक्स्ट्रा किछि ट्रेनिंग देबो मारुति फूड्स ट्रेनिंग सेंटर रे आ जेहेतु हमर पुराना एटार एक्सपीरियंस अछि आमे गुडा एंटरप्रेन्योर बनैछु तेणु आमे तांको को मार्केट एक्सेस दबु मो चसा भाई इनिशिएटिव थ्रू आ एटा जेतलो आमे किछि तांको को पैसा देखेबु आ किछि तांको को आश्वासन दबु जे तुमको मार्केट रु रीच मिलिबो से माने निजे निजर एंटरप्रेन्योर हे कि निजर छोट छोट यूनिट खोल परिबो आपण जति देखिबे एनी गोटे एस्टैब्लिशमेंट रो एनी गोटे एंटरप्राइज रो चारिटा फैक्टर थाय आगे गोटे होची लेबर कैपिटल नॉलेज और मार्केट तो आमे प्रथम स्टेज रे मार्केट प्रोवाइड करूछु सेकंड स्टेज रे ट्रेनिंग देकी तांको नॉलेज प्रोवाइड करूछु थर्ड स्टेज रे मार्केट एक्सेस देकी तांको को कैपिटल प्रोवाइड करूछु बा धन प्रोवाइड करूछु सो दैट तांके किछि गोटे नुवा करि पारिबे आ चतुर्थ स्टेज रे जो लेबर टा दरकार पड़िबो सेही लेबर माने होचंदी हमर माइग्रेंट भाई और भौणी माने जो माने हमर देश छाडी के बाहर पळे छंती आ से माने जेहेतु किछि गोटे नुवा होची जायने कि टंका जनरेट होची तांके पुणी वापस आसीबे हम ओडिसा को री एम्प्लॉय हे कि एठी काम करबा को पैसा कमेबा को जोटा पय ताके बाहर को अच्छा हमें को जिंस ऊपर ट्रेनिंग दबा तो हमें जो जो जिंस जगह ऊपर ट्रेनिंग दबा गया सेटा बहुत ही इजी सेटा किछि नुवा हमें किछि कहनु खाली जो ढंगर दिया हो सेटा होछि नुवा तो आपण जदी ओडिसा को केबे आस्थिबे स्पेशली कोस्टल बेल्ट को हमर एटे मशरूम बहुत हुए तो मशरूम प्रोडक्शन ऊपर हमें दबु कारण मशरूम गोटे हाई वैल्यू प्रोडक्ट सिमिलरली इंडिजिनस काउ रो हमें जो ए2 गाय जोटा को देसी गाय हमें कहू तार एनिमल हस्बेंडरी ऊपर दबु इंटीग्रेटेड वेजिटेबल एंड फ्रूट फार्मिंग ऊपर दबु रिसाइक्लिंग ऑफ वर्मी कंपोस्ट पालो जो हमर पालो नडा थाए जोटा हमर जनरली धान चाष पर निया जळे दियंती सेटा को हमें जदी रिसाइकल कर परबा ताइनु छत्तु काढी परबा ताइनु वर्मी कंपोस्ट कर परबा ताइनु हमें पोल्ट्री मध्ये करै परबा सो एई सब जिंस जगह हमें सिखेबु नुआ उन्नत धरणर टेक्नोलॉजी जेमिति कि हाइड्रोपोनिक्स भी हमें सिखेबु आ हाइड्रोपोनिक्स सिखेबा द्वारा जो नुआ टेक्नोलॉजी रो ये हबो सेटा द्वारा हमें नर्सरी आ हॉर्टिकल्चर एंड फ्लोरिकल्चर मध्ये सिखेबा एंड एट द एंड हमें फार्मर मन को एकजुट करिकि तांको प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड प्रोड्यूसर ग्रुप को आनु सो दैट तांकर बार्गेनिंग पावर बढ़ो तो हमरो एटा द्वारा गोटे अल्टरनेटिव वैल्यू चेन क्रिएट हबो जो वैल्यू चेन हमरो एग्रीकल्चर वैल्यू चेन बहुत दिन हला सेटा हमरो हेई पारिनी किछि इनोवेटिव सेटारे हमें एई वैल्यू चेन रे क्रिएट करिकि सेटा टेक्नोलॉजी लगेबु आ प्राइस ता जो एबे करंटली डिफरेंट स्टेप थिबा पाए बा डिफरेंट 4-5टा लोकन हाथरू मटेरियल ट्रांसफर हेबा लागि जो पैसाटा चासी को मिल पानी सेटा चासी डायरेक्ट मो चासी भाई को दबो आ मो चासी भाई नै कि मार्केट रे बिकेबो तेणु से जो वैल्यूटा क्रिएट हला सेटा लागि 20-25% जणे जणे फार्मर को लाभ मिल पारिबो आ खाली सेति कि नै आपण जदी एई स्लाइड रे देखिबे ताहले एठी दीटा चासी अछन आगे गोटे चासी होची सीए जे कि नॉर्मल भाबरे खेती करछि आ गोटे चासी सीए जाकू मो चासी भाई ट्रेन करी कि नुवा धरणर नुवा किसमर चासी करबा देखुछि त आपण जदी देखिबे जो पुराना चासी अछि जे धान आ मुगो करूथला सीए एबे 50 रु 60 हजार कमौछि पर एकर पर एनम किंतु सेटा आगा गोटे मो चासा भाई द्वारा ट्रेंड जने फार्मर सीए नियरली 5 लाख बंद कमे परियो काहेकि ना सी निजर एग्रीकल्चर और एलाइड प्रैक्टिसेस को डाइवर्सिफाई करूची सी निजर कॉस्ट ताको कमौची ऑप्टिमाइजेशन द्वारा आ उन्नत धरणर मेथड और टेक्नोलॉजी द्वारा सी निजर प्रॉफिट ताको बढ़ौची डायरेक्ट मार्केट एक्सेस पाइबा आ ए सब जिंस जोगु जेहेतु से डाइवर्सिफाई करूची तो हमर जेमिति कि साइक्लोन आसे ड्रॉट आसे फ्लड आसे ए सब जिंस रु से प्रोटेक्टेड हे कि रहि परिबो कारण गोटे भी जदी खेती कर पाने से आ गोटे जिंस रु किछ ना किछ इनकम पाइ परिबो हमें एउडा किमिति कहूछु जे हमें एटा करि देबो काहे ना हमें पैंडेमिक जतले हेतिला सेतले आम द्वारा ट्रेन हेतिबा मारुति फूड्स ट्रेनिंग सेंटर द्वारा ट्रेन हेतिबा पाखापाखि 150 रु 160 एसएचजी मा माने सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप मा माने निजर घरे बस छतु करिकि पाखापाखि 15 रु 20 हजार कमेथिले ड्यूरिंग द कोरोना पैंडेमिक when their brothers, their fathers, their husbands who returned as migrants were not able to earn anything, during that time these rural women could earn 15 to 20,000. ଗୋଟେ ଦାଦନ ଶ୍ରମିକ ପାଇଁ ଯଦି 15 ରୁ 20,000 ତା ଘରେ ରହି ଯଦି ସେ କମେଇ ପାରୁଛି ତାହେଲେ ତାଠୁ ବଡ ଜିନିଷ ଆଉ କିଛି ନାହିଁ।
ଆଚ୍ଛା ସତ୍ୟବ୍ରତ ପ୍ଲିଜ ଗୋଟେ ମିନିଟ କନକ୍ଲୁଡ କର। ବଢିଆ ହେଲା।
ଆଜ୍ଞା ସାର୍, ତ ଏଇଟା ଏଇ ଇନିସିଏଟିଭ ଯାକ ଆମେ ଭେରିୟସ୍ ଅର୍ଗାନାଇଜେସନ ଯେମିତିକି ILO, ଇଣ୍ଡୋ ଇସ୍ରାଏଲ ପ୍ରୋଜେକ୍ଟ, UNDP ଏଗୁଡା ସବୁକୁ ପିଚ୍ କରୁଛୁ। ଆଉ ଆମର ଯୋଉ ଇମ୍ପାକ୍ଟଟା ନେଟ୍ ଇମ୍ପାକ୍ଟଟା କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ ହବ ସେଇଟା ହଉଛି ଯେ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ 5 ବର୍ଷରେ ପାଖାପାଖି ପୁରା ଷ୍ଟେଟ୍ କୁ କଭର କରିବୁ, starting from ଗଞ୍ଜାମ। ତ ଗଞ୍ଜାମ ଯେହେତୁ ଇଜ ଦ ହବ ଅଫ ମାଇଗ୍ରେସନ, ଆମେ ଗଞ୍ଜାମରୁ ଷ୍ଟାର୍ଟ କରିକି ପୁରା ଓଡିଶାକୁ କଭର କରିବୁ। ଆମେ ଟାର୍ଗେଟ ରଖିଛୁ ଯେ 8,000ଟା ଚଷା ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀଙ୍କୁ ଆମେ ଟ୍ରେନ କରିବୁ, ଯୋଉମାନେ କି ଜଣେ ଜଣିକା ଯଦି 20ଟା ମଧ୍ୟ ଏଗ୍ରିପ୍ରିନିୟର ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଇନଫ୍ଲୁଏନ୍ସ କରିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି, ନିଜ ଆଖପାଖର ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀ ମାନଙ୍କୁ ଇନଫ୍ଲୁଏନ୍ସ କରିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି, ତାହେଲେ 2,50,000ଟା ଏଗ୍ରିପ୍ରିନିୟର୍ସ କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ ହେବେ। ଆଉ 2,50,000ଟା ଯଦି ଏଗ୍ରିପ୍ରିନିୟର 5 ବର୍ଷରେ କ୍ରିଏଟ୍ ହଉଛନ୍ତି, ଡେଭଲପମେଣ୍ଟ ରହିବ ସେଇଟା ନିୟରଲି 12 ଲକ୍ଷ ରହିବ ଆମର ମାଇଗ୍ରେଣ୍ଟ ଭାଇ ଭଉଣୀ ମାନେ ଯୋଉମାନେ ବାହାରକୁ ପଳଉଛନ୍ତି। So the net impact that we are going to create is that we are going to call back our migrants to get employed in Odisha for Odisha. We will create an alternate value chain whereby we will have optimization and very, very low wastage, and we'll ensure the farmer gets 10 times return. So what do we need from you people? जो मैंने आज देखुचंती आपण माननगुठु आपनकर एक्सपीरियंस, एक्सपर्टीज, आइडियाज और नेटवर्क दरकार, सो दैट आम आइडियाटा बहुत लोक को पहुंचू। आ सबुठ बड़ जिनस जोड़ा दरकार सेटा होची फंडिंग, कारण एई जिनस को आमे जदी इंप्लीमेंट करबार अछि हमको नियरली 50 to 60 crores दरकार पड़िबो इन 5 years to implement this and to reach people and to create results on ground। आ एटा जदी वंस हेई जाउची ताहले आमे गोटे रेवोल्यूशन स्टार्ट करि परिबा, जोटा कि आम ओडिसा को आमर पूरा इंडिया रे नंबर 1 स्टेट करे परिबो। मु थैंक करबा चाहूची मो सहाय ग्रुप को हेडेड बाय विजय साहू सर, डीपी डोगरा सर, समरेंद्र महांती भाई, और प्रशांत देशपांडे सर एंड अदर्स, and studio management को headed by Aparna Oza and Pratik Doshi, and special thanks to Arun Gupta. So at the end I would like to say we can create magic in Odisha for Odisha by people of Odisha. Bande Utkal Janani, Jai Kalima.
Thank you, Satya. बढ़िया हला। Okay, we'll move on to the next Professor Prasant Mahapatra, the Vice Chancellor of Research from UC Davis. He will present. Prasant, do you want me to present or you can present?
I can do it. Can you see my slides?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I think, since Chitta has put strict time constraint, I'll jump into it. And I want to present some random thoughts regarding impactful and implementable initiatives for rural Odisha. And some of these thoughts are quite synergistic to the previous talk that you just heard. So let me start with the basic question, can we simplify the rural ecosystem? So in rural ecosystem, the questions are, what do people want? There are only two things people want in real rural systems. They want sustainable income, and they want to create assets and savings for whatever reason. Okay, let's not question the reasonings behind any of these. But what do people need? People need nutritious food, healthcare, very effective and affordable healthcare, hygienic living conditions, good housings, and all the living conditions associated with it, and quality education for their kids. What are the challenges? Poverty, malnutrition, illiteracy, unemployment, natural calamities. So these are the main challenges that we have to face. So these are essentially the three aspects that we should look at in the rural ecosystem. So if we want to develop the rural ecosystem, we have to go deeper into this. But before I do that, let me just give you the global context. So that's where I want to bring the agriculture sector into the discussion. This is an essential component for societal and economical sustainability anywhere, both rural and urban. So if you look at the data, we are projected to have about 9.6 billion people by 2050. So if you do simple maths, we need to expand our food production by 70% just to have the 9.6 billion people fed. Now, on the other hand, rural Odisha is enriched and is gifted with the opportunity to leverage the agricultural sector. and most part of the agricultural system in the broader sense have not been leveraged have not leveraged the advances in technology and the data science that have created opportunities to expand the efficiency of the agricultural system. So we need to realize that technology will have a significant impact on the food production in the global context. Now, so coming back to the local context, what do we need to meet the challenges that I described earlier? So the challenge, we need to adapt the new technology. We need to increase the operational efficiency, reduce waste, improve the yield quality, enhance productivity, and we need to also pursue innovation in the rural business model. And again, none of these things should be new for you. We all know that. So what I want to propose, the idea, and this might be a little bit debatable whether it's a good idea or not. What I'm suggesting is to corporatize rural agriculture. And I'll define what I mean by corporatizing. So run the rural, and I'm putting corporatizing always within quotes, just to distinguish it from plain corporate environment. So I'm proposing to run the rural villages like a corporate business, have a structure and analyze the input, output, and growth parameters. So create the micro-entrepreneurial culture in there and leverage scale and verticalization of operations. And I'll expand a little bit on these things in the next slide. So for example, we can take a small village, 50 to 100 families, form a small business incorporating a corporation type behavior in there. Now, we want to improve the agricultural productivity, and the target, like in any corporation, should be for profit, okay? And that might sound counterintuitive to some of you, but at the end of the game, that's what people want, and that's how the economy will grow. We need to leverage technology, data and specific skills, and the scaling factor. Scaling factor is a big issue. Production of multiple crops, livestock, and poultry, I'll talk a little more about that. And this will also give us resilience from the natural calamities. Innovation in rural agriculture also needs to be exploited as we go on, and there is too much of untapped potential in the ecosystem. There should be focus on growth rather than annual sustainability. In many rural villages, they grow or they rely on agriculture to provide them just food for this year, okay? But we need to grow and have this profit mentality in the corporate environment in the rural sector. So as you heard in the previous talk, gaining mutual trust will be a big thing. And we need to also orchestrate collaborative efforts as we move ahead. Now, during this process, we need to leverage the concept of combined ownership and sharing of outcomes. And those should be very clearly articulated with the goal that everyone will be benefited. And all their wishes and needs, remember I talked in the very first slide, those need to be satisfied in there. And we need to leverage specialized skills, not like in one farm, one family doing everything for the farming will no longer be required. You can be specialized in one skill and you do for all the farms in a complete village. So that's where you bring the federation part in the corporate structure. And now training and education will always be necessary. And I'm glad to hear the previous presentation, where there is an ample opportunity to be trained. Okay. And I want to make it clear, profits is the key to success in this model. We have to, the mentality of in rural villages should get to that mode that we need to grow rather than just sustain. So the growth and the growth is for future investment, which eventually will turn to more growth in future. And we need to develop a framework across this concept. So if you look at a holistic view of the food system, it includes breeding, production, food processing, nutrition, and have to have all the people associated behind it, and use technology as an enabler in all these things. And if you pick three top things in agriculture is you need to enhance the diversity of the crops for various reasons that you all know probably. We need to adapt technology in very generous way. And we have to look at the whole system as in order to extract the maximum benefits. starting from harvesting, processing, transportation, storage, the retail, and also on the supply chain and the consumer behavior in that. So in addition to that, I have only one more slide after this. In addition to that, we have to look at non-agricultural income opportunities in those micro corporations in villages. And that will also soften the migrant culture that you just heard about. For government-supported infrastructure development, work and employ people from the same locality, enhance tourism. The more people you bring in to visit various things in village, add to the economy of the village. And this should be, I'm not talking about the bigger tourism picture that Chita was talking about earlier. This is like micro-tourism things in villages where you can attract a few people just passing through or driving through the villages. Education and skill training, that needs to be improved. Entrepreneurship in this context need to be improved. And again, healthcare, women empowerment through skill development, these are also very important. What do we expect from the government in this case? Certainly, these are some of the things that the villages should not be responsible about: having roads, transportation, public facilities like electricity, internet, affordable healthcare should be provided by the government. Education and training should be facilitated. And again, we need to reduce bureaucracy. There are just too many processes to handle. We need to get rid of that. So again, there should be facilities like telehealth, even tele-agriculture type of concept that should be developed, and a framework should be developed around this. My last slide, what are the action plans? If we can identify 6 to 8 entrepreneurial leaders who are willing to work out the details of this implementation framework, first thing is you have to buy in this framework. Then we identify maybe about 8 to 10 villages to corporatize. Okay, just try it. I mean, it'll work. If it doesn't work, there's nothing to lose about. We need volunteers to help in this process of corporatizing or testing this model of corporatizing villages. Then we need to also form the metrics to calibrate and get support from government or other NGOs. And through this learning process, if we are successful, we can expand it to large number of villages. My last statement is, this is an ambitious plan, but implementable and will be impactful. Back to you, Chita.
Chita bhai, you are muted. Can you please unmute? Yeah.
Imagine or reimagine about a museum. Many cannot afford the real-time experience of Rath Yatra. In the museum, let us create a virtual and an immersive experience of Rath Yatra using the modern technologies. Many other festivals like Dola Jatra, Snana Purnima, Chandan Jatra, etc. can be presented as well. There are many people in this world who cannot enter into the temple. To provide a virtual experience of the temple, let us create a Panchamadwara for them. Imagine visitors get informed about the history, culture, and rituals around Lord Jagannath and get inspired towards the deeper spiritual essence. Odisha, a great land of history, culture, and heritage. Imagine we can take its grandeur to the forefront of the world. The Vedas, the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita. India is the land of these greatest ancient scripture. Imagine the scriptures are presented for the general mass so that they can get informed with the basic idea and get inspired to know about the secret essence of the scriptures. The group has taken this imagination to the next level. They want to call themselves as museum minds. They are preparing a proposal to submit it to the government of Odisha. They call this proposal as Sri Shankha, a world-class museum at Puri. This museum will have 3 sections in it. One for the ancient scriptures, the other one for Lord Jagannath, and the third one is for the heritage of Odisha. Research and innovation will be the key for the success of the museum. There will be 2 formats of the museum, one virtual, one real. Sustainable business model will be the key, and collaboration-centric approach will be essential. This proposal is in the making. Please join.
Thank you, Navketan. So I'll have your PowerPoint. Okay. Go ahead. Unmute yourself, Navketan.
Yeah, okay, good. Namaskar. Yes, the proposal is in the making. The proposal is in the making, and Muna Navketan Mahanti Museum Minds a member. Aramasare, I may proposal the government of Odisha ku dabaku jauchu. Au mu just demand nebi apankara to request to support this proposal. A world-class museum at Puri. अपन मान मन रे छोटे वीडियो देखला पर किछ क्वेश्चन आस्ते ही पारे एवं किछ सजेशन भी थाई पारे एंड कमिंग गला आसन मासरे में बहुत गुडे मीटिंग करिया जाउ छु आ हमें अपन मान के इनवाइट भी करिवो so that you can take these questions and all these things. But before that, let me just emphasize on this particular thing, which is our mission. It is to inspire the future of India, driven by its great traditions and spiritual knowledge, and to share with the world the light of harmony and peace. Just try to think a little bit about this mission. It's not about Puri. It's not about Odisha. It's not about even India. It's about the world. It's a very, very different thing. In fact, this museum has to be done. It cannot be just a small group of people who can achieve it. It's a total commitment by all of us. It should be. That's what we think. And there is a specific objective that we have to, get into it, which will be informed and inspired. We want to be inspired. Whoever will be coming to the museum will be inspired for the future, for the change, for the, the betterment of the world. That's our kind of the target. So anyway, mu apan man ko besama nebini just out dimin re sariau chahunchi. Eta hochi amar bartano team. A team re mu bhabutili eta America au Canada lokman achandi jode chitra kari dekhai debi kan presentation US au back US and Canada chitra kari kintu let us change that particular slide. I want to make that slide look like every country should be there. So Sydney side dekheli apan man just like I said bahut alpa samay ne bhi I mean coming month we are going to continuously do some meetings just for focusing on this thing, just to get your support for this presentation that you are for the proposal that we're going to submit. And there will be Google form where you can submit get more about it. So yeah, definitely it's a very difficult task, and but one thing that I just want to say, and always I repeat it, all can be done if the God touches it. Just let's believe in it and move on. Please welcome, and I really thank you all for your time. Just listen to me, and I'll really be thankful if you can come to the next meetings and try to get involved in it. Thank you again.
Okay. Thank you, Navketan. So we are the last, and unlike other ones, on purpose, we would move to our discussion to the bulletin board. So again, this is the site of the bulletin board, odissadev.odissasociety.org. Let's all have all our discussions there. The goal is that we don't want to have seminars and forget about it, but I want to encourage and give you some examples of the impact of this. So again, please note down the site, odissadev.odissasociety.org. And it might say not secure, but just ignore it. We are fixing the certificate part, so just ignore that. So first, a bit of history. A lot of activism started in October 2005 when the National Institute of Science was moved from Odisha to Calcutta, from Bhubaneswar to Calcutta. We had a movement We started in 2005, and by August 2006, actually the Prime Minister, this movement has such an impact that by August 2006, the Prime Minister came down and he announced that a Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research will be in Bhubaneswar. And this was done through blogs, through emails, and so on. And that is why, again, we need to move to a mechanism where we can collaborate on initiatives. And that's where the e-bulletin comes in. The earlier versions were these blogs, and this is how NICER looks like today. If you Google NICER, this is one of the premier institutions in Bhubaneswar, National Institute of Science, Education and Research. So a movement started, people collaborated, there were the media collaborated, somebody even filed a case in the high courts, it went to Supreme Court, it went to the parliament, all of us worked together to make this happen. And it led to, from there, actually, I would say there was a renaissance of higher education in Bhubaneswar or in Odisha at that time. And from then on, there were many institutions from all over, like there in Bhubaneswar itself, like Xavier University, the IIT, and ISER in Berhampur, IIM in Sambalpur, and so on. And they all had some link to that movement where people of Odisha became aware that top institutions of this kind are not there in Odisha, but they are in all over India. And people of Odisha become very aware. They pressured their representatives, their leaders, and not just at the Odisha level, Berhampur, at Sambalpur. So all these things got distributed. The Central University went to Koraput, ISER in Berhampur, IIM in Sambalpur, and so on. These are some of the websites that we did that time. This was about the NICER movement. There's a complete detail about how this happened. This was movement about IIT. This is the ongoing thing about establishing a BHU type Central University Puri, which used to be the knowledge hub of India at that time. And there are many blogs on this. At some point, we moved on in 2012, we moved on to Facebook, and there is a Facebook thing there, there is an index there. But I think now going forward, the best way is to do through this e-bulletin board. And we have created this. OSA has taken in charge of it. So OSA has created this Odisha Development Discussion Forum. This is the orisadev.odisasociety.org. And it has several, based on our past experience of 12-13 years, we have created several headings. So there's the first is the guidelines. Then there is the greater capital area with all kinds of subheadings. Then there are other greater Raurkela, Berhampur, Sambalpur, Jharsuguda, Baripada. So no matter where your interest is, we want to discuss and help each other in achieving that. This is at the infrastructure and built environment level, airports, railways, highways, then industries, agriculture, mines, minerals, where jobs are, human development, health, sanitation, libraries, all kinds of topics we haven't started. So it's all showing zero. That means we are launching this as part of the, you can think of as the this global Odisha Mahotsav. So nature and tourism, language, art and culture. And then we have special ones, connection, Odisha, Odia connections, Odisha and central government, Odisha and the industrial houses, Odisha societies in India, Odisha societies abroad, helping Odias to study abroad, job opportunities, career advice, and events. So all these are there. And in the top one, we actually look current and ongoing initiatives, libraries across Odisha, world-class museum at Puri, rural math talent search. So we'll be having all of these. So my invitation is we stop here and we move our discussion to this forum and just ignore any security warning. It's just a certificate. It doesn't match. We'll fix it. This guy, we are all very busy with the global Mahotsav, so we couldn't fix it, but we will be fixing it. So I will stop here, and I'm hoping all of you will join us in that e-bulletin board. Thank you.
Thank you, Chitra Babu. Thank you so much.
We'll stop. Thank you all. A lot of wonderful presentations. And as I said, we don't want to do the traditional one. Let's discuss this in that site. Okay, please join there. I will be sitting there and approving your, so go there, join, and I'll be approving it right immediately. And waiting for all your beautiful comments and interesting comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Chita bhai. We really appreciate apankar jo inspirations and just to the passion for making it move forward. And thanks to all the speakers here. So this concludes the seminar session today. The next segment is streaming already. YouTube streaming already start hi jaithibo cultural segment. And then there are these programs lined up. All these programs are lined up there. We hope to see you again back in our evening, maybe somebody's morning, somebody's afternoon. We'll see you again here. And
all I can add to it that there is always, they said, like, there is always a time for everything, and I think the time has come. So
yeah,
thank you. See you all there. It's not, we will see each other in the bulletin board.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Thank you.
Namaskar. Namaskar, sir.
So the Zoom session will end here, but you can see the cultural program in the YouTube.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Then
Thanks.
we'll again come back in the evening.
Thank you.
And India time morning.
Thank you.